need oxygen. Give my best, and I watch us rise again. I'm ready to leave the past behind. I've shed my skin and made up my mind. It's a new time. It's a new time. Watch us come to life. far too late. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. And I won't see it coming. You might have beaten off so much more than you thought you could chew. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. And I won't see it coming. I swear I'm just gonna go out and get my revenge on you. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. In the end, we all become memories. And while we're here, we're lions in wait. I wait for you to come out from the darkness. Give to you, for you to take. We all count our victories, but our scars show we survive. Wait for you to make sense of the darkness. Give to you, and only you. that's so medicinal. Gets me high just thinking about it. Get even higher when the two of us are in the same room. I want a love that's horticultural, plant magical, roots deeper than the two of us, growing over every inch of us, our bodies in bloom. I want a love that's so medicinal. I want a love that's so medicinal. I want a love that's so medicinal. Never thought I could love, I was down to the wire. You took me on by surprise, there was summer inside. Now I can think of a time that I wasn't sober. We're on a high life and the seasons don't mind. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together, don't mind. Wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter December night, December night. December night. You know what I like. Do it once, do it twice. Heat up by the fire. December night, December night, December night, December night.
Control system updating.
System updated.
We will dance to get.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, he'll forward by 9.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocked it well as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji, they are just going to ace them.
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners.
It's more than a game. It's a world shaped by you, the fans. And our mission is to elevate that world by building technology that creates moments that last forever. That's why we're joining forces with League of Legends Esports to transform how fans experience live events on the global stage.
All right, guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Drake is now Doran, decent position, double
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in! Bishop flashes in, and down goes Light!
So slow. I told you I was done with basic browsers.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage Standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
The loyal, the unwavering, the faithful shall be rewarded!
It's at Worlds where legends will fall.
This series a stake and a turn! And he still lives on! The stage is set, the curtain is drawn. Through all the doubt, through all the disbelief, they earn their place. Winning is not a matter of chance. It's a choice. Jin! He's in the base! Jackie Love just found everybody! Body block kick it forward! Who's he called? Pick it up! Oh, hell, the new kings! Samsung Galaxy! Double circles, double galleons! Pain Gaming have done it! Cheros, look at the arrow! Teleport! Iona's got out! He stopped him! These guys came to fight! What's a god to 5 non-believers? Oh! Are you ready?
You do not belong here, Seneschal. Mortals should not meddle with the power of gods.
Is that what you are? Gods?
I am not your answer. Only evil deferred.
Evil does not relinquish power. You must have known you could not hide forever.
No one returns from beyond the veil.
Seen beyond the veil. Watched as the spirit of the First Lands roared to life. Only to see it all burned away in an instant. Fallen, and the temple's defenses are destroyed. There is no one left. Your power will darken the world, with or without your permission.
You know not what you ask.
I know exactly what I ask. You sacrificed everything to save this world once. Let me do the same. I cannot hold him.
Even demons can be undone.
Slipping through my fingers, wish that I could fall asleep with a light on. Searching for the present tense, cause you're the way that I can rely on. Concrete nights, hearts out on the dash. Somewhere soon, we're gonna wish we could go back to. These growing pains are beating hearts. Late night driving through the dark, and all the ways we fell so hard just to find out who we are. So take my hand, take the long way home. Light a fire up before we go. Heaven knows when the clouds run out of time, we're gonna miss this life. We're gonna miss this life. When the clouds run out of time, we're gonna miss this life. We're gonna miss this life. When the clouds run out of time, we're gonna miss this life.
everyone, to the 2025 World Championship Finals between T1 and KT, as we see our heroes step into this arena where they can etch their names into history. Will it be this man with his 6th World Championship, or will KT complete the underdog Cinderella story they've been on this whole tournament? We'll see.
It's going to be absolutely incredible. I mean, you want to say T1's favorite, but KT already pulled off one of the greatest upsets we have seen, taking down Gen G, so you never know.
My team's in the World Finals!
Yeah!
Woo! I think they're going to get... Well, we'll get to predictions later.
Yeah, we'll get to predictions later, and none of that, because we're going to see 5 games. I'm sure of it, Vedius.
I'm hoping that we get 5 games. Yeah. I'm hoping for a fantastic
Better do
finals.
more than hope. You better guarantee it right now, Vedius.
I do my best, but I refuse to sign anything. Last year, we got a 5-game banger between BLG and T1, and the last time we saw T1 falter was against a Korean team, so we'll find out how things pan out as we get closer and closer.
I'm here with Vedius and Azael and Emily, as you no doubt have already seen at home. We're absolutely ready, but let's set the stage. How did we get here? Let's talk about the knockout bracket and about the surprise that is KT, perhaps.
I mean, it's been a really exciting best-of-5 knockout bracket, as we saw a lot of things going as expected. The fact that both G2 and CFO qualified was huge for their respective regions, but the semifinals is really where we saw massive impact from both sides, given the huge upset we saw from KT and the fact that T1 continue their dominant performance against the LPL.
It's true, we do get a Korea versus Korea final. One more to go to that region. The question is, who will it be? And fitting that today we will celebrate the 15-year anniversary of Worlds, with Riot posting a bracket of the most memorable plays from Worlds history, because today it's Faker's Azir Shuffle versus DRX's Last Stand.
Out. It is very tough not to have the cleanse.
Stays on the flank. Here's the side. TP coming in, Faker looking to make the play against Ruler! Owner goes in! And again, the combos are clean! The hostile takeover is damn well hostile! T1 looking to leave no survivors alive. 369 has meant the entire team will get absolutely nothing! T1 in the clutch are too damn clean!
Dead. Gonna come down to a smite fight. King and the ult is off. Beryl has the ultimate back up. No carries on the flashes. Look at the trap line. Look at the Caitlyn. He's trying to stun him away. Owner goes in. Owner is down. The Drake secured. T1's jungler trying to do it. T1's going to the base. They're going to the Nexus. Can they do it in time? Kingan comes back. Elder Drake at the ready. But what can he do? Q3. No damage just yet. Elder Drake, the execute. Sail is down. DRX.
So, it's DRX's Last Stand that won by a hair.
Wow.
52% of the votes.
I actually can't believe that. I thought Faker was a lock.
Same. It's crazy. I wonder if it's prophetic in a way because of what Andy set up in the DRX final of 2022.
Did you swing this vote?
Did you?
Who did you vote for?
Sorry, guys, I had to vote for DRX. It was too monumental of a final.
I guess it was you. So we heard some epic caster calls already in those videos, but we want to hear some more. So it's time to play some caster call karaoke. We will play an iconic call, and here on the desk, they'll try to complete that call in the manner in which it was yelled in the first place. And I want you all at home to do the same and play along with us. Here is our first call. Let's see.
From the teleports, Huni has arrived, and holy crap! Everyone's dying in this fight. Reckless goes down, Zatai gets a bunch done, but Huni
gets a quadra kill!
Yeah! Nice one!
Iconic.
You got the voice crack perfect.
You have to go for the voice crack. That's the important part.
Very nice moment indeed. Good job. That's one already for my analyst. I wonder how you're doing at home. Let's take a look at our next clip. And maybe one of Vedius or Emily will get this one. We'll see.
I'm confident. I'm confident.
And maybe it's one of your own. Who knows?
Time to lock in, buddy.
It would be great if it was mine.
It wouldn't be me.
Okay.
Bang is hiding. He's coming. Bang looking to come in. Here comes your initiation. They're right through.
Is it?
Yell something!
Baker's shockwave will fire.
There we go.
I didn't want to jump in. You said they were going to do it.
That was so funny.
I thought Emily had it. I really did.
She drew a blank.
Perfect. Yeah.
She drew a blank. Okay, let's take a look at clip number 3. Emily, you got this one. I'm sure of it. And if not, you definitely have 4. I already know.
ADG's hope dwindling. They've taken down
This is a banger. You got it, Emily?
Taken down LNG. It is not LP LPL versus LCK.
It is T1 versus the LPL, and they like those odds! Let's go!
Banger, banger.
Absolutely epic call by Dracos then. Okay, so everybody got one, so we got one more to declare a winner. Let's see what it will be. You guys did a good job, actually. I mean, our colleagues in the past.
Oh, I know
that. Got it.
Should we all do this together?
Wanna do it together?
Look at the glens. Look at the moves. Faker, what was that?
Let's go.
I can't believe I just saw that.
Amazing. Isn't that a seamless transition into the match of today? Because that is part of the Telecom War, that Zed versus Zed moment. Also, when we still had, remember, like, I don't think a lot of people noticed who have started watching in the last couple of years. Blind pick game 5. That's why you could see 2 Zeds and 2 Shens. Should we bring it back?
Yeah, I'm down.
Let's do it.
I'm good with that.
And Riot, we know that we don't have any decision power in this. It's just that it's nice to see. Hey, that does set us up for the story that we're going to be telling today and seeing today. Let's start with T1, a team that is a bit of an enigma, right? Because every single time domestically, it's not that they're bad, they're just not as good as they are at the World Championship.
Look at Faker's trophy case compared to everyone else, but one thing I do want to point out is that it's actually Doran who came onto this team this year with the 4 LCK trophies at the top. This T1 roster has done so well internationally together, but domestically they've kind of been stymied by Gen G.
And I just think it's crazy that Keria, Guma, Owner are all making their own case for being the greatest of all time in their position, and then you look at Faker's trophy case and it's not even close.
It's unbelievable how decorated of a player he is, but how the system of T1 has done such a great job of the fact that both Ona and Guma came through the T1 Academy system. They found Keria on DRX. He's already finding success there, but really solidified himself so successfully. But what's crazy is the fact that they just win so much at this tournament specifically. This just seems to be their home ground.
And I think people sometimes say, hey, you're doing a disservice to how they played domestically, right? It's not, but you didn't win the LCK, right? So we can't put you on that pedestal. And I remember also specifically that in 2022, we were thinking, is this going to be the roster that disbands before we ever see them win Worlds?
But Doran, I want to talk about him because he has such a different story than the rest of the team. It is a squad of juggernauts. The others have all made now all of these World Finals in a row, 4 in a row. They're looking for a 3-peat. Doran has been someone who has been elite regionally, has always been able to come up in those big moments regionally. But when you think of him internationally, people unfortunately think of these moments of him falling flat, these moments where he has not been enough, and he does get those question marks. People were really unsure how he was going to perform on this T1 roster. You know, I think back all the way to this game against DRX when Gen G was coming in favored, and he walks on trap after trap after trap on Ore and he dies. I think back to last year, this moment, the flash over the wall that left everyone kind of confused, and that is how people think of Doran now. He is the most on the line in terms of legacy today, I think.
It's been so interesting hearing Doran on T1. This quote is from a stage interview that we did with him at MSI, where he was talking about the T1 magic and what makes that, right? And he called out his teammates, how he looks around, he sees how hard they're working. He cited the T1 support staff as well. They're always willing to get the win, and now he feels like that's helped him out a lot with some of his international struggles previously.
It's great to hear that from Doran. It was back then, and now we're going to see if it pans out. But Vedi, it's kind of crazy how T1, to your previous point, seemed to have it down to a science, peaking at the right time.
Absolutely. We know internally that they put so much focus and resources into making sure they perform when it matters the most. And we know that they still value those domestic performances. I'm sure it still frustrates them that it's been a few years now until they've won their last LCK title, but the fact that at this tournament, the fact that everything comes together, they have great meta reads, the players all step up, it feels like that they really do just love playing at this tournament against the best in the world, and they thrive under this pressure.
They absolutely do. We also got a chance to get a word from the coaches from Coma and Score in the Verizon Game Day interview with Lore.
From the progress that you guys made in the early game to the bot lane really stepping up, especially Peter, to Cos becoming more consistent as a jungler, what do you think are the biggest and best improvements from KT roster over the course of the world?
Early on in the season, our teamwork was not there yet. We didn't know what we're going to do in the late game, what we're going to play out the map in the mid game. So I think we've gone through a lot of process, finding the right teamwork for us. Although it didn't really work every time, but we were trying to get there eventually. We had a lot of communication back and forth, a lot of debates, and now we have settled to a certain direction when it comes to the gameplay. There might be someone being a little less happy with our direction, but still I'm grateful that we were able to find this right direction for KT roster, and I think it's working pretty well.
Something that people have been talking about, and I had an interview with Score yesterday when he made his very first Worlds Finals as a coach, is the preparation that they did as a team to get there, as they were really not the favorites to make Worlds Finals. What's your take on the work that he's been doing from the outside as a coach?
I really agree that Score has to put in so much effort to, the preparation, because just looking at the previous match up against Gen.G, I could just immediately tell he's worked so hard for this.
And of course he's worked hard for this because he remembers the crushing defeats, especially, I think, 2018, that base race against IG to keep them in it, and then losing that series in quarterfinals to the eventual Worlds winners. That was the KT super team that was supposed to do it. So to see Score come back onto his home organization and coach this kind of team of misfits has been amazing to watch as a Score fan.
I mean, you're absolutely right, Emily, because it is so ridiculous that these players are at the World Finals. Perfect. I mean, this man just came through the Challenger system. He's been a KT devout throughout his entire career. Perfect, been swapping in and out of both the LCK and the Challenger system. Dokdam, his highest placement in the LCK was 3rd place when he joined alongside DK. This team only found success through BDD and Cuz, which Cuz was the last one to win a title 5 years ago. This is not a decorated roster. This is not a super team. This is a band of misfits that are peaking at just the right time.
Hey, and we know that sometimes it's silly to say, but vibes are everything, right? A good atmosphere, getting those wins, doing things that you didn't expect because you didn't even think about it that much, perhaps, right, Azale? And I think that's how they stepped into that match versus Gen.G. Nobody believed in them. Nobody believed they were going to make it to the final. And they just kick out the champions that were promised.
It didn't matter because they believed in themselves, right? They had that confidence. And I feel like you could really see that with KT, how free, how relaxed they looked in their play. When something would go wrong, you expect a team that is an underdog to just crumble. Something would go wrong for them. They just go right back to it. They laugh it off. They had that confidence and they had that good vibes the whole way through.
And a question I do have is that it went so fast, right? We had Swiss into quarters, into semifinals. They're riding that wave. Then you come down to earth. There is a week. All of a sudden, a week where you think about it. You start to imagine the Summoner's Cup. You have to do media, press conferences, photo shoots, content. And this is where I think, KT is really going to have to dig deep. It's not a cakewalk by all means, but the fact that you have a week to imagine the greatest success of your life, that can mess with someone.
I mean, while it definitely can, for me, seeing their faces and reactions when they won, I think they're just going to ride that high into this final. That mindset for them is going to be the most important thing. Enjoying every moment, soaking up the situation that you're in, and remember that they're coming in with only 1 loss at this tournament. So I want to take this opportunity to relive that moment with them and their victorious defeat of Gen.G.
프레이 몸대고 있어봐. 내가 포킹 넣을게. 14,000이에요. 나 눈치 보다 갈게. 계속 포킹해봐, 우선. 쌈으로 나가는 게. 나 이제 갈게. 먹을만하죠. 먹자. 2,500대 쓸래? 2,000 했을게, 2,000. 하나, 둘, 셋. 먹고 쌈보자, 쌈 천천히. 이거 나쁘다. 아래로. 나봐줘. 갈리 맞을게. 데미지가 석화요. 그리고 3위 대여본. 오른 컨비네이션. 이것은 PDD 퍼펙트. 얘네가 치게 또 있다. 이거 내가 칠게. 얘네가 와야 돼. 얘네가 와야 돼. 나 스카너 쪽 살짝 들어가고 싶긴 하다. 괜찮아. 나쁘진 않긴 해. 나쁘지 않다 이거. 스카너 살짝 들어간다. 앞에 거 맞을게. 나 스카너 쪽 들어간다. 스카너 너고요? 스카너 봐봐. 스카너 노플. 다시 치면서 갈게. 계속 치면서 갈게. 계속 쳐볼게. 계속 퍼스랑 나와. 몇 초? 2,000대. 하나, 둘, 셋. 먹어. 쓰면서 일단 들어갑니다. 그러면 덕담이 뛰어요. 뚫었습니다. 젠지가 나이스! 다 쓸렸습니다. 나이스! 가자. 승민아. 나이스! CJ!
My favorite part is BDD and Cuz immediately going to each other because they are such close friends, and then them getting up and Perfect taking like a moment to realize that they're trying to get his attention.
Wow.
I was gonna say typical top laner. Am I right?
It's true, it's true. What a wonderful remembrance of that day for them, and then the hype that they want to be running on. We are going to take a quick break, but you really, really don't want to miss what's coming at the other side of this break. We'll be back in 2.5 minutes.
Guys, what did I say? Do not get excited. Do not believe in KT. It's always.
I think I'm getting excited. I think I'm feeling it now. Fans don't wanna be hyped up, but I can't slow down. I think I'm getting.
I don't think they're ready for what mid lane is packing. Boom Chovy with the finger, he got little bro lacking. BDD making it easy because he got cuz it gon' be so free. So forget what you know about KT. Hype back on the menu with this AD. Duckers in the bot lane make you look like a sham. Better say it Doc Dom when he playing a dumb. Damn. I think I'm feeling it now. Fans don't wanna be hyped up, but I can't slow down. I think they're taking the whole thing. I think they go all the way. I'm getting really excited for some KT play. I think I'm getting excited.
Chronicler, don't you know better? What is wrong with you?
Started on the Noodle Boys, Little Parker Petey. Got promoted quickly cause challengers is too easy. Came into KT and he started out as sub. Now he's in the finals and he's only going up. Grinding in this league to become the best. Studying all night to pass that king test. I'm so sorry, Doran, but your work will be in vain. You're about to find out that Perfect is aptly named. Excited.
Guys, what did I say?
Excited.
Do not get excited. Do not believe.
I think I'm getting excited.
They always bring it.
I think I'm getting excited. I think I'm getting excited. So excited. I think I'm feeling it now. Oh, he's feeling it now. Fans don't wanna be hyped up, but I can't slow down. I don't wanna slow down. I think they're taking the whole thing. I think they go all the way. I'm getting really excited for some KT play. I think I'm getting excited. So excited. I think I'm feeling it now. Fans don't wanna be hyped up, but I can't slow down. I think they're taking the whole thing. I think they go all the way. I'm getting really excited for some KT play. I think I'm getting excited.
Thank you very much. KT roster, keep going up.
Welcome back, everybody. You didn't want to miss that, but what's coming up next? What's coming up next? You definitely don't want to miss. We, of course, have an epic bout in the long-standing telecom war rivalry, and who better to tell us the story than Caster June?
KT are going to finals! Faker and T1 have set the stage for the World Finals Telecom War!
지난 13년 동안 72번의 맞대결을 펼치며 리그 오브 레전드 e스포츠를 대표해온 숙명의 라이벌 월드 챔피언십 결승전에서 두 통신사 팀의 전장이 또 한 번 벌어집니다. 대한민국 최대 통신사인 SK텔레콤과 KT의 라이벌리는 리그 오브 레전드의 프로 대회가 열리기 훨씬 이전부터 시작되었습니다. 바로 스타크래프트 브루드워 시절 영광을 차지하기 위해 싸운 곳에서 비롯되었죠. 이 라이벌리는 자연스럽게 리그 오브 레전드로 이어졌는데요. 2013년부터 LoL 챔피언스에서 참가한 두 팀은 강호로 급부상했습니다. 양 팀은 그해 서머 결승에서 만났는데요. 인색, 류, 스코어 등이 있었던 스타 군단 KT 롤스터 블리츠와 임팩트, 뱅기, 피글렛, 푸만두, 그리고 신인 미드라이너 페이커가 있었던 SK텔레콤 T1의 결승전은 LoL 대회 역사상 최고의 시리즈 중 하나로 꼽힙니다. KT는 첫 두 세트를 압도했지만 SKT는 이에 굴하지 않고 오히려 분위기를 뒤집어 동점을 만들었습니다. 그리고 블라인드 픽으로 진행된 5세트 두 미드라이너가 모두 제드를 픽했는데요. 이 선택이 5세트의 운명을 결정했다는 것은 굳이 말씀드리지 않아도 다 아실 겁니다.
I'm like, even though I only have a mat on the floor, I think he's in the bed. Oh, Faker maybe in trouble here. Deathmark tries to clean it up for Ryu. Oh, look at the cleanse, look at the moves. Faker, what was that?
페이커와 SKT는 이 시리즈를 통해 전 세계적인 인기를 얻었고 2013 월드 챔피언십에서 우승하는 영광도 누렸습니다. 반면 KT는 월드 선발전 최종전에서 SKT에게 또 한 번 패배하며 월즈에 진출하지 못했죠. 이 시리즈는 통신사 대전을 통틀어 가장 상징적인 순간이었습니다. 두 팀 모두 많은 승리를 만들어냈지만 결국 영광을 차지한 건 SKT였고 KT는 이를 바라볼 수밖에 없었습니다. 2014년 KT는 SKT보다 경기력이 좋았고 삼성 갤럭시 블루를 잡아내며 썸머 시즌을 우승했지만 선발전에서 탈락해 월즈에는 진출하지 못했습니다. 이듬해 SKT가 라이벌리의 주도권을 가져갔는데요. 특히 2015년 KT에게 단 한 번의 시리즈도 내주지 않으면서 통신사 대전을 지배했습니다. 두 팀은 서머 결승에서 다시 만났지만 KT는 꼽히기 시작한 SKT 왕조 앞에서 힘을 쓸 수 없었죠.
And Bang is going to win champion summer for his team SK Telecom. 3-0 in the spring season, 3-0 in the summer season. This is the year of SKT.
양 팀의 치열한 혈투는 2016년 스프링과 서머 플레이오프에서도 이어졌는데요. 스프링에서는 SKT가 3-0으로 승리했지만 서머에서는 KT가 5세트 접전 끝에 승리했습니다. 하지만 KT는 이번에도 선발전에서 고배를 마셨고 SKT는 2연속 월즈 우승을 달성했죠. SKT는 2013년부터 이 라이벌 구도를 지배해왔습니다. 하지만 2017년에는 KT가 SKT 왕조를 무너뜨리기 위해 스맵, 스코어, 폰, 데프트, 마타로 이루어진 슈퍼팀을 꾸리면서 판도가 뒤바뀔 조짐이 보였습니다. 하지만 SKT는 2017년 통신사 대전을 6전 전승으로 압도했는데 특히 스프링 결승에서는 3-0 스윕, 서머 플레이오프에서는 패패, 승승승 역수입으로 KT에게 상처를 안겨주었죠.
The Simmer all on her lonesome, but it doesn't even matter. There's nothing that Depth can do. SK Telecom in the semifinal. They're going on to play against Longju a week from today. It's the reverse sweep, bringing it back in. They win 3-2.
그렇게 SKT는 손댈 수 없는 존재처럼 보였지만 2018년에 KT가 돌파구를 찾았습니다. 스프링 플레이오프 KT는 2년 만에 BO5 경기에서 SKT를 꺾어냈죠. 그리고 서머 시즌 SKT가 고전하는 동안 KT의 프랜차이즈 스타 스코어는 감동적인 첫 우승과 함께 성부를 이뤄냈습니다. 하지만 2019년 KT의 슈퍼팀 로스터는 와해됐고 SKT는 통신사 대전의 주도권을 되찾았죠. 2020년 SKT는 T1으로 이름을 바꾸고 새롭게 출발했습니다. 두 팀은 이후 몇 년 동안 로스터를 재편하며 치열하게 경쟁했죠. 양 팀은 2023년에 LCK 상위권에서 다시 마주했습니다. KT는 스타 미드라이너 BDD를 중심으로 리빌딩에 성공했지만 T1은 페이커가 손목 부상으로 이탈하며 서머 시즌에 힘든 시간을 보냈습니다. 서머 정규리그 1위였던 KT는 플레이오프 2라운드에서 당시 부진하고 있던 T1을 지목했습니다. 하지만 T1은 2라운드와 결승 진출전 모두 KT를 3-2로 잡아내면서 반등을 이뤄냈고 결국 2016년 이후 7년 만에 월드 우승까지 거머쥐었습니다. 2024년에도 KT는 조연 신세가 될 수밖에 없었죠. 그들은 월드 선발전 마지막 라운드에서 T1에게 한 끗 차이로 패배했고 T1은 또 한 번 월드 챔피언이 되었습니다. 어디서 많이 본 이야기 같죠? 자, 그렇게 이야기는 오늘 월드 2025 결승까지 이어집니다. KT 롤스터와 T1 모두 우여곡절 끝에 LCK의 3번, 4번 시드로 진출했습니다. 이번 시즌 강팀들과 맞서 싸우면서 주전 교체 과정도 있었지만 월드에서 하위 시드의 불리함을 딛고 운명처럼 또 한 번 맞붙게 되었습니다. 이제 그들은 세계 최고의 무대 월드 챔피언십 결승에서 누가 진정한 최강자인지를 증명할 마지막 대결만을 앞두고 있습니다. 그야말로 역대급 통신사 대전이 다가왔습니다. 페이커냐, PDD냐, T1이냐, KT 롤스터냐. 운명과 좌절의 갈림길에서 과연 누가 운명의 부름에 응답할까요?
Well, the telecom war to end all telecom wars in a new installment of this franchise. That was awesome.
That was sick.
Very nice.
Shout out to our graphics team. They're smurfing it. Shout out to Caster Jun for that amazing overview. I love how he said Destiny versus Heartbreak along with T1 and KT, because it feels like it encapsulates me as a fan sitting at whatever hour of the night in 2013 watching like a cloud burst, like it starts raining, KT lose in a reverse sweep, and that just like cemented my KT fandom and became a microcosm, I think, for how these two teams have gone up against each other.
And I mean, for me, it started even earlier than this. Like the telecom war was my first love in esports. I remember watching in Brewer when I was a little kid, staying up in the middle of the night to watch, Boxer versus Yellow, to watch Flash play up against Bisu. It was incredible matches like that that made me want to be a part of this.
And to see now the history of the T1 versus KT telecom war, we know that it's very T1 favored.
Yeah.
We know that in recent history and throughout the history, you've seen that T1 have largely dominated it. But as is the beauty of Worlds, we can never say that history is a determiner of what's going to happen today.
Absolutely. I love how you set that up, because that's exactly what can happen at Worlds. Out of the 70 times they've met, only 4 times, today being the 4th, have they met in a grand final. And I wonder if for a victory today, if they would say, that's fine, we can lose that many times to T1, we can get reverse swept all those times as long as we win Worlds. Do you think they'd take it?
I think they take it. Yeah. I would love it. I still can't believe my team's in finals. And I think the big thing coming out of that as well is how many reverse sweeps there are, right? Because for KT to kind of overcome this, they really have to be able to stand up to the pressure. And I know that's something the T1 are super familiar with. I know we had a chance to actually catch up with Kumeyushi and talk to him about the pressure of being here at Worlds.
And we know that playing with T1 comes with expectations. So would you say that playing your 4th finals makes it easier or more pressure on this side?
사실 제가 결승
when I just recall my first time Worlds Finals. And then knowing that none of the opponents have a single player who actually performed at Worlds Final stage, I know how they're feeling. You know, you're super excited, you're thrilled, you can't wait. So all of those like a burst of emotion, you know, will be happening inside of them. So I think experience-wise, there's no match to T1. So I think that can be a factor to the outcome as well.
Yeah, there is war between the two teams, telecom war, but there's also a little bit of heart, isn't there? Yeah.
There's
maybe?
some love.
Yeah.
There's some love brewing in this matchup.
Yeah, Peter and Guma, they have some history, so let's take a look.
구마요시 형이랑 밥 먹은 썰을 풀어보자면 저는 이제 구마요시 형 밖에서 다시 못 만날 것 같습니다. 구마요시 형한테 너무 민폐예요, 민폐. 가는 사람마다 알아보더라고요. 가는 곳마다 알아보고 진짜 이야기를 할 수 없을 정도로 알아보셔가지고 야 역시 월클이구나. 이제 저희 농심 연습실 앞에 자주 가는 고깃집이 있거든요. 저희 이제 농심 선수들이나 코치님들이랑 가끔씩 자주 간단 말이에요. 근데 그때 갈 때 진짜 되게 편하게 먹고 왔거든요. 딱 이제 구마요시 형이 딱 이렇게 딱 가가지고 떼링떼링 안녕하세요 하니까 그 직원분들 원래 항상 계시던 분들 사장님이랑 다 눈빛이 달라져. 구마요시다. 저는 이제 평소처럼 하하하 하면서 이제 딱 이제 식당 소고기 집에 딱 앉았는데 일단 메뉴판이랑 같이 사인지 2장을 가지고 오셔. 혹시 구마요시 선수 실례가 안 된다면 사인 좀 가능할까요? 그럼 또 구마요시가 아 당연하죠 하면서 사인 딱 이렇게 멋있게 해주고 야 그리고 또 이제 그 막 직원분들이 오셔가지고 막 구워주시는데 어머 정말 팬이에요 막 하면서 막 수줍어하면서 구워주시고 와 이게 구마요시인가? 하면서 또 느끼고 있는데 밥을 산다고 했단 말이에요. 그래서 또 눈치 보면서 이제 먹고 싶은 거 다 시키래요. 근데 이제 차마 그러지 못해가지고 자 고깃집 왔으면은 된장찌개에 밥은 먹어야 되는데 하면서 된장찌개를 안 시키고 못 시켰거든요. 눈치 보면서 형 고기 사주는 것도 고마운데 된장찌개 한번 먹어볼까? 먹어도 될까? 된장찌개 먹고 싶은데 하려는 차임에 이제 딱 이제 사장님이 서비스입니다 하면서 된장찌개를 딱 갖고 오는 거 보고 쥐지. 와 이게 구마요시구나. 된장찌개를 서비스로 받는 남자. 나도 된장찌개 서비스 받을 수 있도록 잘해줘야.
So this is the first time I've actually seen this, and I absolutely love the admiration that he has, the sheer starstruck of being in the presence of Gumi.
I mean, it's incredible. How can you not love Peter? Every video I watch on Peter just makes me more and more a fan of him. My favorite part by far is, wow, this is Gumayushi.
Also, that soybean paste slaps, so
Absolutely.
I'm actually kind of jealous. But I do think that Guma, he had a response for Peter, so let's take a look.
You're going to play against Peter, and a recent video resurfaced between the two of you back when he was with Nongshim. You had dinner together, and he was explaining how much he looks up to you and how much he respects you as a player. Do you have any words to share to Peter, who's about to play his very first World Finals?
피터 선수가 되게 We all see Peter as a very bright player, his personality always bubbly, but he as a player, you know, he has some dark times as well, and he was going through a lot of difficulties. And I could also never imagine that I will have a face-off up against him at Worlds Finals. So very, very congratulations over to Peter. Really happy for you. And, you know, I can feel how you're feeling right now. Very excited. Can't wait. Super hyped up. And that kind of emotions and memory will, I hope you can keep that inside of your heart throughout your professional career. It's going to be very valuable to you as well. And losing at the first Worlds Finals is not a very hard thing, you know. It doesn't really hurt that much. The fact that you made it is what matters. So now that you made it once, you may be able to win in the future. Good luck.
I love it. He's like, yeah, we're friends now, but you're not going to win, though. Unfortunately for
next
you.
one.
Yeah.
Little
Not
losing
this.
our first Worlds Finals is fine.
But with this, it does bring us to a brand new installment of Draw My Life with Zale?
Of course. What? Emily is not the only artiste on the team. So I need to talk about the main event, the moment you have all been waiting for. We need to talk about the heart, the soul of KT. Peter, the man who is going to take them to heights never before seen.
Yeah.
This man had never taken a flight prior to this year at Worlds. It's crazy. He had never even been out of the country. And now his first ever flight swoops on into China here, going up.
They didn't know what was coming.
They didn't know what was coming, Vedius. They thought they did, but they did not, because Peter immediately proved himself as the greatest support of all time, made the World Finals, and he's about to take home the trophy. He's about to go head-to-head with Faker and take him down.
And you drew all this?
Wow.
I did. MS Paint on a touchpad.
Wow.
I'm actually really impressed.
Thank you.
Sold.
I'm also impressed, but you will be more impressed because now, for real, a new installment of Draw My Life with Emily about
Yours was for real. It was amazing. Time for Draw My Life BDD. Yeah, I would say the heart and soul of this team. So this is Draw My LCK Life BDD. Kwak BDD Bo Sung debuted mid-spring 2016 on a struggling CJ Entis team. At that time, BDD had already made a big name for himself in solo queue, and at Worlds 2015 Boot Camp Scrims, his debut was highly anticipated alongside his then teammate Ghost. Although BDD had a strong individual debut match, BDD and CJ struggled mightily that year, and BDD was actually subbed out intermittently with Sky in 2016 summer. On Longzhu Gaming, later Kingzone Dragon X, BDD then established himself as a top mid lane talent in the LCK. This is BDD's 5th Worlds appearance, having gone in 2017, 2020, 2021, 2023, and now 2025 on Longzhu, Genji, and KT. This is his first ever finals appearance. Across 6 different organizations, BDD has placed in all spots but 7th, which is a reflection of his many ups and downs throughout his career. Ultimately, BDD's story is definitely one of perseverance. The LCK mid laner, young prodigy turned league staple who's overcome myriad setbacks and is now in the Worlds Finals.
His first ever Worlds Finals, that was beautiful from the both of you. I'm really happy to have two such
I agree, it was beautiful from the both of us.
Let's go! You killed it. It's also beautiful from BDD, and so interesting because earlier in Worlds, Vedi, we had a discussion about who is the best player to never win Worlds. There's a few of them, but BDD is definitely at the top of the list. He's been, for as long as I can remember, people said he's one of the best, if not the best mid laner in the LCK, but it just never works at Worlds.
Absolutely. It's crazy to me that his last domestic title was 7 years ago. It's been so long since he was able to lift a trophy, and it goes to show the perseverance and dedication this man has had, because for every Faker story, there is a BDD. There is someone that will overshadow your career, and to now see him in this position, to lead a team of young players, it's just, it's admirable and a joy to watch.
I'm glad you brought up the Faker story, because I rewatched BDD's debut before this, and it's so interesting how they're like, you know, this was BDD waiting room. He's debuting today against Kongdu Monster. He just turned 17 yesterday, and they were highlighting all the other debuts. And of course, Faker comes up, Marin comes up, and it's so interesting because even back then we had no idea what kind of player Faker would then become in the year 2025, and the same with BDD.
And it's a story that goes for a lot of them, right? If not for Faker, many of these players might have had a world championship and had the stories, but he's just standing on top of that. We'll talk about it a little later. But how stalwart and how stable BDD has been for KT, I think I can find some similarities in how Owner has been performing for T1 specifically, right? Even when they weren't doing that well.
Absolutely, and I think that is what makes it so impressive about him. People talk a lot about these struggles that T1 has regionally, and some of the players are going up and down. Owner, I do not think, has had those ups and downs. This guy has been so stalwart for the team, always playing at an absolutely elite level throughout the LCK, showing up when it matters most in these international tournaments. And to me, that is why he is really making an argument for being the greatest jungler of all time.
Absolutely. His perseverance over the last few years has been incredible. Remember that when he became the starter for T1, World Semifinals. And ever since then, it's just been World Finals after World Finals after World Finals. And it does just feel that this man is recession-proof.
Invest in him.
Yeah.
He's never going to let you down. Only up and to the right for Owner.
Only up for Owner. I love that. Emily, I mean, so impressive how he's been able to do it also here versus TES, but in general for T1.
Yeah, I feel like Azil highlighted it really well where it felt like certain members of T1 were having ups and downs. Owner was always stable, but then he first-time Mundo on stage, which I think is like just the epitome of how he's willing to slot in wherever his team needs him.
It's really a joy to see. I mean, it's terrifying for T1 fans, don't get me wrong. But the fact that they have that much trust in him is phenomenal. And I think we should listen into how much trust they really do have in Ona.
아니 그냥 근데 문도 의식 안 하는 게 맞는 것 같긴 한데.
그러니까 해야 될 것 같은데.
근데 뭘 하든 나올 수는 있어. 뭐 안 해봤는데 그냥 해?
야 뭐가 빡세? 문도 할 때? 내가
정글링 문도 빡센 건 없어. 어? 빡센 건 없어.
정글링 봐놓긴 했거든 영상. 뱅게 니달리처럼 가야 되는 건가?
문도 그냥 해봐.
그러면은 바텀도 좀 툴이 많아지긴 해. 뱅이 진짜 쉬워. 문도 하고 너무 안 박으면서 해봐. 그럼 안전하게 해도 되잖아. 너 파밍 잘하잖아. W 알려줘. E는 데미지 강하고. W가 좀 어려운데 이거 알아야 되는데. 정글링 알려줄게. 칼부 그 6마리 중에 이 찍고 1레벨에 그 5마리 맞춰.
이거 봐. 이거는.
저거 이거 들어가서 읽어봐야 돼. 저거 궁? 궁 그냥 적당히 간 보면서 쓰는 거야. 풀피해서 쓰면 안 되고. 반피 아래? 반피 조금 아래.
Absolutely insane, because I feel like this also speaks to how comfortable they are as a team, because they've been in these situations, most of them, right? Because even in solo queue, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't let some jungler like ruin my game picking Mundo for the first time, Azael.
I mean, he's not just some jungler though, that's owner. And man, I just love seeing how relaxed they are about it, how chill they are about it. Your world's life is on the line. They're like, by the way, there's 6 Raptors. And this is the back-to-back world champion jungler, by the way.
I love that Faker's just like, oh, the W is a little complicated. Ona's in there like, are you guys serious? And everyone's like, yeah, man, we trust you. It's all good.
Have you seen those other edits where they just have like the push, and he's just walking through, missing a suitcase, and then just walks off.
As great as it was, I hope he doesn't play Mundo again. It wasn't for me. No, it was not a good showing.
I hope he does. And you know what? I also want Keria to play Nico.
And I think that is a very reasonable desire because this guy is looking like by far the best Nico in the world. Last week we talked about this play he did against AL where he had this really cool clone trick to find a really great engage. I want to talk about an amazing play that he did against TES. So let's hop onto it. This is going to be the Nico right here. We can actually just run this clip. You're going to see TES are retreating back through mid lane. And now keep your eyes on Keria here. So what he is going to do is play around a vision trick that Nico can use. So he's going to turn into a wolf right here. And now, as he crosses through mid lane, we're going to pause this and we're going to actually look at the minimap. So you would think they have full vision of this, but there's nothing there. You do not see it because monsters don't show on the minimap. So TES has no idea what is coming. Now, this gets even better as Keria is going to drop a ward right here for Doran to be able to TP in, and then he's going to throw his clone, and watch JackieLove. JackieLove is going to get baited by this clone, thinking he's getting engaged on. He's actually going to Valk out, but the real Keria is right here. He has no Valk. He has no way out. Keria plays this perfectly. He just utilizes every little detail of the champ to his advantage, and I just feel like, add another one to the list. He can't play this either.
It's true. His Bard is also great, but specifically with Keria,
ban everything.
I often feel when I see Keria playing to the best of his abilities in high-pressure situations, I'm like, is this the best player in the world? Just because of the influence you can have on the games, if you're consistently getting the enemy carry down, Ferius, it's very impressive because he also wasn't too hot at the beginning of the tournament.
I mean, even throughout the year, a lot of question marks were raised about his performance and would he be able to perform at the World Championship. But the conversation always happens with this roster of T1 is that when it's Worlds time, it's Magic time, and all of the players show up. And Keria, I mean, he has been an absolute superstar, especially in the knockout.
Yeah, it's just so fun to watch. And Lord did get a chance to talk to Keria earlier.
I keep on hearing on socials and online that this finals feels like the one in 2022 when the RX made finals. You were one of the favorite teams back then. Do you feel like this finals with KT roster has the same feeling?
Well, KT, of course, they did fantastic job to make it all the way to the finals. But, you know, I can also say that not many people expected them to be, you know, have this run. So I can see the similarities there. But I want to say back in 2022, this year as well, T1 was a challenger as well. So maybe there's also that. But also just looking back at 2022, I was so caught with the fact that I really want this win. I was so thirsty for it. I was obsessed with it. I think it kind of factored into the outcome as well. But this year, I'm different. I'm more like, this is just a part of me chasing my dream. You know, I'm not all about winning the Worlds Finals, the trophy. It's more about, it's one of the paths that I'm taking in order to reach my goal and my dream. So I think that there's a big difference.
Yeah, DRX 2022 was such a formative event for this T1 lineup, but on the other hand, I know that they asked some of the KT players about it, like Dioptam, and he said, I'm very flattered that you would say that there are similarities to DRX, but I don't think so. We are the first of KT who want to do this in this manner, and I think that's a great point. And for KT as a whole, though, they have improved so much. We've said it a few times already, but this wasn't a team that we would have guessed would make it to the World Final at all.
No, especially, and I want to call out two specific players in Perfect and Peter, where Azael and I are going to go bad play, good play, kind of, talking about some domestic plays. So as we look at the first clip, I specifically picked some quote-unquote bad plays that had to do with team communication overall, right? So here, KT is in kind of a tough spot. They're going to start up this Otacon, as you can already see. Perfect is TPing already a bit late as we run through the clip. The engage actually happens before he even is able to complete his teleport, right? So he's late coming into the back half of this fight, which allows Gen G to respond really, really well to it. And he only hits his Ornn ult onto one person in Keen and then ends up getting owned by Canyon Skarner right here. So not exactly the front line you would want from your Ornn.
You're just flaming him, Emily. Wow.
No, actually, Keen was flaming him. That was the Rumble. Okay. But now we're going to get to see Perfect do some flaming with an incredible Rumble team fight here against Gen G. Eyes on the Rumble. So we can just run the clip. Duro is going to get found out, and that is going to cause a fight to break out. But the positioning from Perfect is incredible in this fight. So Duro is spotted. All of Gen G are pushing up into this area. Look at the equalizer right down the entire Gen G team. Then Ruler and Chovy trying to push up to join. Perfect zones them off into the stasis, and that is not all. Beautiful flash back from Duro as he tried to look for the engage. This was just incredible zone control. You couldn't have had a better team fight than Perfect did right there.
It's true. It was perfect.
I
know you were trying to not say it.
perfect.
Yeah, you were trying to not say it, but I feel
Wonderful,
like...
good, splendid,
And I think
fantastic, beautiful.
Yeah, we also can't overstate how much they doubted him, right, in the top lane coming in here, but he really had a wonderful tournament. But you said you had two examples?
Yeah, I feel like people also doubted Peter, and this is the second example. It is going to be Peter going up against Hanwha Life, and he ends up, as you see him at the bottom of your screen there, he's going to end up getting got by HLE, who are actually doing the Drake. He's also, again, as we roll through the clip, I tried to pick clips where it seems like it could also be a team decision where they weren't necessarily on the same page, because I think coordination, especially with Peter and Perfect, has been a massive, massive improvement at this tournament.
Now this play, I picked this Renata game because Renata's not that flashy. They had a lot of lane prio, and I want to talk about how Peter used it. We can roll the clip. This was them getting pushed in bot lane, and then he's able to flash onto Canyon, trading flashes here with the jungler, putting the pressure on. Then they go back to bot lane, they get the push once more. Immediately they make the roam towards mid lane, and he's going to be able to force the flash out of Chovy as well. But that is not all. In the big team fight here that decides the game, Gen G hard engages onto BDD, and then eyes on Peter in the pit, R flash over the wall, hostile takeover comes through, Doctum pulls him in, he peels perfectly, and I just felt like he played a beautiful game start to finish on the Renata.
And I love that you mentioned how they use that priority, because when we look at how Doctam and Peter played versus Gen G, there was a lot of priority on getting them winning 2 versus 2s in their series. Every time they were able to get that winning 2 versus 2, they were able to get the first dragon, contest the first grubs, and it gave them so much control over the early game, which kind of culminates into this development that we've been seeing from KT.
Look at that guy. How can you not cheer for him?
He's so chilled out. Yeah, you're right. It's a culmination of everything they've worked towards, right? And I think one moment that we'd love to see again is that base defense versus Gen G. What a moment.
Let's take a look at it, because I feel like everyone looks at this and they're like, oh my gosh, the Yone play. This is what everyone is already calling this because of BDD's EQ flash ult combo that's going to come across here. But the important things I do want to call out before we tee up this team fight is Perfect, who's going to get an equalizer through here. Peter, who's going to have a Pop Blossom that follows up. And then later on in the fight, how they play around Zhonya's with Dokdam's Caitlyn. So we'll start it off. We see the BDD engage is just absolutely insane. You can tell that Gen.G are not expecting BDD to go in here. And then the important part here is this, right? Chovy has blown Zhonya's, and this allows a Caitlyn trap to end up right here, which ends up being Chovy's undoing. And then Keen also dies on the back half of this fight because of how they draw Gen.G in and set it up. And I thought this tenacity, the way that they played through this team comp in such a clutch moment was awesome to see from KT.
It was, and there were two of them, if I remember correctly, right? Also in the mid lane as well, just standing up saying, you shall not pass into our base. You talked about BDD and Cuz there, and I think we want to take a closer look at that because this has been a relationship, a player relationship, in terms of what they've experienced together that has been going for a very long time with ups and downs.
It certainly has. It was their debut back in 2017 where Cuz won his first title alongside BDD. And to see them start there and now here goes to show how long it's been since they've been able to work together and find this level of success. It's been a beautiful relationship to see development. And as Emily mentioned earlier, when we saw it in their highlight moment of winning against Gen.G, it was those two immediately turning towards one another, reaching what was a beautiful point.
Yeah, and as we see their kind of concurrent timelines, where they've overlapped as teammates, where they haven't, this is the core of this KT lineup. This is what KT Roster wanted to rebuild around, and now that's finally paying dividends, and they're in the World's Final.
Absolutely beautiful. And now, how could it be any different? Our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, BDD versus Faker.
"8 years in the making. For the first time in the organization's history, BDD will take KT Rolster to the World Finals in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. As with so many before him, this road has led him to Faker. Since 2017, BDD has been hailed as a part of a new generation of great mid laners. Despite being an incredible player on the teams he has been a part of, the results have not met expectations. But now, at Worlds 2025, KT find themselves in the finals, only dropping a single game so far, and only one more series stands between BDD and lifting the Summoners Cup.
The jump in there, Jojo's going to follow as well. Shockwave is big though, 3-man with a hot pot inside. Oh my god! Oh my god, the Mega Inferno Bomb of Doom and Ginger. Cannon's going to go into the Guardian Angel, but the Angel's on his shoulder might be enough. Fate sealed from BDD onto the backline. They'll look for Ruler, Keen flashes. Get down, Mr. Ruler. The damage on the Perfect as well, but a petrified gaze once again from BDD. He tries to bash away from it, he slammed it to the wall. KT are going to finals!
So the question is it time to get excited?
That is the question indeed.
Of course it is.
It is the time to get excited for either person, but also to see Faker, to see if he can do it, if he can add another era to his many eras, and if he can win a 6th World Championship. So I thought it would be nice to take a little walk down memory lane. Faker's era store. We have all the vinyls right here. I want to start with the rookie era, right? Going to Worlds in 2013. That era where we did not know what we were going to see in the decade to come. He came, he saw, he conquered, he won that first World Championship, and he never looked back.
This is my personal favorite Faker era, which is the 2015, kind of going into 2016, right? This is where I really think he blossomed into the absolute best. This is where map play came in. This is where he expanded his champion pool. He was constantly learning new champions, the Lulu, the Azir, to become the best.
And to me, this is a sad era, but I think it's so important to telling Faker's story because you have to think back to these times where he was struggling. How long had it been since he won a world championship? After they lost to DRX in the finals, there was a lot of conversation about, is this the end for Faker? Will he ever get another opportunity like this? Will he get this close again? And so it was that struggle that made the current era, I think, so meaningful.
And now we find ourselves in the current Faker era, a moment where many sit with bated breath. Can he do what no one has done before, which is win 3 World Championships in a row? We are witnessing history. We are witnessing legacy right now. The question is, can Faker do what he failed to do in the past?
And it's great to see these eras because, you know, he's been such an icon. And sometimes I think what League of Legends Esports has been what it was and what it became if it wasn't for him helping. We can hang our aspirations to him in all his eras.
I mean, the only one to match the GOAT is the GOAT. It is crazy when you look at these 2 different eras of his career, how much success he has had, how much longevity he has had. He now has the 2 most dominant, you know, kind of eras of League of Legends. They're both just him. It's 2 dynasties.
It's crazy. Of course, it's going to be an insane matchup in the mid lane and everywhere, really. But we are 5 minutes away from the opening ceremony presented by MasterCard. And before we get into the predictions, please note that the opening ceremony features flashing lights and other effects that may not be appropriate for photosensitive viewers. But with that, let's see what the fans think at home. They have voted once again at MasterCard GG on X. And usually when T1 is playing, they do call the game for T1. I don't think it's going to be any different, but let's take a look.
The real question is...
wow.
So the real question is, how many KT fans have also voted for T1? They want to keep that superstition going, and they want to keep the faith not to get excited for KT, but we are damn near excited for KT.
We are 3 minutes away from seeing the culmination of all those weeks of the World Championship to see which story reigns supreme. So what do we think? What do you all think? And what are you looking forward to?
Well, as a KT fan on the desk, this is not a superstitious prediction. I do think T1 have the edge. My big thing is that it's going to come from these bot lane picks that Vedius touched upon earlier. I think with the way that both of these teams are playing around pushing bot lanes, I've loved Guma bringing out the Kai'Sa, having a lot of success on that. Karius champion pool, I think that is where the edge is going to be decided.
And to me, KT have earned their right to be here. It is not a fluke. They have improved so much, and they are an incredible team. It's just unfortunate for them that sitting across for them is the core 4 to make up the greatest League of Legends dynasty I think we have ever seen. Keria, Owner, Faker, Guma. No one has ever won 3. They are about to here today.
And you'll see that prediction and you might think this must be a meme prediction. And my analyst brain would think so too. But I was in this position 3 years ago when I witnessed DRX versus T1 and I predicted T1 to my own detriment. Because the truth is that at the World Championship, magic is real. The run that KT have done is a thing of beauty and a thing of excellence. And I truly do believe that today the pieces will come together and this team will shine like they haven't before. I do believe that KT will take home the trophy today.
You say you're getting excited?
I am so excited to watch KT lift that trophy today.
Hey, either way, right, it would be an unbelievable story, Isaac. And I think, you know, anyone who's undecided would be happy to see either stories come out today.
Absolutely. You get to see the continuation of this dominance, the greatest dynasty ever in T1, or you get to see a beautiful underdog story. No one thought they would be here. They have a chance to be the best in the world today.
Hey, we were there in 2022 when we saw that one Cinderella story coming to fruition, but it is a lot. It is a tall order for anyone stepping onto the ref today. And legacy is earned. There's no shortcuts or workarounds. There's only the sacrifices, the passion, and the pure drive towards the Summoner's Cup. A rare honor attained by an exceptional few. For BDD, it is a decade-long obsession, a longing larger than life, that feeling that he deserves to be the one to lift that trophy. He finally gets his chance at eternal glory today. But in his way stands Faker, a player whose legacy permeates like a sprawling river through the history of worlds, whose influence touches on all of the stories we hold so dear. And today, at the zenith of BDD's arc, he stands before him as the villain, the unkillable Demon King, the greatest of all time for the end of time. It's only poetic, then, that for BDD to fulfill his lifelong goal, he has to go through the protagonist of all of League of Legends. A crownless king versus the greatest to ever do it, looking for his 6th World Championship title, further solidifying a legacy that can never be doubted. Only one will lift the Summoner's Cup today. It's time for the opening ceremony, presented by MasterCard.
child, you'd wait and watch from far away. But you always knew that you'd be the one that worked while they all play. You'd lay awake at night and scheme of all the things that you would change, but it was just a dream. What are you willing to lose? You cover your wounds, but underneath them, a million voices in your head that whisper, stop now. Another twist in the knife, a turn of screws, it's on your mind and it's fighting you. I'm safe, the storm is howling. Well, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You're gonna conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly like Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons and tear down the ceiling. Phoenix fly. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. When the world is calling out your name, begging you to fight. Pick yourself up, points apart. Pick yourself up, legends never die. When the world is calling, can you hear them screaming? Ocean light, legends never die. They become a part of you. Every time that you breathe for reaching greatness, legends never die. You say you're not afraid to die, but take off the arm around your chest. What's left inside? Lying, licking your blade. Do you really bleed if it washes away? Take a ride, rough as you can. Tell you a secret right as the doors are closing. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. I like it when the bite marks seat on a throne, 1 foot in the grave. Louder the moth and the bigger the flame. Do you really bleed if it washes away? Louder the mark. What's in your heart? What's left to give? When everything's broken, chasing the wind. Under those scars, there's a lion within. Stay in the moment. History lies because you wrote it. Make your heart worth the sacrifice.
古人夜观星象，得见天界分野。遂分28星宿，又归4象：东方青龙，南方朱雀，西方白虎，北方玄武。4象环绕，紫薇其间。T1 与 KT 于此聚首，一生积淀，只为此刻。
그리고 이 기나긴 여정은 바로 여기서 시작되었습니다. 2013년 롤 챔피언스 서머 결승전. 운명을 가른 5세트. 통신사 대전.
3년도에 KT와 결승에서 플레이를 했을 때는 사실 그렇게까지 많은 사람들이 좋아해 줄 줄 몰랐는데 13년도에 그 KT 경기로부터 제 이야기가 시작됐던 것 같습니다.
SKT 때 KT 경기를 보고 당시에 서포터였는데 페이커 선수가 제대를 플레이하는 모습을 보고 아, 나도 미드라이너로 포지션 변경을 하고 싶다 라는 생각을 했었던 것 같고 거기서 제 꿈이 시작됐던 것 같습니다.
어렸을 때 제 꿈은 롤드컵으로 처음 비행기를 타보는 것이었고 롤드컵을 우승하는 거였습니다. 롤을 안 할 때에도 LCK 보는 것을 좋아했고 EDG 전 울프 선수가 라칸 이니시를 보고 와 나도 진짜 저렇게 한번 다 같이 팀게임에서 한번 해보고 싶다 이런 생각을 좀 많이 했었던 것 같습니다.
좀 기억나는 순간 같은 경우에는 그게 저에게 어떤 원딜을 하게 된 계기? 그런 생각을 많이 했던 것 같고요.
레거시는 언제나 승리로만 새겨지지는 않습니다. 비록 좌절됐던 월즈 3핏의 꿈도 새 시대를 깨우는 영감이 되죠.
페이커 선수가 눈물 흘리는 장면을
라이브로 봤었는데 게임하면서 저런 감정도 느낄 수가 있구나라는 거를 많이 생각해봤었고, 그래서 저도 프로게이머로서 그런 감정들을 항상 많이 느껴보고 싶었던 것 같아요.
유사는 때로는 별처럼 무겁습니다.
T1에 있을 때 당시에 외부에 관심이 너무 많다 보니까 그 무게를 견디지 못한 것 같은데, 그때 시절이 너무 좀 아쉬운 것 같다라고 생각하고 있고요.
첫 데뷔하고 많은 사람들이 저를 평가할 때 두려움도 많이 느꼈고 자신감이 없었던 것 같습니다. T1에서의 저는 그때랑은 좀 많이 다르다고 생각하고,
이번 연도에 팀을 구하고 있을 때 보상이가 함께 하자고 얘기해줘가지고 너무 기쁜 마음으로 함께 했는데, 같이 결승에 가니까 너무 자랑스럽고 증명할 수 있는 기회가 생긴 것 같아서 너무 기쁩니다.
프로게이머로 활동을 하다 보면 청춘 그리고 20대 다른 사람들이 하는 경험들 못한다고 생각을 하는데, 희생이 있어야만 위대한 업적을 이룰 수 있다고 생각합니다.
롤 e스포츠의 수많은 유산들은 한 선수와 깊이 얽혀 있습니다. 오늘 그는 누구도 이루지 못한 역사적인 월드 3핏에 도전합니다. 8년 만에 재도전이죠. 하지만 그의 길 앞에는 그에게서 영감을 받고 자라난 선수가 서 있습니다.
3,500일이라는 시간 동안 되게 많은 굴곡이 있었던 것 같아요. 그렇지만 이제는 눈앞에 다가왔다는 게 느껴지는 것 같습니다.
(2013년에) 시작된 그들의 운명은 2025년 월드 챔피언십 결승 통신사 대전에서 결실을 맺습니다. 롤 e스포츠 15주년.
years of legacies.
Years of sacrifices. Tất cả cho một khoảnh khắc.
摘星之刻。
우리가 KT의 첫 번째 별을 달아주겠습니다.
T1이 아직 이루지 못한 3핏, 저희가 이루겠습니다.
보성이 형에게 빛나는 별을 선물하겠습니다.
별들은 오늘 저희 편입니다. 꿈을 꼭 이루겠습니다.
원하신다면 저에게서 쟁취해야 할 겁니다.
Everyone to the 2025 World Finals. Faker and BDD, a date with destiny, a chance for a trophy, or for 3. In the case of T1, welcome to the Cash Desk. We get ready for this game 1. It's my distinct pleasure to be joined by none other than Chronicler and Kobe for what is going to be an absolutely amazing best of 5.
An amazing day ahead of us, and what better way to start it than what we just saw. I think the most important thing for everybody watching is their emotional attachment to League of Legends and League Esports, and hearing every single player on the stage talk about how much this means to them. Their whole lives poured into this moment really hits hard.
And it's the ties between the players individually, the ties between these two teams, right? There was so much Cuz playing on T1, Doran on KT a couple of years back. And I can't wait to see what we're going to get here today. I think we're all hoping for the same thing. A series that goes the distance and a telecom war to rule them all.
All right, let's get into the draft now. To me, Wukong and Rumble are super high priority, especially for KT. So you need to get one early. They do that, so they get the jungle part. I still think Perfect's Rumble is like his best champion, and they should probably still index in that pretty early on in this draft before there's a chance for T1 to ban it out. But here you go, T1 immediately grabbing Faker's Taliyah, which has been point and click this tournament.
It feels like there is not a skill shot that this guy cannot connect with. He has been incredible thus far. I want to point out, as we get deeper into Fearless, something to keep our eye on. Double support bans targeted at Keria. The Bard, the Nico, impressive stuff. KT, are they willing to keep leveraging these bans as we go deeper in the series? Something that we'll need to track, something that the Death brought up. But the Taliyah, as well as the Varus here in game one. T1 are not pulling any punches. These are picks that have been so incredibly successful for them across the tournament.
We're doing greatest hits, right? Triple bans going towards BDD, which I think, given his form this tournament, has been absolutely stellar. Complete no-brainer. But there is that Rumble you mentioned, even when Perfect was struggling throughout this year. Rumble was a champion you could trust him on no matter what. And I love that they took away the Taliyah, not just because of Faker's pedigree in it, but also on what BDD has been able to do with it. Particularly that Wukong-Taliyah combination, absolutely lethal. And it's going to be the pickup of the Rise here for BDD, a counter pick we've seen many times into Taliyah. And we're not done because Owner gets his Xin Zhao.
Oh, how an epic matchup we have ahead of us. Watch out for BDD looking for some flash plays, looking for some solo kills. As you mentioned, though, we are going down the tier list for both sides. So both sides are getting a lot of what they want. This is what you expect in game number one. All right, let's get into the bottom lanes, though, because the rest of the bottom lanes, for both these teams, the push has been incredibly important. So already banning out some of these poke answers to the Varus. The Ezreal has definitely been one of those.
And we heard so much about how crucial the bot lane 2v2 is. T1 securing the Varus earlier in the draft, banning away some of the potential comfort picks for Dom, something that has to be respected because KT, yes, their top side is incredible, but if it costs them a strong bot lane, it could be disastrous.
And I want to highlight as well, I think both teams drafting towards their tendencies. KT have been an incredible team-finding team this tournament. It's also what they use to take down Gen G way back in LCK playoffs. And T1 already have so much early skirmishing power. Both the Varus as well as the Xin Zhao, and specifically the Xin Zhao Taliyah, can really allow you to snowball early, something that T1 has loved doing ever since this four-man core came together.
Eyes now on what the final ban will be here from the side of KT. Another support potentially to be taken away. Sivir, Ezreal, the two AD bans. Sivir, of course, fantastic at empowering a lot of these diving threats from the side of KT. And T1, the Renata taken away. I like that. Heads-up play from the side of KT to limit the counter-engage options to make sure that their dive can be affected. But we're looking at a Keria counter pick available as we get later in the draft.
Poppy! Oh, does make sense here. Poppy is going to come through here for Keria. I do want to like the Poppy a lot into the Wukong. Also want to highlight, normally I could see KT go towards Ziggs, but with already double AP, I don't think that's going to be an option.
Yeah, maybe like an Ashe or something like that. It has been really good for both of these AD carries. So if you pick Ashe early, then the Fearless bans for later, and that would lend some more engage to this team. But they've got a lot of options open down here. He has also really liked the Caitlyn pretty early on in some of the series. Nice, okay, so they do go for the Ashe option we were talking about, and if you just pair that with some sort of team fighting support here for Peter, the Braum, he has been able to use Braum as an engaged champion even in some scenarios, and the double Freljord really rounds out their team fight.
And Doran gets his Ambessa. This, to me, is the champion that he started kind of the turnaround on. Coming into T1, there was a lot of pressure on this player, and it wasn't until that layup towards the road to MSI where it really started popping off, and a lot of that was on Ambessa. My only question is that Poppy blind pick, I think picking it away makes sense. It is, again, really good into the Wukong, but it does mean that I think now Dogdom and Peter in that pure 2v2 are going to be feeling great because Poppy, strong as she is, can struggle in the lane, particularly against a bully like Ashe.
And it is Karia's Poppy, so he could just have a magical Poppy ultimate later. He could get some flash plays going off. You can just turn around entire team fights. You hit a couple people with that ulti. Let's get into it, though. I mean, Perfect as well. We talked about the Rumble priority early on for him. He has been one that is not afraid to play it into Mbessa, so this is going to tell a lot for the series as far as the top lane does go, throwing this down. If Doran is unable to actually punish Perfect up here in the top lane, I think that would bode very well for KT.
And for both of these teams, bringing out the best of the best, we call them haymakers, the comfort picks, the best champions we've seen from them. A win here is crucial for the momentum, for the attitude in such a high-pressure stage, because T1 undoubtedly comfortable even when they're down. But for KT, saw them tested against Gen G, need to see them keep that momentum going forward. And we look across the board at these rosters, at these lineups, a lot of potential for huge playmaking moments, but that early game from the side of T1 with Keria on that Poppy, with the Xin for owner, is going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I'm looking at early skirmishes here for T1. I'm looking at what can the mid laners do in terms of global impact. Both Ryze and Taliyah have the ability to impact side lanes. That's been a strength for both of these players. And there is also, again, the implications in Fearless, as we've highlighted, and I think that really puts even more pressure on, because BDD will not get to play Taliyah, Faker will not get to play Ryze, and Docdom, he has had some insane Lethality Varus performances this tournament.
Certainly has. Game number 1 as well. I really liked how, after the Gen G upset, multiple KT members referenced how important game number 1 was for their mentality, for their confidence in pulling off that upset. And they referenced that after game 1, they really thought they were just going to be able to do it. And so game 1 here on this huge stage, World Grand Finals versus T1. This has huge implications because T1 are the more experienced on this big stage with all of this pressure. If KT can grab that game number 1, though, that might just give them the confidence to keep that KT roller coaster going up.
Absolutely. That's the spark that we need to see, because we've seen it from T1 before, to dig deep, to make the impressive runs happen, to make it to this final stage so many times. The 4th time consecutively for KT, it's a bit of a mystery. We saw them dig deep. We saw the tenacity we had been waiting for from this lineup against Gen G. In that game 1 that you mentioned, on the Yone, making the plays to bring it back. Can they do the same today? Moments away now from getting into the game. Bit of a delay on stage, but we have to talk about, again, I feel like the top side here for KT, getting comfort. This is going to set the pace. This is going to set the tone for the series, because if they get a win on these picks, that is the surefire path to bringing us late into this one.
And as another reminder, Perfect his Rumble. We even saw it for stretches in the LCK, just get banned. Just not give him the opportunity to play this champion. Make sure that he wasn't on comfort. And thus far, Perfect's had an absolutely stellar tournament. He's been playing incredibly well, but we also haven't really seen any team pay attention towards the top side. It's all been about the bot side, and I don't really expect that to change. The Mbessa matchup to me also says we're looking to just take the early beating in lane prio and then be able to later on, once Mbessa gets to that 2 free item breakpoint, to really start dealing out that heavy damage in the side lane and in the fights.
Yeah, we'll see when Mbessa gets Eclipse, if she gets Eclipse. Honestly, we did get a little update, though. I think they are remaking the Champion Select, so we do have a bit of time here. More anticipation before we get into
as if the opening ceremony and the incredible video wasn't enough. We just have to keep building the tension.
Yeah, I mean, Jem singing about sacrifice, all of the players talking about...
Kobe talking about sacrifice in the video.
Yeah, you were there. How much they have all poured into this, though. It really does hit home so hard when you hear the stories of so many of the KT players being inspired by T1 members specifically. You know, BDD talking about Faker and his Zed play being the moment that he even chose to become a mid laner. As well, you know, some of these legacy T1 players like Wolf as well, inspiring the next generation. And now KT, these players that were inspired, find themselves here on the stage, capable of inspiring others.
Yeah, and it's a reminder that competitive League of Legends is grueling. How many millions of players does it take to churn out 100 pros across the world, to break it down over constant domestic tournaments into international events, to bring us down to just the 10 players left standing? How many people have lost to Faker and Solo Queue over the year, or BDD over the year, just to lead to this moment where they can play at their absolute best on the World Final stage?
I'm still flabbergasted that we have a telecom war in the Grand Finals at worst. I don't know. We've had a week to kind of deal with this. I'm still not quite there. It's a lot.
It really is epic. I mean, the telecom wars spanning multiple decades of rivalry, multiple games, multiple genres of games. And now fighting over that Summoner's Cup, we have made our way onto the Rift for the first game.
A brief moment for the fans on both sides. But no surprise in any arena when the T1 fans are just that little bit louder. We've said it before, but it feels like every single arena we go to, no matter what region it is in, T1 are the hometown heroes.
Already seeing a very aggressive level 1, as you would expect from both Ashe and Braum here. I want to highlight one thing that we've seen this tournament is the arms race when it comes to teleport in the bot lane. Right now, Guma did actually go for the teleport, and Dokdom hasn't. So Dokdom does have a combat summoner, but they need to actually get any mileage out of that, because if not, you are going to lose in the long run if you have even trades, because your opponent will be able to cheat tempo way better than you do. And we'll also see whether lane swaps might play a part in that as well, because teams have been very happy to swap for grubs.
Yeah, meanwhile on the other side, Guma won't have a cleanse if he does get hit by an Ashe arrow.
Yeah.
And so we'll see which bet ends up paying off.
And it's important to note, as thrilled, as excited we are at this matchup, the story of these two teams this year has been incredibly one-sided. The most recent best of we saw, KT were able to make the upset happen, but it's only because of the tournament form that we've seen from KT that there's faith that this telecom war isn't just going to be one-sided.
Yeah, there's a little interesting bit at the very end there.
That was a 2-0.
One little bit of an upset, and we have been seeing this KT roller coaster keep going up. Gen G had similar dominance over this team, and KT were able to upset them.
Yeah, and shout out to the production team for this graphic on a side note. We said Galaga, we were kind of joking, but it does feel apt. It's not a roller coaster anymore, it's a spaceship, but if there's one team that might bring them back down to earth, it is Faker himself. Of course, we did see in the meantime a bit of early trading on the bottom side, heal used from Peter for that additional movement speed to make sure some of that damage would stick, but Peter and Dokdam, they're getting prio, but losing out a bit when in terms of overall HP. That said, Guma has already popped the pot, so still quite favorable for KT overall.
Still cookie for Dokdam as well, as both junglers will be pathing towards the bot side. Obviously, Wukong prefer to just farm to 6. Has decent access to lanes, but not really any CC, nor that meaningful damage to speak of, particularly pre-first base, but really not until he gets a Triforce. Owner, though, on the Xin Zhao has been, for me, the main early game engine for T1 for, well, I could say the entire year, but we can go a couple years back at this point. There's been a reason why this man has really been, I think, by many considered over the whole year the best jungler that we had in the LCK.
And the desk so beautifully highlighted his consistency, right? He feels like the rock for this team. That's been doubly true for T1 domestically. Of course, at Worlds, so many of the members of the team have stepped up, so it doesn't just feel like Owner running the show in the early game, but need to see where those early ganks are going to come from, because the Xin, we know, can have that early impact, even while we expect the Wukong to farm.
Yeah, and on the opposite side, that Wukong that I really highly prioritize right now, as far as the jungle pool, is going to find the first skirmish.
Cuz kicking things off, Carrier waiting off to the side, TP already used, flash backwards, the concussive blow stacking, Owner 2, they got him! Manages to lock him down, and that's gonna be first blood, they're donating it to BDD!
The roam up the bottom lane here, Peter on the Braum again, he's able to roam early into the river, that makes the difference, the concussive blows actually makes the difference, they pop the blast cone, and it is KT who strike first!
And let it be known that BDD is like, oh, you want to fight for Scuttle? I'm TPing straight to river, and it's that bot lane prio we talked about. Because they had the prio, starting level 1, Peter was able to roam up, and Owner gets caught off guard.
Pushing lanes are everything for early jungle skirmishes. This is the first highlight that you ever talk about for jungling, for objectives. BDD comes over, he roams down, Peter roams up, and KT as a team are able to collect their first blood. We did warn against the possibility of BDD also taking over, by the way. He has been magnificent at this tournament. He has been such a carry player all year long for this KT squad.
And what I love with BDD is it goes way further back, right? Is perfect!
All in, Doran forced to flash back, just a trade of flashes, but Doran struggling to survive now in this matchup as Peter does his best to hold the wave. Carrier going for the knockback on the heroic charge. Guma a bit more damage, but clearly the lane's getting a little bit anxious, trying to force these bigger plays.
But we're seeing there is no hesitation from KT. Perfect with the confidence on the rumble to go in. But for BDD, as I wanted to, just as a small reminder, this man was one game away from making, and I would say, dragging his team to finals back in 2021. As
Dom going in. Hunter's volley not quite enough. Now Carry is looking to finish the job himself. Slowly but surely the Poppy whittling him down. Dom forced to flash away. But Carry hungry for blood. A little bit more time. The Q flash forward. Dom with a bit of a sidestep. Extra movement speed. Trying to make it through the minions. Dom living for an extra moment. Avoiding the angle back into the wall. Carry gets the knockback. The Glenn's coming out. 1 for 1 in the bottom lane.
And Dom tries to get Guma, pays for it with his life, but he does get the trade back.
Okay, now they're going to gank bottom lane too. Guma's trying to push the wave in. They're going to punish him.
Flash.
The wraparound. Braum is there. Wukong is there.
Dom on the way down. He won't be there in time. However, Unbreakable Peter looking to mark him up. Concussive blows finally hitting. Auto attack reset more than enough. Guma Yushi falls at the hands of Cuz.
And KT are not letting them breathe. That is already a kill going over to Cuz. Wukong accelerated, and it's a 1.2k gold lead at 6 minutes, Kobe.
And Cuz has done so much for this KT squad. He has been carrying really heavily himself. With early money onto Wukong, you get to your Triforce so accelerated, and you can win those mid-game team fights. Here's another look at Guma baiting down until the last auto, his health bar, so that his support can go for the kill.
Because Dom was trying to just cancel the base, but didn't know Carrier was still there. Carrier was in the tri-bush, canceled his base, and that's what led to this extended sequence. And Carrier going for this was fine, right? That 1-for-1 trade is good because you killed the AD carry, but it's the punish onto Guma here that turns it very much in favor of KT.
Exactly. The reason why you say that play is fine is because then they're going to assume that they get to push in on the minions afterwards, which would make it worth it. But the timings from Peter and Cuz, they've been so synced up this game. The early roam into the river, this roam here, they come back out onto the map at the perfect timing to punish the attempt to push the wave in, which also earns them this early dragon. And as we talked about in the setup, before you even got into game number 1, game number 1 can have huge implications here as far as the confidence for KT in their ability in this grand finals. They talked about it after upsetting Gen G, and they are off to a very good start here early on in game number 1.
Incredibly impressive start is once again the flick connecting onto BDD. Faker holding his own in the mid lane decently well despite those early kills going down, but you both highlighted it so well. Dom, really everything working out perfectly for him as his team is there to support. His team is there to cover. We did see in the picture-in-picture while we were breaking down that replay, an attempted gank top side from Owner. Wanted to try to find an angle onto Perfect. Beautiful size up on the W means it doesn't go through. But KT on the bottom lane, now that Guma has this 6, potentially more angle here for T1 to play if they want to recoup some of these losses.
And for T1, there is still a lot of power in their team fight. I particularly like your ability to single out targets and force unfair fights, right? With the Taliyah, with the Poppy as well. Poppy in particular can really turn any game around as long as you find high enough value targets. But we also need to be real. This early game is being completely run right now by KT.
T1 recognize they cannot contest the grubs. Prio on the top side still in favor of Perfect. Mid lane relatively even, slightly in favor of the side of T1. Faker hovers into the darkness, threatens maybe a Weaver's Wall to the bottom lane, but Peter and Dom pretty effortlessly holding for now. So difficult to dive this Ash Braum, but Carrier might go for it anyway. Knock forward, Dom there. Case to stand behind me, wants to come through, but Carrier, of course, can interrupt. Flashing out instead, then using the W to escape just to make sure the Steadfast Presence does not come through. However, they're zoned away from the tower, and they're going to be losing some plates.
Okay, so KT, they back off. That does mean with the half row mid from Faker, who is hovering to threaten the full commitment from T1, BDD is going to shove out this mid wave first and see if there is any contest over red. It looks like Cuz, early pings, he knows that may be an objective that Owner would try and go for, and so immediately goes out to protect it.
Do really like the bounce back from T1 here, not getting Toronto's arrow. Okay, close. Faker, not too scared of that one. But yeah, the T1 with the presence of mind, it was about a 300 gold swing thanks to the play in the bot lane, the CS denied as well as the plates. but there were free grubs for KT. We'll see if that's going to be worth or not, because it really depends on how much access they get to turrets.
True, but I want to remind people that this is Fearless, so the importance of these picks that have worked before, working again. Doctem played the Ashe, had an incredible arrow hit ratio. Shout out to our stats guy Hayden for manually tracking every arrow that hit. It's a similar story for Guma, so for Doctem to take this away from Guma and have a good game is crucial for KT's game plan, as the ulti doesn't connect from Doran. That's crushing. Very likely would have been a sure thing on the initial kill, and now Perfect wants to go for the all-in. Carry on the way up, but Perfect is completely overheated. Buying a bit more time to overheat now as he turns back into the wave. Damage coming in, and the rest of the team has arrived. Spinning right on top of Doran. It is a Cyclone. Keria running for his life. Concussed. Taken down. KT dominating game one.
Perfect on his Rumble. There is a reason he is so confident on that champion. Teleports down to the bottom side, will equalize the play.
So the cross map doesn't work out, and targeting Perfect has been a strategy employed against KT for the whole year. So it makes sense that T1 tries to go for it. But once that ultimate misses, you can't keep forcing it. Perfect, able to stay alive, doesn't really take any meaningful damage, and his reinforcements ensure KT now up 5-1.
We were thinking there was so much talk about T1 and the possible 3-peat and 4 finals in a row, and how their advantage is going to be how confident they will be under these bright lights. But KT are playing this game number 1 like they're the most confident I have ever seen.
Which is so impressive when we look back at the media day at the press conference, and Peter was talking about how Keria is perfect in every way. The only thing he had going for him was supposed to be his rookie spirit, but he's been first on the map. He is paired up with Cuz so incredibly well. Now almost a 2,000 gold lead for KT. T1 not out of it yet, but sent reeling in an early game where they gave the ideal top side to the side of KT, even after 3 targeted mid lane bans.
And it's honestly impressive. I really like the angle from Peter, who, again, debuted in 2022. And obviously, this is his first World Final, as we have seen many a time, which is still, to me, a heartwarming fact. Had never actually taken a plane out of Korea until he got to Worlds. But thus far, we're actually seeing, I think, coming into the draft, we were looking at what is the comfort going to be, and thus far the comfort has worked out in favor of KT, and what is the bot lane matchups going to look like. And when Keria did go for this blind Poppy, we knew it was a gamble, and thus far it hasn't paid off. But in these team fights, the Poppy can still secure a numbers advantage.
KT don't have Prio in the lanes. They have enough vision to know the objective hasn't been started, but they have to be careful at checking for Fog of War. They wait to have 3 members strong. They spot Keria, and they know that is their time to step up. Owner waiting. Gumayushi on the way in. Arrow connecting. No chance to use the Crescent Guard. It might be too late by the time Owner does it. Realm War behind, and it's BDD right on top of Owner, but Faker is there to cover. Instantly, he's sprinting out to safety as Doctem starts to rain hell onto Owner, but the Xin is too damn tanky. The objective in the sights of KD. Guma, not enough time to charge the arrow. Second Drake dropping for KT Rolser.
And T1, second smite, this time cannot find the arrow. Second Drake goes over, and it's again no hesitation from KT.
KT, I mean, they've just been so methodical in this game with their lane assignments, with their choices here for objectives. They pull the pincer closed, they trap T1, force them off, multiple flashes invested from both sides though. So I'm definitely looking at Doctem as well. This Ashe with no cleanse and no flash after this bottom side river fight. That may be an area where T1 look to try and punish him, to try and get some gold to get back into this game.
Because it does feel thus far, KT has been the one calling most of the shots. Really, even the kill that they got onto Doctem was him going in. He did get punished for that, traded. But it's really been KT on the forward. Even here, where they did not have Prio, as you highlighted, Dracos, they were still able to use the engage power of that Ashe as well as the Wukong. And I shudder to think what would have happened if Perfect had joined that fight, because the Rumble with the equalizer could have made that a lot worse. T1 was able to get out, and they will keep the gold within relative touching distance, but early Drake stacking, an incredible team fighting, team composition, and just the confidence with which KT is playing thus far is really impressive.
So I think we're going to have to keep our eyes on if T1 are able to create some pockets of vision that they can abuse and make some picks of their own. They do have Talia Wall as well as Mbessa Ultimate, very long range abilities here to try and make some of those picks. Gumayushi as well, fairly good at this Varus and throwing out those skill shots. So we'll see if they can actually punish the Ashe in mid. So far, I'd say Doctem is playing incredibly well. Look how safe he is being on the Ashe. Right now, when he had nobody near him, he backed off to his tower, even with nobody showing. He's got his hawk shot, and KT have plenty of vision for him up through the top side of mid lane, giving him that safety where he can just kind of hug that wall. And so I feel like KT are almost removing any of these comeback options, these avenues for T1, because they know that's what they're looking for. But BDD!
Doran full committing. The root does manage to connect. Doran can't keep the dive. But BDD is not going to over push here.
Nice force by Doran. Gets his ult off, and BDD forced the flash. A big win there, because that does mean some of the engages of T1 a lot more scary.
Exactly. Plus, you know, maybe picking someone off in a side lane, not just looking at that mid lane here with another flash down.
Very important for T1 that in a deficit like this, although not game-ending, that they can find these avenues for individual outplays. But now it's Doran's flash traded back. BDD came back to lane. Redemption coming down to heal him up. Major cooldown that will not be available, crucially, for this Herald. KT are already on it, and they've just been one step ahead of T1 the entire game.
Herald guaranteed, and what is the counterplay for T1 even? With Doran being pushed off of the top side of the map, there's not much for them to get except for a Scuttle Crab. Bottom side mid wave is not even going to get pushed all the way in.
Doran!
That's 4 people!
Concussive blows, the Cyclone immediately comes out as well. Doran can't push a single button! KT merciless on the dive. Doran caught asleep at the wheel, overconfident. T1 trying to fire back for first tower, but it's KT who get it.
They've got the boot upgrades already, and they get the tower early here. 2,000 now the gold lead. The dragon stacking continuing. KT in game number 1. The coaster does keep going up, Chronicler.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, what goes up eventually. Arrow doesn't hit.
Nice sidestep. Peter there in time to body block if necessary.
But I want to highlight, what did this cost for T1? So Doran TP's top to try and salvage this turret, right? Stall. If there's 2 people there, he can probably at least keep it alive long enough for his team to win it. But he TP's in. Then Faker also has the TP towards top to prevent them from taking down the inner. So now T1 not going to have those available for any upcoming fight. In about a minute, the possible soul point for KT is spawning.
And credit to T1, they're leveraging the power of the Varus well in the mid lane. They've consistently had mid-prio. They've used it to chunk away at that turret, chip away at that potential objective. Losing out on the boots is very unfortunate, but need to see if KT can keep this momentum going, because this is the pocket of vision you were talking about. Already set up by T1. One step ahead when it comes to this objective and the control they have over the area. KT might just give it. Only now are they getting control of mid lane.
Yeah, at the middle stage of the game, the team fights are definitely still very winnable here for T1. There has not been this huge break point that KT have hit, even though they do have a very nice lead in this one. You know, Cuz does not have his full second item completed on the Wukong just yet, so it is still about positioning and execution as they look towards this Dragon Soul point. 4 seconds on the arrival of the Mounted Dragon, and Rifthold is used mid for priority.
Wall to try to block the initial charge. Is just going to deny that. Well played. Good piece of mind by Faker to deny that potential prio point. It still does mean, however, that KT get access first to the objective. Owner, Guma, Faker, Keria all ready to go. Keria's ulti, you highlighted it earlier, can be crucial, can deny some of the members of KT access to the pit here, but it's a very slow, drawn-out secure. BDD marking Doran on the flank. Arrow starting to rain. Peter getting chunked out. A flashback from Perfect. T1 chipping away at those resources. Eyes on the equalizer. Redemption now used. Cooldown up just in time. KT is going, but now they want to turn it right back. Instantaneous equalizer. Keria locked up. Rumor coming in, but denied. Keria wants to knock Perfect out of the fight, but it might not matter because it's Doran into the back line. Owner stays standing. Cuz take it down. T1 fire back.
No matter the early deficit, T1, they still win the team fight. They still get the dragon, and they're looking for BDD.
On the hunt for BDD, but there's just nowhere for him to go in the blink of an eye. KT's lead disappears.
And KT, they walk into the pincer. That objective just a little bit too juicy, but they will pay for it very heavily as the attempted engage onto Keria is stopped by his W.
How clutch are they? Look at Owner starting it out with the Xin ultimate to spread them apart, and Doran following it up on his Mbessa, and they split apart the team fight so meticulously, and they immediately steal the objective on top of it.
Frustration on the face of KT, not the end of the world, but the goal is a lot closer now. We look back at that team fight. Owner, a hero, Guma raining down arrows, but also Doran was getting focused, made a mistake TPing to the top side, bounced right back in that fight to be critical for that T1 advantage.
We saw Xin in the trailer, right?
Yep.
Xin, some new lore. Maybe Owner is the main character.
And I want to highlight what you said earlier, Kobe, because it was really, if you looked at the actual item finishes, basically everyone in the game was sitting on like an item and a couple of components. So if KT have maybe a couple more breakpoints that they've hit, could have been a difference maker. Now T1, slight gold lead, but I do think it's again important to remind everyone that I do still love the KT Cup when it comes to the actual 5v5, but we are seeing if Doran and/or Owner can get on that backline, can get on top of Dokdam and BDD, the fights are basically unplayable for KT.
Yeah, and the reason we keep highlighting a lot of the setup players here for this team is because if you do have good setup for Taliyah, Faker's Taliyah, the combos are so deadly. And Faker this tournament as well has been able to do a lot of raw Taliyah Ws to find picks and find burst damage.
Guys.
So let's see about the approach to the Otacon.
Otacon, for now, just the ward.
Doran is getting the top tower at the moment, so that is going to be guaranteed gold here for T1.
And this is the struggle of playing against T1. Their movement around the map is so confident. KT need to be ready to pull the trigger, and they have. Otacon started. A big risk. Doran resetting back to base, likely to finish the second item before he TPs into the fight if needed. Owner in the area. It might come down to just a 50-50, but Faker also has access to the Weaver's wall critically. No flash for Dokdam. No flash for Cuz. KT luckily able to reset the objective, but I don't think they're going to get a chance to leave quite yet. T1 know they have an advantage in the fight if it comes down to the 5v5. Flash forward, ulti into the back, immediately thinks he kicked off, but Peter does his best to heroically disengage. It is not enough to keep Dokdam standing. Cuz taken out as well. Doran in the 3v1, completely and totally unfazed. Carrier there to stop any further follow-up. Faker taking down Perfect, and BDD is not enough to stop T1.
And it's the Crook Lord that finds his mark. Dokdam goes down, and T1 turn onto Otacon.
Doran, the addition to this T1 roster, annihilated him.
Hello.
Resetting, resistance is shredded by the Otacon. Carry a ward over the wall, spots out Cuz. T1 know it's a 50-50 now. 5 seconds on Dokdam, but he doesn't have access to a TP to make it to the fight any faster. Perfect TP available. BDD finds the angle into Doran. Carry now backing up. 3K on the objective. Getting lower. Steadfast presence gone. Faker on the backside. Cuz wants to try to make it out of this one, but now they're moving into advantage. Take out Guma. No, Guma living. Guma just wants to finish him. Looking for a bit more damage, but T1, they find the double for Carrier. They take the Thornbound Otacon, and Perfect. It is too little. It is too late.
Baker teleports in and he saves the team fight. He gets that shove. They get the Otacon.
KT try their darndest to get that objective, not able to do so. And so many cooldowns used there as well. That's going to set up perfectly for T1. 3.5K gold lead. 1 minute till the next Mountain Dragon. And now T1, it feels like they're in full control.
What a fight, what a scramble. BDD makes a heads-up play, flashing onto Doran to get the first kill of the fight. And then T1 are communicating the teleport arrival from Faker. Look at Owner running away so that Cuz can't find burst damage onto him. And once Faker comes in and gets a double shove.
And that shove ends the fight immediately. They were a member up. And Perfect, if he was alive just a little bit earlier, could have been the difference maker, but not in time. And T1 now with the biggest lead we've seen in this game so far.
After that 4K gold lead on top of a discrepancy of 38 petals, 40-2.
Oh my God.
Nearly 8K in gold and an additional effective stats or XP from those petals. A nearly unstoppable advantage. Luxury items coming through. The Seeker is there for Faker. Perfect's utilized in the previous fight. Things are getting dark for the side of KT. They're going to fight back to the bottom lane to try to get vision of this area. They could not secure the third Drake, but they desperately want the soul point. They spot Faker on the flank. One more fumbled fight might just take them out of this game entirely.
Cuz is getting chunked, already took an arrow. Faker's looking to split the fight.
7K. Cuz gonna have a hard time healing back up that chip damage.
Reset.
Does have access to the Sundered Sky. Objective reset now. Eyes on those support cooldowns as well. Carry his ulti. The Unbreakable for the Braum will be important as T1 already getting mid-prio. Doran fishing for the flank once again. Ready to come over the wall with the public execution. Carrier going into the wall, locking up Cuz. Instantaneous knockup! A flawless combo to keep it going. Dokdam finally escapes, but he just finds himself in a 1v1 versus Doran. Hope fading fast for the side of KT as Carrier is still standing. Perfect and BDD running for the hills. T1 grabbing their second Drake, but Owner not done yet. Knocks Peter out as well.
And Cuz just doesn't get to play the game. Keria, who we haven't talked about in a bit, had a rough start to the lane. I'm thinking now the Poppy pick really works out. He's the one that settled the pick onto the Wukong, and he gets CC'd 100-0.
Keria Poppy, my boy. Oh my goodness, what an engage. Honestly, let's watch it again, guys.
As look at the combo here, and it's the immediate follow-up that to me seals the deal, right? It's Doran is ready, Owner's there, Faker sets up the wall for the sandwich, and even though BDD and Perfect are trying their best, again, without that Wukong, without that front to back, in these messy skirmishes, T1 is just reigning supreme.
The confidence in each other is what really makes this team elite here for T1. You said it, no hesitation from them. They all go in at the same moment. They all find the engage, they find the kills, and they find themselves almost 5,000 gold in the lead.
It's not just that, look at the levels. Doran is 2 levels up, Owner is 2 levels up, BDD is kind of okay, and indeed, as Kobe nicely points out to me, we already talked about it's 43-2, right? So BDD is the only one that's even because of the Roa, and now, as T1 does, they're going to start up this Baron.
And it's a terrifying position for KT because they know if a single member of their team makes a misstep, the fight very likely ends. The Braum was supposed to be the tool that stopped this dive from Doran, that stopped the dive from Owner from coming through. But if T1 are the ones to kick it off, it just has not been enough.
Seen this one before. Yeah, they don't dare to go for it. We've seen this exact bait a million times. Obviously, Faker does a flash. If they try to arrow, could have made it out, but they don't want to go for it.
Yeah, Faker with his arm guard has a couple of ways to buy some time if you overextend going for the chase. But then you look at the mentality on the other side as KT, and you kind of have to go for one of these plays to pick someone off out of position. You have to hope that you're going to be able to surprise someone with an Ashe arrow and immediately delete them.
When we're looking at Docdom, you highlighted it, that's the arrow. The sustained damage that Ashe can bring to the table is, of course, impactful, even on 2 items. But none of these fights have been long fights. He's been deleted at the start of every single one. So finding that advantage, finding that additional member in a fight, making sure it is a 5v4 in the favor of KT, crucial for the next fight. The combo is still there. The Cyclone, the Equalizer. You can see how KT can find advantage, but it just has not been working out past the 15-minute mark.
I also love that Keria Poppy has the most kills of any single player in the entire game.
Feels apt.
Battle Poppy, baby.
Yeah, look at his items. That helps, right?
Uh-huh, the redemption.
The redemption locket as they're going to start it up.
He's got the TP, he's got the heal, he's ready to move across the map and make plays. Eyes on the Keeper's verdict to see if they can force Cuz out of the pit. 7K, objective getting lower. Owner isolated. Faker off to the side, likely going to have to use the arm guard. Extra shield coming in. Faker, stone cold as he holds the cooldown. Docdam starting to push forward, but he really doesn't have too much damage. Eyes on Perfect and Cuz, the Equalizer, the Cyclone. T1 moving through the choke point, but KT don't have the vision they need. Finally, the ward dropped as T1 once again take control of mid, but happy to just trade a few cooldowns and back away.
And it was the resilience of KT that got them the win against Gen G. That game looked dire as well. TP comes in from Faker, won't have his ult, Zona goes in.
Catch him out, Unbreakable used to kick off the fight. That's the ulti from Gumayushi. Good response coming in from Perfect, but the damage not really enough. Ulti does not connect from Doran. Knockback from Keria takes BDD out of the equation. And once again, it's Doran on top of Docdam. Concussive blows, buy him an additional second. Perfect running, the flick back likely to come through as Faker tries to get the damage down, but now he finds himself in a brief 2v1. Goes Golden. Knocked back into the wall! Keria there right in time as KT are effortlessly dismantled. Doran dropping Perfect as well.
And they're going to at least get the shove. I was kind of wondering whether they wanted to play for the end, but not going to be the case. TP's toward the Baron, and T1 about to close out this game.
Yep, that's a T1 Baron, all right. Here's another look. Owner starts it out early, knowing that they have the rotation up from Faker as well. And so bottom side of the fight, you see Faker coming over while Owner, his ultimate actually expires, and they trade 1-for-1 on those junglers. But since Faker's able to section off the rest of the KT members here, Perfect has to flash, and BDD doesn't get a chance.
And BDD, he flashed onto Owner trying to take him down, but just wasn't perfectly in range. Didn't actually do any damage to him, and then got taken out of the fight, I think, by the Poppy, which meant that they were severely lacking damage there.
And again, Faker, perfect knowledge of his cooldowns in that extended fight. Waits for the Seraph, knows it'll save him. Still has access, crucially, to the Zanyas when BDD and Perfect try to go all in. But now, the Hail Mary. KT betting it all. 5 members strong, but it's a Baron buff empowering T1. As long as they buy time here, they're chipping away at that Red Bull Baron power play. Objective getting lower. Owner waiting over the wall to divide the team coming in from Faker. Denied a bit by Peter, and it's Owner now on the flank looking for Cuz. Not sure if he's found him. Cuz turning right back onto Owner. Owner instantaneously into the back line. The concussive blows there, as is the perfect execution. Carry in the thick of it. Gumayushi and Faker untouched coming over the wall, but it's Faker. Full confidence is the flash, but unfortunately the flip back goes wide. Doran turns it right back with a sundering blow. KT pulling away. Man advantage for the side of T1 being ushered out. Carrier wants to deny it, but he will only be able to isolate. Perfect. The Baron still backing them up. The Dragon in their sights. T1 once again taking a fight.
And an attempt from KT to maybe get a soul point because T1 took that Baron. Not going to end up working out. That's going to be triple Mountain Drakes to come through here. The turn onto Owner actually ended up working out decent, but it's Kendora and is always there to help out his jungler.
Yeah, and he's just annihilating Doctum fight after fight after fight. So even when Owner goes down in the sacrifice, they're able to pull it back. Look at the burst damage there as well at the end. And then Chronicler, once again, Perfect is left out. Well, the rest of the team escapes in the Realm Warp on the edge.
And you can see there's so much damage from this KT top side, but I guarantee if we were to look at the healing, the Owner, that Sundered Sky is doing a ton of work. The shielding coming in from Doran, making it so impossible for KT, even when they spot that member isolated, even when they think that someone like Owner has overstepped, they just cannot finish these crucial kills. On top of that, their reliance on magic damage to burst through health bars being very heavily mitigated by the double Maw of Malmortius for Doran and Owner respectively.
In the moment that Doctum's taken out of the fight, Cuz alone can't really do enough AD damage. And guess what? He's been taken out every single time. As being Ashe against all these dive threats, T1, even though the very early skirmish didn't go their way, are now marching on KT's base.
Final wave of this Red Bull Baron power play. Brought in the mid lane from Faker. Wall to isolate the tower. They want to break open the space, limit the options for KT. T1 outplaying in the fights, and now that they have a lead, they're not looking to give anything away. 3 minutes on the next Baron, 3 minutes on Soul for T1. Is Faker still fishing for the flick back, for the seismic shove? But KT running out of options fast. The damage has not been enough. The positioning, the setups just have not been good enough. And T1 have been more than happy to punish and tear apart this KT team.
So telling that KT is still stuck at 2 pedals, because ever since T1 has gone to control, they haven't been able to play the game. They've just been locked out of objectives, locked out of lanes. And now it's hard to imagine a world where this game 1 can go their way. T1 with the resilience, the experience of this roster. Again, 4 of which were 1 game away from making it 5 Worlds Finals in a row, which would have been even more silly. But their form is not bad either.
Definitely not too shabby. Let's take a look, though, because we're going to teleport up to the top side and look to get our ending push in for T1. Quite probably, as they rotate everybody over to this corner of the map. Bot side, BDD trying to buy some time since the inhibitor is down in this lane. He's pushing it out to try and hopefully for KT set up one of many defenses that they're going to need to fight their way back into this game.
Perfect, going to use the equalizer to clear the way, but it will not stop the tier 2 tower from falling. Does give a bit more time to BDD to get a tower back in response, securing a bounty. But it's still a 9,000 gold difference. I don't even care about the pedal math anymore. All you need to know is it is a lot. It is a lot of lead for the side of T1, and for KT, it will take a miracle or a misstep from the side of T1 to bring them back.
And you already kind of start to think about drafts for the rest of the series as well, as we are in Fearless. And we're seeing why so many teams ban Poppy versus Keria. But then you're thinking, okay, yeah, Keria, he had amazing Poppy ultimates this game. Yeah. He had amazing engages, but are you going to give him Nico? No. Are you going to give him Bard? No. Are you going to give him Renata? It's so hard. This player is just so good.
He got 4 bans in our first draft. Alistair, Renata, you highlighted the Bard and the Nico as well. Obviously, those first 2 a bit more contextual, but when his 5th pick is winning games and team fights, it's a reminder to why this player is held in such high regard, and a reminder to what a glow-up in form he has had. Domestic Keria was solid, right? Still a good support. But this version of Keria, world-class.
Faker also has 100% kill participation on the Talia, by the way. Full 20 for 20 there.
That's 18.
Just kidding. That's why you don't do math.
I was about to say. It's okay. It's okay.
That carry a double kill didn't count. We don't give that one. We don't. That one. Those two just didn't count.
It happens to the best of us.
I felt like
Don't
we
worry
needed a
about it.
comedic break.
Yeah, because barring a KT steal of this next dragon, the game will end on maybe Baron, definitely Mountain Soul.
We do see a Vamp Scepter for Doc Dom. Some Grievous wounds as well, maybe help him heal back up, but of course the range discrepancy is big, but more importantly, third item coming in for Cuz, fourth item for BDD, that death cap. Maybe now if they catch someone out from T1, they'll be able to finish those crucial kills. However, you have the pressure point on the top side from Faker. In the bottom lane, super minions are barreling in. KT, if they make a single wrong choice, they're likely to lose something regardless of the outcome.
And this is just going to be gone if they don't make a play. It's going to be a big Realm Warp. But you're Realm Warping possibly straight into your Doom, and they're not even going to get the chance!
Cuz taken out of the equation, 6K getting lower. KT start to flounder. They decide it's not worth it. They decide they don't want it. Instead, they're going to turn their sights to the Drake, spawning in 4 seconds. T1 already have secured the Baron on the back of a Keeper's Verdict from Keria. Now they might just look to end it here. Flash forward. Perfect execution. Aptly named as Doc Dam takes him down. KT now chasing out as well. BDD trying to well more back into the rest of the team. But Keria once again there to interrupt. Doran unfazed by the magic damage of BDD. It's a double kill coming through. Perfect and Cuz, the last two left standing. But a TP into the base to bring back and seal the deal in game one. T1, what a performance.
And Perfect running for the hills. I don't think his survival is gonna matter as Doran and Keria show a masterclass in this game one. The lane for both, I think, looked a little precarious, but those team fights, man, has a smile on the face of T1's top laner.
Doran was a heat-seeking missile in this game. He found Doctum over and over and over. Analysts, how are you feeling about game number one?
Well, Kobe, T1 is firing on all cylinders, stepping into this final, doing what they do best, honestly, performing in World's Finals and beating KT, Emily.
Wow, you really had to do me like that.
I did.
She did tell me before this she had a surprise because I was like, just come to me first and I'll just be like, this is looking a lot
The surprise
like
is pain.
regular season. I'm very used to this feeling.
Are you?
So thank you for making me feel at home.
It's okay. Are you used to the feeling, though, that KT have such a great early game but then drop the ball?
That's a little different, but you know, sometimes they have it in them. I did really think that KT's early game started off very well. I was expecting the bot lane to be huge, right? And I actually did think the way they played specifically around Peter's Braum, linking up with Cuz, as you can see Cuz's early stats there. Yeah, exactly. I knew you'd agree with me because I'm also talking about your GOAT, but then it all went wrong, Azil.
It did, or it all went right for T1.
True.
And every second counts thanks to reliable Cisco network. Owner turns the tides at Dragon. So I want to rewatch this team fight. A couple crazy things happened in this moment as we'll pull this up and I'll do a telestrator for it. So it is 2.5K gold lead up at the top of the screen. It's 2 Dragons in a row. KT, their early game really could not have gone better. They're going to find what looks to be a brilliant engage on the T1 members here. You know, right snap engage, they go in, equalizer is across so many members. Like, look at the health bars here. You were thinking this is a one fight pretty much for sure from KT from this point, but going to draw your eyes to Dorian on the flanking position, and then also Owner right here. So as Owner goes in, watch this Crescent Guard. The positioning right now looks like there's no way you can actually get through to Doctom, right? Doctom is right here, and Dorian is trying to come up from the bottom. But watch, as the ulti comes through, they both get knocked back, opens up the perfect pathway for Dorian right in onto the Ashe. Are you kidding me? Like, this is ridiculous. How do you pull that off? Like, they have no engage.
And World Championship final, by the way, game one.
Like, that is just insane, man. That is like Shaq and Kobe off the backboard, just like dunking on KT's head.
It's so impressive
crazy
how clean their team fighting is. And I want to bring up something that we touched upon earlier, because your boy Doran, he is showing the heck up in his first game here, where he had we talked so much about how at internationals he's had some pretty big flubs. He himself talked about how much his T1 teammates, the T1 support staff, were helping him feel the T1 magic. His Ambessa was feeling the T1 magic magic in game one.
He was absolutely feeling the magic, and he's helping out T1 now at this point because his ults were just point and click. He's finding the perfect member in every single team fight. They were so low on engage in this comp. He needed to have a big game, and he delivered.
He absolutely did. Also around the Arakan, right? And right now, I was looking at him at this point, saying, is he gonna do it again? Because it could have gotten dicey for T1, but it didn't.
It absolutely could have, and I mean, again, it was Doran showing up in this moment. You know, KT were the ones that try to pull it. He sneaks the ult past the Braum onto Doctum, gets into the backline again, and that just lights out. That's your only chance at the fight.
It's hard because you saw that for KT and BDD. Oh my gosh. It was slipping through their fingers, Emily. I want to hear you craft what we have to expect now, right? KT on the back foot. What are the priorities they have to make? Because I think coming into this draft, we thought they probably had the better draft.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they had a really strong draft for them. I really loved how they used the Braum. I did really love the Cuz-Peter synergy. I think that is a great thing that I want to see KT continue to have. The big thing for me, though, is, again, you have to find a way to be able to stand up to the massive amounts of coordination that are coming out of these T1 team fights. And I will say, I did like how they played around bot lane, so I would take that into game 2 as well.
And you have to find a way to not allow a game like that to shake you. Everything went right. You walked into that dragon fight, the pivotal one, with a massive advantage, and you still lost. And T1 will do that to you, so they have to stay poised. They have to stay confident. Everything they did in the early minutes was fantastic. They should look to repeat it.
Yeah, Gen G wasn't able to take more than one game off of them, so hopefully they hope that it goes the same way versus T1 today for KT. They are on the back foot, but they'll come back stronger in game 2, I'm sure of it. And let's also check out what's coming up next in Teamfight Tactics.
As a child, you would wait and watch from far away. You always knew that you'd be the one that would guide their old fate. And you'd lay awake at night and scheme.
The shapes I used to take, hollow like a stone, but it's easier to push. 'Cause they could all end here with strange daylight colored eyes, and my shadows stretching out through all the things I left behind. I'm still
안녕하세요. KT 피터입니다. 오늘 이렇게 촬영장에 좀 결승 촬영장에 와봤는데요.
이 촬영장이 약간 결승을 향해 가는 길을 대리석처럼 표현해놔가지고 좀 이쁘게 나올 것 같고 기대가 됩니다.
안녕.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance to get.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
So slow.
I told you I was done with basic browsers.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, he won by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
It will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji! They are just going to ace them!
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners! Locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in! Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight!
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Something new.
KT keeps going, but now they want to turn it right back. Instantaneous equalizer. Keria locked up. Rumble coming in, but denied. Keria wants to knock Perfect out of the fight, but it might not matter because it's Doran into the back line. Owner stays standing. Cause taken down. T1 fire back.
No matter the early deficit, T1, they still win the team fight. They still get the dragon, and they're looking for BDD.
On the hunt for BDD, but there's just nowhere for him to go. In the blink of an eye, KT's lead disappears. Welcome back to the World Finals, where T1 are up 1-0 against KT. KT tried their best in the early game. It felt like they might have found the formula, but T1 Magic struck again. Their team fighting absolutely flawless. And as we get ready for Game 2, both teams looking at the draft, knowing that it is fearless, seeing what options are available to them.
And a lot has been expanded here when it comes to cooldowns or cards for both teams. Right, we're not going to see the BDD for Taliyah, which I do think has been his best champion this tournament. And I really want to hone in on what, for me, went wrong. And I think it was not the early game where the set plays really ended up working out, but it's as soon as the map opened up. And I think that is something that, to me, is really hard to fix from game to game. Because if you end up with a bad draft, your lanes don't feel good, that's easy to pinpoint. You know, you draft something else and you're feeling better. But getting out macroed and getting out team fight is a little harder to fix.
Especially when the KT players have all really emphasized specifically team fighting in a lot of their interviews afterwards. You know, Perfect gave one, Peter gave one as well, where they specifically talked about this being such a big strength and them wanting to focus on those mid and late game team fights. That is where they're going to have to bring it together. So when you're thinking of team fights and how to construct those, I'm thinking of Trundle and tanks, and we already see a Trundle ban. So KT being on blue side, the priority for Sion just goes through the roof. If there is no Trundle, Sion has just been God.
Certainly has been. So as we get into the first round of picks, the final round of bans here, at least in Phase 1, and Champ Select powered by Omen and HyperX, we're looking at the Nico, a potential first pick angle. Both the Nico and the Bard were banned against Keria in Game 1, and T1 have a choice. Do they want to risk giving this up? The answer is yes, but as you highlighted, the Sion is available in a world without Trundle.
So there is Sion available. I think this is a B1 Nico. To me, feels like a no-brainer. It was Peter who, for a period of this year, was genuinely the best Nico in the LCK. Found incredible engages on it, but it's also the Yone this time around open for BDD. Now that is obviously something matchup dependent. Last time they banned it because they played the Taliyah, which can really struggle post-6. We'll see if the Sion to me does feel inevitable as highlighted, but what else is T1 going to pick up here?
And then you have to worry about how effective do you feel like the Rek'Sai counter into Sion is? Because we have seen varying levels of success or failures of players using it. I think that Perfect definitely can use that very effectively and, you know, get some early CS lead, get some early turret plates if they do it. So as expected, the Sion go down because of the Trundle ban, and then I'm already thinking of KT, possible Rek'Sai there for Perfect in answer to get his own kind of lane counter.
And Jarvan, to me, really goes up in value once both Poppy and Taliyah are out. Both of those are not available, so that does mean that it's a lot harder to immediately and easily punish this champion.
Definitely the case, but anytime, of course, the Sion is locked in, I'm keeping just in the back of my mind, the potential of a swap. Looking at that bot lane 2v2, knowing how effective Sion can be in those swaps at just withstanding pressure, but KT debating how they want to respond to this J4. Vi, a champion who pro players have loved for so long, but a champion that often has struggled to find impact on the world stage. You can see 4 wins, 12 losses.
And you want to get a kill combo with that Vi for your mid laner here for BDD. Are they going to drop BDD's pick, or are they going to drop the top lane answer into Sion here? I guess you could say, Perfect, just play a tank or something, and you don't necessarily have to go the Rek'Sai answer into it, and so they could invest in the other lane.
I do like relying on BDD's champion pool and just making sure Perfect's comfortable. This is one of the champions that he has played. And one thing that T1 does have to be careful about is that already they are looking to go towards a 2-carry composition. And that is something that I do think the Vi, Nico specifically, can punish really well, because Sion and Jarvan early game actually do bring out a surprising amount of damage. Jarvan is fine going later into the game, But when you have enough dive to guarantee that one of the two members will be taken out, you might struggle. That's why I like the Sivir pickup. Sivir is one of those carries that is very hard to lock down. One of the picks that's good into is already alongside him with that Jarvan that can actually reliably lock it down. So I think the Sivir prio here makes a ton of sense.
Of course, securing that Rek'Sai, as you highlighted, does cost at least one champion from BDD with the Yone banned away. And we already have a support pick locked in for Peter. We mentioned it in Game 1, and we should say it again. Bot lane 2v2, incredibly important for both these teams. We saw in Game 1, KT with bot prio, able to run the map for the first 15 minutes. The question is, can they set that same thing up again?
And there's also the fact that one of the best champions we've seen with Nico, one of the most impressive, is Corki, where Sivir actually has a good matchup into Corki, which frees up a ban for T1, which most likely... Okay, I actually was going to... I thought that they were going to throw all of it on BDD, instead going to take away the Kai'Sa here for Dokkan with Vi, with Rek'Sai, and with Nico. Makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, it's just too good of a Kai'Sa angle there for KT, the dive, so wanting to deny that one makes a lot of sense. Faker Galio as well gets taken off the board. The protection not going to be there.
And the question is, how much emphasis do they want to put on giving full information to Keria before he goes for his counter pick? Obviously, you know what support you're playing against, but a 2v2 a lot more complicated than that. Going to opt, it looks like, to give that counter pick to Faker to make sure that he is really set up for success and to use this Lulu to ensure that Keria can do whatever he wants in these fights.
And with the Lulu, you have extra safety for one of the two carries that you're going to get, right? It also is a lane that can actually be quite oppressive, particularly when paired with something that shoves well.
Looking kind of at the options remaining for KT, the Ezreal certainly feels like he can stay at arm's length, gets out of the J4 kind of threat and pressure quite easily. That said, I am looking at the T1 lineup waiting for a big source of damage. Sivir takes a lot of time to scale up. You have a lot of amazing front-to-back tools for T1, but with Azir and Orianna banned away, where does Faker want to go with this counter pick?
Yeah, maybe the Victor, maybe the Mel that he has liked. Mel, maybe save that one actually later for later in Fearless. But some sort of control mage that does output a lot of damage like you're talking about, like the Victor. Only problem would be then that you would be very vulnerable to the dive that KT are showing.
And this is what I'm wondering about is, what are you going to pick here?
Oh, they stole it away!
It actually is stolen. That's crazy to me because I was looking at something that pairs well with Vi. And I think the issue here is that a lot of champions who would want to go with Vi are things that dive as well. Like, think about the Akali, for example. But you can't really blind those at the risk of getting counterpicked. And instead, BDD says, give me the Mel, a pick that has been rising in prio this tournament. And I like Victor when it comes to a two-carry composition. But you do need to get to your items because the early game for this comp is not looking too hot.
And I think that we have to hope, or at the very least the KT fans have to hope, that BDD's first game on Mel isn't his first ever game, but just his first competitive game, as we did see with Owner and Mundo early on, and now you're against Faker's Sylas. Front page of Reddit, we've watched it play 100 times. It was Medic last year, an incredible World Finals call. Faker stealing away that ultimate from Rakan to make an incredible game-winning play. And let me tell you, there are a lot of incredible ults for him to take once again.
And I'm definitely looking at the Nico ultimate for sure, too. If he can find Peter, if he can steal the Nico ultimate, the engage there would be huge.
I do think, though, with the Sylas, it really does help you with the early game issue that you otherwise might struggle with. Obviously, Sylas also, once you are able to get on top of the Mel doesn't have the ability like she does against many others to kind of create space with her W. But I do think it makes the composition a little awkward. It patches your early game issue, but I do think now you have a composition that on one hand wants to play for the Sivir and really try to play that classic front to back, keep safe, absorb the initial dive that comes through, but Sylas kind of does the opposite. So we'll see how T1 is able to navigate that, because I do think if they would have gone for the Victor, like the first item, spike or two, really doesn't feel that impressive to me.
And I feel like KT in the later stages of the draft actually drafted themselves some versatility here, since they indexed very heavily into range with both Ezreal and Mel having very long range. They can try and go for some poke damage early as well and try and force the shorter range T1 squad to do the engaging on them and look for a possible counter.
And as we get into Game 2 here, remember to log in to your Riot account on lolesports.com and watch Worlds live to earn exclusive World emotes, icons, and capsules. Ooh. But you might not have time. You might want to wait until after whatever is happening here continues to happen, because Keria running for his life. Faker there to body block any potential follow-up damage. Standard comes down, gives enough information to know that KT is backed away, but KT making an aggressive level 1 play to seize control of this early jungle.
And we do see KT again going for a very aggressive invade. These level 1 plays in the early laning phase was something where KT was just straight up better in game number 1. So to try to leverage that again. Not really going to lean to anything meaningful this time around. Carry didn't have anything forced. He will be there with the main wave. So unfortunately for KT, no big advantage found as Perfect doing a little bit of scouting here, but they are on the ward, so I don't think either Faker or Owner is going to fall for anything. And no swaps to come through. And we do have both junglers again pathing from that top side towards bot.
And reminder for anyone who didn't keep up with KT, who has just been here for this fever dream of a run to finals, that while everyone has stepped up with this lineup at Worlds, it was the mid jungle that really brought this team together, that got them across the finish line. And when you look at Cuz and BDD, right, these are guys who have played together for so damn long, and now anytime KT's backs are against the wall, these are the players that we look at to really make the difference and stand up.
Certainly so. Such a long history playing together, multiple teams, multiple years, and they really do trust each other and have talked about how much it means to them to be here on this stage.
And it's also recently a story of almost, right? As we're going in again.
Of level 2 on the bottom side as well. Doctum and Peter getting aggressive. Ezreal, before that first back where he has to invest money in tier, can be so lethal as long as those Mystic shots are connecting.
They are there. And this time it's Doctum that actually wins the arm race, right? He's the one with teleport, and Gumayushi doesn't, because as Ezreal, you are given the liberty of doing so because your kit has a built-in escape. That's something that I think T1, even though it wasn't necessarily that flashy, did actually end up using very well. We saw them out macro KT once they got control, really applying a ton of pressure to the lanes. As right now, both junglers pathing towards that bot side, and Guma not having flash available might be looking for something there because both of them very strong early ganks as well.
Definitely true. Cuz continuing to clear out the red buff and really need to continue to keep our eyes on the bottom lane. The flash, of course, expended, the heal expended, so a potential vulnerable point. Meanwhile, on the top side, Perfect, a lot of sustain, but really hasn't been able to wrest control of the lane in terms of overall priority. Constantly, however, threatening the knockup just to stop Doran from forcing this wave all the way in.
Yeah, the sustain on Rek'Sai, so nice, and these tank matchups will eventually start to whittle him down and look for the extra pressure there. Meanwhile, speaking of pressure,
Owner wrapping around BDD, false sense of security because his bot lane is moving first, but the jungler already there. Nice initial sidestep, flash backwards onto Faker. The root connects, good damage from BDD, but he can't quite finish the kill. And the flash expended means advantage to the side of T1.
You'll take that if you're Owner. That means that once you hit 6, that is a Mel without an escape. If you do find your ultimate, BDD will be able to maintain his pressure on this lane, but he does have to pay for it heavily.
And the critical part is that T1, they don't overextend the play because Cuz and Peter were on the way there, and now they're looking at Guma.
KT getting aggressive, just knocking down Gumayushi, taking first blood as Peter flawlessly turns into the Canyon minion to eat countless tower shots.
We've seen this so many times, and it actually does get old seeing that happen again. Nico turning into the cannon so you can get that massive.
I'm right there with you, Kobe. It does get old.
You can just keep tanking tower shots. This one wasn't too egregious because didn't have to take quite as many, but they pull off that play. And this was, again, Peter and Cuz playing together. They had linked up and they were looking to counter the mid play. Then after the mid play, they just turn their sights, wrap around towards bottom side of the map, and they find the value there.
Now T1 resetting, putting Guma on the top side, knowing that he needs a bit more time. This is one of the downsides of Sivir. We know her to be this wave clear machine. She can take control of mid. She can empower these dive threats, and she can be a late game carry. But early on, if she falls behind, she doesn't do a lot. T1 trying to get some more resources in Gumayushi's pocket, trying to give him time to stack the coal so that he can be relevant in the fights to come.
And KT are off to another good start here. And for them, I imagine coming in, Scores has talked to them to. The early game was great. A lot of the things there went well. We're able to generate a lot of leads across the board. Early dragon stacking plus the grubs, but it was actually following through and not giving T1 any opportunities. We know how much resilience this team has. We've seen them do it again and again and again at Worlds. As a little bit of damage on the door, but he's silent in a 1v2, so he'll be fine. So for KT, that's my test. The objectives early, I trust that they can get, but can they actually keep that pressure up?
And this is one of the advantages of the Scion, right? No real hard CC to interrupt the decimating smash here in that bottom lanes means Perfect can be more at risk when he steps forward to clear. Luckily for him, however, Gumayushi is behind. There's not a lot of damage threat there. And it's Peter playing with fire, roaming into T1 jungles, giving perfect information to Cuz, Owner. Might have a false sense of security here. Doesn't have information on Cuz. Peter now committing a little bit more. Q over the wall, the Vault Breaker, immediate route to follow, but Owner going to flash to safety, uses the smite to secure the grubs.
Would you say worth?
I would say definitely worth. I mean, Peter and Cuz, again, we keep on highlighting.
No, for Owner, because he got Grump. Yeah, come on, Kobe. You're a jungler.
I'm going to go, yeah, sure, I'll go worth there for Owner, flash for Grump. But honestly, highlighting, you know, Peter and Cuz once again, doing the setup work there for the jungler to come over, and we'll see. Can they actually punish?
And actually, yeah, I love this from T1 because last time it was KT that were set up early in River where they were able to generate some big leads. This time the trap is the opposite. Perfect has made his way onto Guma, but just doesn't have the damage yet. Not enough items yet to actually friend this Sivir, but does get the barrier.
Crucially does get that summoner. It is a small advantage, but it could matter in the next few minutes. T1, as you highlighted, though, get the initial setup, get the initial vision down, so know that they're safe here to take the first Drake of the game. KT with a small gold lead, but T1 balancing it out with this Cloud Drake. Cuz on the top side means no contest to come through, and T1 doing a better job of not giving away too much control in this game too.
Dragon secured in the aftermath, and now you also get your level 6 here for Owner, so we'll see if they can actually apply that pressure to the mid lane. They did burn BDD's flash, but look at it, it's almost back up here, a quarter of the way to go for BDD, and Cuz is doing the work to get him some extra vision around mid lane, try and bridge that extra little timer, the window where you would be vulnerable to a J4 ultimate.
Might have also been the reason why KT they really didn't want to commit to that fight, because if Owner just ults onto BDD and Faker gets on top of him, like, what do you do? There isn't really any counterplay for the Mel, who, again, likes to play at range, slowly stack up that passive. Ultimate is available for BDD, so that execute might end up being valuable in the fights to come, and there is that stolen Nico. I think by far the best out of all of those, unless you really want to go for a very specific play with, like, the Vial. But generally, that Nico ult gets so much value. Silas has many ways to get on top of his opponents. Between his rocket belters, there he goes.
Middle onto Peter, catches the real target carry there for the follow-up. Flash out from Peter, forced to use the heal as well. And of course, while he's really far away from that ultimate, not having that for the fight when he finally does, that flash is going to be critical.
Yeah, double summoners off of the Nico, off of Peter could be very big. Is going to mean that KT will start up these grubs though, and Peter heals up off those honey fruit.
And Faker doesn't have his ultimate available, so that might be the reason why T1 is a little bit hesitant. And also, this time, their skirmishing just isn't quite as strong, right? In the previous game, I think that they had so much power there.
BDD.
Not quite the case here.
Getting aggressive, access to the golden clips is there. Wants to reflect a bit of the damage back onto Faker, but not quite in kill range yet. Crucially, though, Faker no flash because of the previous play. Cuz still does have access to that ulti as we hear the farm alarm on the top side. Doran there just in time to clear out the wave.
I like it. You know, we're setting up some of these early fights, or really, I wouldn't call them, for the LCK standard, these are fights.
Yeah, it's fair.
You know,
early fist fights, an absolute bloodbath.
Yes.
1 kill at 9 minutes.
I'm glad you guys are appreciating it with me. That's very nice. But we are seeing
less a war, more of like a telecom skirmish. Telecom scouting mission.
A telecom polite, you know, discussion between the two. Oh, you will take Dragon? We will take Grubs. That's very nice. Thank you very much.
Deal. Honestly, though, I think we might be in for a long stretch of farming for Guma. Yeah. You know, you talked about it earlier on. The Sivir here does need multiple items to really have that extra pressure, and the team is built around a Sivir Lulu comp here. While there's possibilities elsewhere.
Nice side set from BDD, just barely able to get away. Vault Breaker coming in for Cuz, opts not to flash. The turn back from Owner is solid. Faker now on the way in himself, trying to use the golden clips to keep things going. The Ezreal ulti across the top. BDD grabbing one. Faker will turn it back, but he's under the tower, and it's Cuz to take him down.
And it's the subterfuge from KT. Cuz actually spotted that Owner was there. So BDD says, let's go for the play. He's ready to make sure that Owner and Faker don't get on top of him. And once they do, they're too close to the turret, and it's a big win for KT.
Yeah, nicely done by BDD, flashing under, and then roots Faker under the tower so that they can get the 2-for-1, get the 3 kills here for the feats of warfare in the aftermath. And this is even with the beginning of the play is actually quite nice from Owner because he uses his Unstoppable from Jarvan ultimate to avoid the CC from Cuz as he comes back in. But then Faker into the tower range, and BDD is able to at least root him before he goes down.
And it's BDD starts it up with a two-man root, and then also is the one that secures it. And for me, nothing tells the story of these two players together more than Cuz like, BDD, I'll flash. It's fine, I'm going to set you up for that kill. I'm going to make sure you get your execute, and I'm going to make sure that we win this play.
And while earlier on we had about 1,000 gold lead for KT, it hadn't resulted in any major item completion, so the game still felt close. But now it's Cuz with the Sundered Sky ahead of schedule, ahead of the next Drake in 1 minute, and that is a massive early game spike.
Cuz, again, I mean, he started last game with a really early spike as well. The Wukong, lots of early money, got to the Trinity Force very early on, and it just came down to the Dragon fights where T1 were able to turn around. This time around, though, since they're running the Sivir, and we do kind of project a longer term for T1's kind of attempts at the turnarounds, this probably should be KT with some really comfortable setups. Look at how deep their vision is on the bottom side of the map, and attempting another dive.
He's low, but reinforcements, I think, will be on the way, and it looks like the wave isn't in a position for them to actually make it happen as perfect. I'm a little scared there, but Doran can't clear the wave in time. But Faker being this low does mean that Prio is there for KT. He does have TP, but they're not letting him.
No mana for Doc Dom, still advancing forward, knowing that he has Peter behind him to cover. Will now retreat. Tension starts to fade, top side, the TP coming back from Doran, checking in on the sums. Obviously no flash for BDD, no flash for Cuz. Owner's flash available, could be big in the coming fights. Completed items for both sides, jungle mid.
Oh, this is big though, because Doran at the TP top, he can use his ultimate to join the fight, but Perfect actually finishes a Titanic Hydra, and thanks to the proxy, will be trying to arrive as soon as possible, even without TP available.
No vision control of the pit. Finally a ward is dropped, but it might not matter. Peter with flash available.
There's the ult.
Cuz off to the side. Ulti from Doran's not going to catch anybody, but it might have zoned KT away enough. Doran likely to give his life here, but the Drake already down in favor of T1. On the hunt, popped. Perfect tunneling out to safety. T1 got what they came for. They're going to make a hasty retreat. They don't want the 5v5. Content trading that ulti of Doran for the Drake.
We'll see if they're able to get anything out of it, or if that is just going to be it. KT don't expend any major cooldowns. I think BDD and Doctor we're going to have to TP regardless. We'll get Doran's ult, but that's not really enough. The Prio will continue with 2 Drakes early for T1. Definitely a big win.
Yeah, nice setup, and then, as you say, Doran coming down. Good ultimate from him to zone them off, secure it.
Ulti to cancel carry is reset. Doctor, I'm going to push one more wave. Likely has the Trinity Force in base, but just wants to deny a few more resources from Guma, who has done a good job of evening out what was an early game deficit. Has picked up the Essence Reaver, can essentially infinitely wave clear in mid if he's able to access that creep wave.
What do you see Duckdom shoving this wave? Looking for his base. Trinity Force will be ready for the Ezreal. 1 item spikes to come through for every member of KT. Close to for T1 as well. Really only waiting for Doran. Neither support has that yet, as in about a minute, this Herald fight, I think, going to be a big breaking point. And we'll see if T1 needs to fight. I do again want to echo T1. I don't think need to fight this, but knowing them, I think it's fairly likely that they will.
Would be fun to watch for sure. Trinity Force spike for Doctum, definitely very big here, so we expect KT to go set up towards that side of the map fairly quickly here. Only 45 seconds left on the clock, so they're going to transition their extra resources over this way. Doctum and Peter here first control the mid wave, and then wait for Cuz to rotate.
Keeping good pressure, of course. That Trinity Force completed is big. Hard for Guma to step up, even with the shielding that Keria can provide. Luckily for them, at least, Guma has the red buff, a bit of extra sustain. The battle over mid-prio has begun. Remember in game 1, it was Guma on the lethality bars, infinitely pushing mid-waves that made so much of KT trying to advance that lead feel pretty impossible.
This time it's Doctum that can do it into 1v2, right? Being Ezreal, being really hard to punish. I also want to echo, last game it was the Poppy. This time for Keria, on the Lulu, offensively, he doesn't get to have nearly as much agency, but he can kind of fulfill the same role. And Cuz is currently sitting on the biggest individual lead we have in the game. If he goes in too aggressively and he gets hit by either the Poppy W, he gets ulted on, and gets knocked in the air by a wild growth, he needs to be very careful about how he picks his fights, because again, T1, there's only 2 big carries, but this early on, the damage is still there as BDD.
BDD potentially caught out. Layering into CC a little bit off. BDD unstoppable for a brief moment, ready to use the ulti, but Faker has stolen one away. The goal in the clips, but the follow-up is there from Peter. Makes it a 1-for-1. Vault Breaker coming in. Faker just CC'd for an eternity. The Kingslayer healing not available in time as Cuz is on a killing spree.
So T1's idea was to make the quick play before the Rift Herald fight, but KT, they close the trap, they get 2 back for themselves, and the teleport from Doran does signal they want something.
I need to be careful. Tower going to fall. Likely not enough damage to kill Doran, but at least zoning him away as they set their sights on the objective. Herald already started. Cuz will secure it uncontested.
I did get tricked by Peter being Mel there. I'm like, oh, 11, good amount of... No, they don't have damage. The play still works out, though, very nicely for KT. They get Doran's TP, they're able to get topside turret, and Herald, this time there's no Talia in the game. That mid lane turret feels like it's sure to fall. And whereas last time, KT wasn't able to actually break the game, it feels like this time they're closer than they were able to in game 1 as this turnaround and the reinforcements for KT were beautiful.
Again, T1, they want to go after BDD. They want to take down the star player there for KT, but it is the rest of the team that assembles and they get there in time. T1 knew that KT were trying to do vision setup work over by the Rift Herald, so they knew they had to make that play really quickly. But being unable to do so means that not only do they lose the extra kill, but they also lost the objective. So now Rift Herald Eyeball in Cuz's inventory will allow KT to really press this lead. That thing basically is going to guarantee you another tower, and they can truly open up this gold lead.
Owner doing what he can with the standard to regain control of vision. And I gotta say, BDD has been really solid on the Mel. The use of the rebuttal to buy time has made what should be an easy kill combo of this Jarvan paired with the Sylas really just take far too long to finish off what should be a very vulnerable control mage.
And when Faker and Owner are trying to attack him and they dive these towers, he's getting roots off on them under tower aggro.
Of course, Cuz is the big beneficiary when it comes to those kills, though. 1.2k individual lead, BDD from the assists, and a bit of a farm advantage, holding on to a decent lead of his own, has opted for a bit of healing reduction. Going to make things that much harder for Owner and Faker as the charge comes through.
And last time, this was the point where T1 turned the game. The lead this time is bigger for KT, but I think T1 don't want to let them get this dragon, want to get soul point themselves.
Faker's ulti available. Needs to hijack the ulti of Peter. Chip really starting to hurt onto Doran. Catch over the wall onto Cuz, the most fed member. They're immediately going to delete him, and the rest of KT try to pull the trigger, but they can't quite find the angle. BDD docked him. They've got the range advantage. Peter waiting to peel for them if necessary. Perfect. Spots them in the darkness. The Tremor Sense showing him what he needs to see, but they've stopped moving or have moved out of range. He can't be certain now. The Q from Doran moving in. Peter still gets the ulti. It's a golden eclipse from BDD. A new dawn for KT in game 2, but T1 are unconcerned. Guma, Keria standing, the bot lane. Will it be enough? BDD trying to buy her back, but it's Gumayusi fearlessly advancing, ricocheting, tearing through the dreams of KT.
Guma with the moves at the end. He gets the extra kills and cleans up for T1.
And Keria, I think he got the timing there on the polymorph perfectly as Faker with a blind chain. The follow-up is immediate, but the most important members on KT are still alive.
That play.
As we will take a look here as they attempt to turn onto Peter. And even though it doesn't quite work out, I think Doran was looking for the flash ult. Peter gets the ult off, which allows BDD to dish out damage. But watch here, Owner's low, and Perfect can't use his ult. If he stays alive, if he's able to get the execute, maybe that could have been enough.
So close, and then the Glitter Lance slows Doctum.
Another fight breaking out in the meantime. Guma potentially caught out Cuz, looking for a bit of revenge. Owner doesn't quite make it over the wall with the flag and drag, but the ball breaker taking him to safety, and Gumayusi does not care. Look at that record at the bottom of your screen. He might have faltered in the early game. He might have been behind in game 1 and game 2, but this man is a team-fighting demon. The dragon starting to fall. Turn back from Faker as he catches out Doctum. Cuz there to try and peel, but it is too late. Owner moving in. A cataclysm across the top side. Perfectly canceled. BDD flashing over the wall. Gumayusi still living. Perfect on the chase. Peter wants to fire back. Cuz running for the hills. 2 down on the side of T1. But Guma might be enough. Perfect gets the bite. Tears right through him, and now it's Owner picked off as well. KT fighting for their lives. BDD still standing crucially. The extra damage Doran set to fall. A double kill for the KT mid laner.
And BDD stands supreme on the mill. Stays alive through it all. And that is going to be the Otacon.
BDD said in the trailer that he was inspired to become a mid laner by Faker's play, and he was inspired to pick Mel in this game by Faker, and he's dominating on the Mel. Clutches it back up, and it's after a huge play from Faker, but BDD is able to use the ultimate to snipe him at the end.
And it's an overplay here. T1 try the force the hand. They waited in game 1, but they're not actually able to get on top of BDD, who flashes over the pit, and then Peter ensures that Perfect can get on top of Guma, and all the while BDD just stacking up the passive, getting the damage down, and this is a really crucial teamfight win here for KT.
The funniest part to me is that while BDD was chasing down the last of those kills, Cuz was actually just doing blue buff.
He was almost dead.
He was like, you guys got this. He's going to steal away the blue buff.
You got it, buddy.
Yep. They also grab the dragon in the aftermath. So KT retaking this team fight really is meaningful. They put a stop to the T1 dragon stacking.
And you can see how team fights go wrong for T1. Even though Gumayusi's been allowed to live for so long in these fights, if Doran and Owner don't quite have the damage to finish these kills, it's really hard for Guma to get in position to follow up, to chase down here. He has so many members of this team to work through, and T1, despite the deficit, have been fighting very well, but KT clearly upping their game in this draft and in this performance in game 2.
And that's one of the issues that we did see with the Sylas, right? Because you have this hyper carry in Gumayusi, who has the backup of the Lulu as well. But Faker, he is very cooldown gated, and he has been falling behind thus far, has been going for a lot of plays. And as we all know, Faker ain't no coward. He's going to keep going for those plays. But he does need to line up with the rest of his team. And I think that his role, particularly as we get deeper into the game, needs to be one of a little bit more restrained. Because the damage from Doran and Owner is going to become less and less relevant as the game goes on.
Gumayusi, the hope for T1 to carry a lot of the DPS for later on. I still think some of these looks from Faker have been good looks as far as the initial pick, but the counterplay from KT has been so good, especially in that last one, grabbing the extra kills. And now you're looking at BDD over a 2,000 individual gold lead and trying to create his death cap right now. As soon as BDD gets death cap, this Mel is already obliterating people. It is just going to delete members of T1.
Already has that XP advantage too. And this is something that it's just going to make the game so difficult for T1 because, yes, diving on the Mel is good, but if you make one mistake, we've seen he's already able to turn these fights with his damage, and that number's only going to be going up.
We're also seeing the lack of mid lane turret actually being really rough for T1, right? You need to play so much safer, especially because your support is Lulu. You don't really have the ability to just go in and face check, really easily regain control. You always need a bodyguard. You need someone to make sure. And this is, for me, also a great opportunity to really shout out Perfect, because I think his we've seen, as we highlighted coming in, Rek'Sai has been both great and very mediocre. I don't think thus far he has been able to find the backline axis as Cousin Faker wants teammates going to take a glance at one another. Nothing's going to happen now. But the Otacon already taken by KT. Their next site's going to be on either the Baron in a minute or that Dragon. Second Drake for them. Coming up in about 2 minutes.
Neither side at Soul Point quite yet, although T1 certainly would love to be set up for it, especially with that Sivir just continuing to scale. How durable those team members can become, but Baron, more important, 43 seconds, Perfect trying to push in this wave. A lot of damage to finish that tower up, and now makes it pretty easy. It's just such a goofy champ.
It is.
You want a fist fight, he just tunnels away.
I just hope that jungle Rek'Sai doesn't get nerfs for all this top lane Rek'Sai.
This is what you have to accept.
That was from the pros.
It's collateral damage, Kobe.
Be happy that she's played, okay? Having a great time, tunneling away, getting the turrets.
That's how Kobe felt about Volibear, and then look what they did to Volibear. It got nerfed.
You want to talk about it?
I do not. What I want to talk about is what you guys brought up earlier, and it is the supporting cast for BDD on this team. because it is so heartwarming hearing the interviews from all of the KT members talking about how they want to perform well for BDD so that he can shine the brightest. Peter especially talking about he really wants it for BDD because BDD deserves it. And so we've seen a lot of, the Nico play, him still just getting off Nico ultimate as he's about to die, trying to get these setup plays. Those double roots between him and BDD have been very critical. Now, though, Doran is looking at Doctom.
Doctom, unaware of the Scion, but knows that he has relative safety. Has to be careful about walking forward towards that brush. And Doran, perfectly placed and baited. Doctom, far too confident.
Doran lying in wait, makes Scion look like an assassin here. Walks into the charged up Q, and that is the perfect play.
Such a good sell there as well, but KT, they're turning the tables on them.
Quiet.
Want to start the sneak.
Quiet.
Oh, no. I think they're there you go. They're aware.
Now they spot it, but how quickly are they taking it? It's a Mel with a death cap.
We don't know. Look at where Owner is.
Now ready to turn back. But still, Cuz continues to hit the target. BDD ready to clear the wave. Doran not afraid to walk up. He knows they don't really have the damage to finish the kill.
Doran smells it.
Cuz 9K, but he is determined to take this objective. The blast shield keeping him relatively healthy. BDD poking off to the side. Gumayushi for now uncontested. Rebuttal already used. 4 seconds till Doctom is up and available. And he has the TP.
I actually love this stall from KT. They're able to deny the soul point.
Pulling away T1 from that dragon for now. Doran is going to go back for his recall. He was the one with the watchful eye staring at them at the Baron. KT, though, as you say, they're going to teleport right down to that dragon and start it themselves.
And I think it makes sense that T1 gives it up because looking at the spikes, Guma didn't have his IE, just now finishes it, and BDD did have his death cap. So fighting just before, really your main hyper carry has that crucial third item breakpoint. Definitely not the right call, but it's really the confidence of KT to say, hey, you killed Doctom, that's fine, we're going to put some pressures. He finishes the Serpent's Fang, which against Lulu and Scion, going to get a ton of value.
And now we get to see the critical point. Can the Sivir with 3 items outplay this KT, dive plus Mel damage? Because Mel has very long range. Sivir, while she does do well in team fights later on and can ricochet and make use of Lulu very well, sometimes it is hard to play around longer range champions like Mel poke damage and Ezreal poke damage here. So have to be cognizant both of the engages from the Nico as well as dodging a lot of skill shots.
And again, we're looking at Guma to be the difference. Doctom has really been kind of silenced by the attention that T1 have paid to him, by his own misstep in the mid lane. At 3 items, matching Sivir isn't really where you want to be on the Ezreal. Has gone for the Serpent's Fang, but in the face of crit itemization, it's going to be so hard to match the damage that Sivir is bringing to the table.
Everyone holding their breaths for the next team fight to see if KT can turn this gold lead into a team fight victory for one of these critical objectives. Baron is on the map. Scuttle Crabs have transformed. They can pop this and then immediately clear out the rest of the vision and then try and draw T1 over.
I love it when, we talk about these players, we're like, oh man, they're doing so, and then you look at the damage charts, I'm like, yeah, that tracks. This to me is a breaking point for the world's title. If KT are unable to actually take this game, you're going down 0-2 against the most successful org of all time. That's perfect. Will get spotted, but is Rek'Sai, so should be okay for now. But for KT, they haven't been able to really break the game. This gold lead has, I think it was the highest, like maybe 4.5K. It's kind of been stymied, and it will all just come down to do you kill Guma, yes or no? And with both sums up, with a Scion, with a maybe defensive ult from Faker, if he can get that Nico ult, and Keria, it's going to be easier said than done.
Absolutely. Game 1, it felt like 2 to 3K gold lead. This game, 4.5, as you said. If that's not enough to close, you start to wonder if any lead really is. T1 have not played flawlessly. Faker and Owner over pushing a bit. It's what's given BDD this massive lead on top of, being able to play those side lanes so well. But now level 16 for BDD. He has the tools. He has the damage to carry these fights. But can all of KT execute together? Because T1 thus far in the series have just been playing the team fights better.
It all comes down to this. The final series of the year for League of Legends. Can KT make their stand? They've got vision on Baron. Currently, I believe we're just awaiting the Guardian Angel completions. It should be very similar for both Owner as well as Cuz, but it's just such a huge breakpoint for junglers. both of them being the heavy engage. And so then we'll get to see at the next Dragon, the confrontation here, or if someone is able to maneuver some vision around the Baron. He's got a lot of tunnels available to him.
Nothing gonna happen for now. And maybe both teams don't want to run the risk of just starting Baron, right, with the amount of damage that's available on either side. KT, though, definitely going to play for vision here, and their damage, if BDD is there with the W from Cuz, definitely can do a lot of denting to that Baron.
TP up towards the mid lane, coming in from Doran. T1 seemingly ready and willing to force the fight here. They have bot push in their favor. They know Perfect must respond, so they have a brief window of opportunity to take control of the pit.
Interesting breakpoint, too, because Cuz finished this Guardian Angel, but Owner did not. So they have one extra life here for KT for the moment. Doesn't look like T1 are going to give them much just yet.
And because of the lack of soul point, both teams can actually just go for Baron. If the other one over-invests onto a Camtech soul, I do think that this is one of those games where particularly T1 will get a crazy amount of value out of it. Both the shielding and the amount of help that's available to healing as Cuz walks in. We'll just steal away that buff.
Takes the blue buff. Bot wave pushed in favor of KT. Top wave pushed in favor of T1. Docdom using the Ezreal ulti to try to get control of the wave, but the angle's a little bit off. Shouldn't matter too much. Mystic Shot still giving him the range advantage over Guma. Area healing up as he does get sniped by it. Well caught, Chronicler. Of course, and this is the point of the game where, as much as I would love to tell you that the center of your screen matters, this is really just about the mini-map. It's about the pushing waves. It's about who can find these little advantages. Good news for KT, getting that TP out of Doran, holding on to Perfect's TP for themselves, but they need to get more if they want to be favored in this fight.
GA's done. The third item for Faker also has a stopwatch BDD. Not a full completion quite yet, as there is perfect vision set up and the waves are pushed. So KT should be feeling good about setting up this Dragon.
Ooh, the Lord Doms just got completed by Guma as well. Big power boost here. 4-item Sivir.
Sneaking it. Oh, they're calling the bluff. They know.
Full committing. T1 now turning to Baron. They don't want to risk the contest here. Owner starting the objective. As you get into the fight, keep your eyes on the key carries, Guma and BDD. If either one falls, their team very likely to win the fight. Interrupt there. The Baron not very quick. Chemtech Drake down. Soul point there. Might just come down to the 50-50. Cuz on the way. T1 tried to make the counterplay, but walk away empty-handed.
The poke damage is really good from KT. The double range advantage we talk about with Ezreal. With the Mel here, finding a lot of success.
The Serpent's Fang as well. And KT just called their bluff. They're like, normal teams, they see T1 start Baron, like, okay, we have to, because you know they'll commit. But KT, cognizant of the amount of damage that T1 has, and it's simply not enough, as the soul point of this Chemtech soul now secured for KT.
And really double value out of that, because not only do they call T1's bluff, Perfect also able to get some pressure down on the opposite side of the map. And this is the map play that we saw from KT in the early game of Game 1, but was sorely lacking in the later stages. That said, T1 constantly on the hunt, waiting, looking for these angles. If KT make one tiny mistake, they're looking to pounce.
T1 now looking to pounce. Docdom in the river, but he is Ezreal.
Docdom. Pass over the wall. Peter looking to make a play. Lockdown onto Faker, looking to turn it back. Root is connected as well. Faker's been caught. Buys a brief moment with the Seekers. The rest of T1 retreating. Perfect buying a bit more space. And the tunnel over the wall. It's a heist. He buys the time to take Faker down. Doran with a decimating smash. Peter on the chase. They'll only connect onto one, but it's enough to start the fight in their favor. Gumayushi untouched, but he's now also not able to do any damage. Cuz keeping it going. KT pushing into the jungle of T1, zoning them away from the Baron as they set their sights on that Red Bull Baron power play.
They win the critical fight. They find Faker. They get the advantage. And Perfect is able to escape. Wait a second.
BDD flash. Doran forced to flash back over the wall. Sidestep on the decimating smash. Peter there to cover. Guma can't push for anything else. Doran getting chunked out. That's the ulti to seal it. BDD going godlike. Guma alone in the mid lane. Objective slowly falling. Owner zoned off. Perfect there with the knock-up. Needs to lock it down. Owner's not going to have a chance. KT, it takes some time, but they take down the Baron.
In the last game, KT went for a couple of team fights. They didn't go their way, and they didn't get to play the video game. This time, it's restraint. They're waiting patiently, find the opportunity that they needed, as it is the catch onto Faker that sets it all up.
Exactly, the root into Vi combination gets his Zonias early, and then here, Perfect at the back, This is one of the best changes they made to Rek'Sai. After using your ult, your W just goes on a 1-second cooldown, so you can then use Tunnel to escape. It adds so much more survivability to the champion. Being able to escape, and on the world stage, they show it. Then the rest of KT, after they took down Faker, they could push through for the chase.
I love as well there, because maybe I think the rest of T1 could have gone for a play to try and save Faker if it wasn't for Peter also holding the angle there. You can't just walk past the Nico because Peter held his ult, and now the Red Bull Baron power play for KT, 8k, 9k gold lead here, 35 minutes in.
Guma, incredibly far ahead, 4 items, has a bit of lifesteal, can clear the waves, but the range, the threat that KT can bring with the Ezreal, with Mel from BDD, 11, 3, and 3, 3,000 individual gold lead. His first competitive game looking damn good. Faker going golden. The second the chains miss, he doesn't want to push for anything else. Ball break over the wall from Kuz, ready to go, but he's not going to overextend because the mid lane's already falling. KT taking their sweet time with this one, knowing that T1 have one shot to turn this back in their favor.
It's just Guma. He's just a Sivir trying his best, but KT doesn't give him the opportunity to do any damage.
Perfect continuing to push, has access to the tunnel to escape. He's just been a thorn in the side of this T1 lineup. So many Rek'Sais haven't been able to find this level of performance, but Perfect has been a nightmare for T1 to manage. Waiting now off on the side. Takes out the control ward. A single empowered cannon minion pushing as another wave stands behind KT, ready to keep the siege going.
The siege is unrelenting from KT. The Baron buff still buffing up the cannon. The poke damage still coming through.
Owner faking the engagement, throws down the flag, misses with the Q to ensure that he doesn't go too far forward. KT don't quite break open that bot lane inhibitor.
Looks like instead they're going to base. They still have perfect timing here on the Baron. That sets up for the Chemtech Soul. That's what they're going to play towards. Mid lane inhibitor, not the best one. Faker might actually get his death cap, which would be a colossal spike for him to get. I just don't know if they're going to have an opportunity to actually contest, as, again, Perfect to me has been playing on the edge of these engages so nicely this entire game.
And the other thing to remember is that Faker had taken away Peter's ultimate in the previous fight. Now, of course, has access to the cease and desist. Now wants to make the play onto Perfect. Perfect able to get the blast cone out, that mega blast cone, keeping him healthy. KT standing strong, poking T1 as they walk into this choke point. BDD waiting for some of those major cooldowns to be used before he takes a step forward. Mega Blast Cone getting 2 members of T1 over the wall. KT retreating back down to the bottom lane as Kuz starts the objective. Flag there, spots the objective play. Faker on the flank. Perfect not going to give him the angle. KT starting to retreat. Starting to get forced backwards. Doran to kick things off. Peter to look for the interrupt. Faker using an ulti of his own to be stolen away. BDD taking out of the fight. But down goes Guma. Kuz making it work, but PD's owned away by Carrier. And all of KT now collapsing on the T1 support. At the end of the day, it is only Owner, and he cannot stop the Soul.
KT get the Soul, and they want the Nexus too.
Perfect continues to push down. They've learned, they've adapted, they've stayed strong in the face of the game 1 loss. KT firing back against T1, but do they have the power to end the game? Another TP, Doctum on the way. Doran giving everything to clear the waves. Owner and Carrier here. Surely the Ezreal is enough, but the creeps are falling back. Doran remains standing. T1 are not out of it yet. Doctum needs more, and he cannot get it.
Guma's up in 10 seconds. The reinforcements from T1 will arrive.
And T1 will cling on to this game. No Baron up minions means that KT, even with the damage dealers dead, does not get the opportunity to actually end. And T1 battered, but they'll get one more shot to try and deny KT a chance to equalize the series.
The roller coaster keeps going up. So look at BDD trying to kite Owner and Doran on the bottom side. Meanwhile, Peter had the massive engage, which allowed Kuz and Perfect to go kill off the Sivir.
And with Sivir taken out of the fight, really the only one is Faker, and he was caught by that counter engage. And with even BDD going down, doesn't matter if you don't have your own damage dealers, as in about a minute, the Baron will come up, 2 inhibs are down, and KT looking to equalize the series here as Doctum hits full items.
Full build there. Full build for Guma. Now has the lifesteal. 100% crit chance. If he has the space to work, he can do the necessary damage. Deathcap's still a little bit of a ways away for Faker. Likely he recalls and finishes it here. But in the previous fight, did have the Pot Blossom, but couldn't find that big angle. Couldn't find that big moment to shift the fight in the favor of T1.
And the timer is great for KT because it's the bot lane inhib that is still down for another 3.5 minutes. Mid lane not that valuable, especially against the Sivir, but that bot lane needs to be answered or it can just straight up end the game.
Patience, the name of the game for KT. They don't need to take any risks. We've seen the players, they've gotten over-eager in game one. They've made some of those fumbles. Dom getting caught in the mid lane just earlier this game. But the push is in their favor. The map is in their favor. They don't need to risk anything. And still, they'll take their time walking into the jungle. This time around, Doran won't be able to find the blind decimating smash, but the ulti to kick things off, he connects onto the wall. Perfect waiting on the back line. Dom untouched, BDD untouched. Doran straying way too far forward in a moment of miscommunication. Down goes the top laner of T1. KT start the Baron.
That faceplant means Baron, boys.
It was always going to be a Hail Mary from T1 if they wanted to get back in this game, but that one does not hit the mark. That's Baron, the second one for KT.
When we talk about T1 hitting a wall, I didn't expect it to be so literal. As KT now push on the top side.
You got him good there.
18 out of 20 for that one. Perfect score, some would say. Perfect himself, of course, has the Randuin's available, or doesn't have it available, but has the slow. The crit damage reduction makes him such a nightmare for Guma to deal with, even with the armor penetration from the Lord Dominic's. KT again in this position where they keep that long-range siege going. BDD not showing on vision yet. The last inhib tower falling down. Inhibitors following after. T1, a last desperate hold here in game two. If they can turn it back, it takes them to match point, but KT set to even up the series in the 2025 World Finals. Doran isolating Cuz. Peter going forward, finds three with the knockup. Perfect there to fall, but Faker turns it right back and knocks down Peter. Dom, BDD, still standing. Baguma! He's shredding through everybody! The Sivir finally allowed to take over the fight! But they managed to take him. Faker still alive in the scrappy fight. The extra healing is making all the difference. Dom doesn't quite have the damage that he needs. KT holding on for dear life. Dom able to find the kill. Perfect, Cuz Dom falls. A final hold for T1. It almost turns in their favor. But Perfect is going to end the game. Guma dies, and so does T1. KT even up the series.
And I can't believe I'm saying this, but Perfect, reliable as all hell in this game, doesn't go down. Deals the damage, and with the alpaca thumbs up, brings KT to 1-1.
KT resilient on this stage. They bounce back in game number two. They create such a lead, but it still seems so difficult, you know, brick by brick, piece of gold by piece of gold. KT, they have defeated T1 in the second game to even up the series.
It's incredible, incredible stuff. But before we talk about that game and what's ahead in the series, we saw him in the opening ceremony. Now let's check out the world debut of Zahan. Take a look.
incredible debut. Zahin just made his mark on the League of Legends universe. And joining me right now is Paul Beleza, executive producer for League of Legends.
What's up?
Welcome.
Thank you.
I feel like it's our yearly catch-up.
Yeah, it's our one-on-one here.
How are you doing?
I'm great.
Yeah.
That match was incredible.
I know.
They're both in it. We're having a series. It's going to be great.
I'm sorry you had to witness what a KT fan is live. But talking about what we've seen so far, the stage looks sick, the finals is sick. What did you think about the opening ceremony?
I thought it was incredible. I mean, like, there was just everything kind of came together, right? And then the music and just the storytelling that we've been building up all year is fucking cool.
All right, Paul, tell me, what was the vision behind the newest champion that we just
So, as you can kind of see, right, this whole team's been building towards sacrifice and this kind of doing the right thing, this kind of moment where you have to be brave. And so that's very much a human moment. I think Zahin and Zin kind of coming together for that is all about this transformation. And we really wanted to create something that was awe-inspiring and just kind of get you in the feels. And we're just humbled to be able to debut that to everybody here.
I love hearing this. One of the big questions, though, whenever a champion is going to be released is the speculations online. Where is it going to be played? What is the goal for this champion? Tell me more about the kid.
So this guy's a top laner. He's a fighter. He's a bruiser. And he's really all about auto-attacking. So the more he's auto-attacking, the more that damage is going to increase, the more he's going to be able to sustain. And that's very much of a Darkin. He's a kind of good guy Darkin. So he's still dangerous. And the more he gets up and close to you, the more he has chances to stay alive. He has a revive. So we're really excited about that. I think he's going to be a lot of fun and just bring something new to the space.
When is it dropping live?
PBE tomorrow.
Okay.
And then we're going to have him out on 25/23. 25.23.
Exciting. Now, Paul, thank you for joining me. Before I let you go, do you have any closing thoughts for the fans here in the arena? And also maybe venturing a prediction. 1-1 right now. What do you expect?
I want 5 games.
All right.
I want 5 games. I want to see KT stay hungry, right? Keep it calm, keep it cool, and then do what they got to do. But, you know, if T1 does what they do, we'll be fine with that too. But, you know, it's always nice to see some fresh faces do good work.
Closing thoughts for the fans here who are watching finals?
This has been such an incredible world. I've met so many players here in China, and they're so passionate and lovely, and just like we're all bonded by this League of Legends experience. It's been humbling. I love it.
Paul, it was amazing catching up with you again. Enjoy this telecom war, and thank you so much. And that's all for us here for now. We will be right back for Game 3 in just a couple minutes. The telecom war is on. Let's see what happens.
The Dragon starting to fall. Turn back from Faker as he catches out Doc Dom. Cuz there to try and peel, but it is too late. Owner moving in. The Cataclysm across the top side. Perfectly canceled. BDD flashing over the wall. Gumayushi still living. Perfect on the chase. Peter wants to fire back. Cuz running for the hills. 2 down on the side of T1. Maguma might be enough. Perfect. Gets the bite. Tears right through him, and now it's Owner picked off as well. KT fighting for their lives. BDD still standing crucially. The extra damage. Doran set to fall. A double kill for the KT mid laner.
And BDD stands supreme on the mill.
For your lives, the rest of T1 begins to collapse. Faker's gonna fall. And Faker still stands. He has the unkillable demon.
Hey, everybody! Demacia, now and forever.
player. If I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Secret Lab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I wanna love it so medicinal. Gets me high just thinking about it. Get even higher when the two of us are in the same room. I wanna love that's horticultural, plant magical, roots deeper than the two.
KT, fight and get one back. 1-1 between T1 and KT in our grand final, meaning we get at least 4 games. I'm so incredibly happy. KT, they had honestly good starts to both games, but I want to take a look at this following HyperX Reflex replay where Peter just gets the 3-man root after he ults.
The patience that was demonstrated by Peter first to hold onto the E to make sure that he could lock down Faker to find that initial pick, but then keep track of this man as we follow up in the ensuing team fight, because he's going to utilize Doran to punish the backline of T1. Doran desperately trying to help his team escape, acting as that front line, and there the root gets the extended range, connects onto 2, which sets up for KT to run T1 down and win the deciding team fight of this game.
Yeah, and I really want to call out, as we take a look at Peter's Pop Blossom step back extension again, also perfect at the beginning of the fight to kind of set it up, ending up zoning off 4 people. I actually thought he very quietly had a pretty strong game on this Rek'Sai.
quietly, did you see the end of that game?
I did.
If it wasn't for Perfect, perhaps we'd be telling a different story. And I think it's so cool that it is Peter and Perfect. Of course, we're going to highlight more, right? But these were some of the question marks. They've had an amazing Worlds run. Can they replicate that in the grand final, Emily? So far, yes.
Well, the biggest thing is we talked after game one about where do KT need to step it up. They need to step up their coordination in these team fights. We just saw from that play that we ran how their coordination is working. And I also want to point out, KT's early games have been really, really strong, and it begins and ends with Cuz.
I mean, the whole early game, the way in which they're gaining control through making proactive players on the map. The fact that Cuz is punishing everywhere across the board is really exciting to see, and it comes back to those players as well. We're seeing resources being given to Perfect in the top lane. We're seeing those ganks working alongside Peter to make early game action happen. And the fact that these players are stepping up on the biggest stage, there's always the question of nerves in an environment like this, especially playing against a team that's so experienced, they're so familiar with this stage. But again, it just feels like that these players are as comfortable as they can be.
They're super comfortable, and I've loved their early game plans too, right? From level 1, you can see how they're trying to play super, super aggressively. I've really loved how they've played around the bot lane, and I also love the way that both Cuz and Peter are working together to set up these early games.
We talked so much about Cuz and BDD coming into this Worlds Finals side by side, and Vetty, you have a lot of good things to say about this jungler.
Absolutely I do, because you're completely right that the two together are really kind of the foundation of what keeps this engine moving. Cuz provides that early game impact, and then BDD, we saw him at the end of that game running with 12 kills on the Mel, providing the damage that his team needs to win out on these team fights. But especially Cuz, for me, was a big surprise, because we talked about how Owner is this staple, this stalwart for T1. To go up against him and have these type of early game performances very much surprised me.
Absolutely stellar, and I feel for the KT story, right? If you go down here 2-0, reverse sweep is incredibly difficult, but they kept pushing, and I feel like that is one of the hardest things to do, Emily, versus T1 specifically at Worlds, not to mention in the World Finals.
Yeah, exactly. The resiliency of this KT team, not just today, but especially in the Gen G series, has really, really impressed me, especially after watching them kind of biff it domestically sometimes when the pressure was on, right? So I think the big thing that I really love to see out of these two games, like Vetty already said, it's Cuz, the way he's setting up these early games, it's the way that Cuz and Peter are working together, and also Peter and Perfect really stepping up in fights.
Now T1 will have their first opportunity on the blue side. That does mean they get a little bit more agency and control when it comes to deciding the draft itself. But I love that KT has already taken away the Nico. We talked about how for carrier, this was going to be an absolutely massive pick. And the answer was the Silas, which, for those that didn't watch last year's Worlds, was a crazy pick for Faker. He was the sole decider in that game 4. So to remove that from the pool as well, I love KT's approach to draft and how they've been handling T1. But now with T1 in the driver's seat, on this blue side, I'm excited to see if KT has a response.
Oh yeah, at least 4 games. Who's gonna get to match point first? Casters, who do you have?
I mean, honestly, it's an incredible question. But I will say this, for T1, I don't ever feel comfortable doubting them, because even though KT won that game, some of the ways that they were able to hold, that they were able to delay, reminds me that this is a team that wins titles for a reason, and it's something that KT are going to have to keep contending with. They've won the early games back-to-back. Will they do it again? I think I like what Vetty said. It's going to come down to draft. It's going to come down to a lot of these key picks.
Yeah, they have been really methodical, and I like what I've seen so far from KT on stage. They were really controlled, and they had to be for so long in that previous game. You know, standing the test of time there against a team like T1 and being able to finish off that game was critical.
And I'm coming into the series, there were a couple of questions for me. One was, will Peter and Perfect be able to maintain their level? I think we can confidently say after the last game, yes, they very much can. And secondly, for T1, the things that have made this team as dominant as Worlds are still there. I think many of us, and I'm certain any KT fan, was clutching their heart as that base defense almost felt like it could turn the tide, like it could have been enough for T1 to turn it. But the most consistent theme this series thus far has been the early game dominance from KT, and I think a part of that is due to the laning presence of both Peter and Dokdam, and Owner really, thus far, getting out jungled by Cuz.
And it's not just a good series from Cuz, it's a good tournament. It is a good long stretch here, I feel like, from him. So I'm excited to see what we get moving forward. There is a little bit as far as the reduction of champions for jungle pool, but he still has some pretty high priority ones. You know, the Trundle here is still a very big piece as far as affecting both jungle and top lane champion choices, and he's been really good on that. Meanwhile, for Owner, you've got some of the specialty picks like the Nocturne as well, and you can get some of these engage picks with the Cover of Darkness with Nocturne and having full send compositions. So very interesting that T1 pick blue side. As we get deeper and deeper into Fearless, usually like games like 4 and 5, teams might start to pick red side because the power picks have dropped out due to Fearless. But still on game number 3, they feel very comfortable with what is up to go blue for the first pick.
Yone remains banned. T1 will ban the Trundle, just as KT did on the blue side. And of course, Bard, not something you want to give to Keria. A lesson a lot of teams have had to learn and sadly relearn. Not one, though, the KT won a second crack at.
Yeah, I feel like we, in the LCK, learned that lesson rather soon, as the Pantheon also going to get taken away, so Cuz getting a lot of respect here.
Orianna first pick, potentially, on the table.
I'm looking at Renekton as well. Both these top laners are known for it, not necessarily as a B1, but definitely as a high prio pick. It doesn't have a lot of bad matchups, at least for what we've seen thus far. Yunara open and will just get picked straight up.
A champion that obviously we see more often than not banned. A champion that a lot of players don't have a ton of competitive games on because it is so frequently banned. But now the Mundo being brought out for Cuz. A champion that, again, in the right draft against the right compositions, really can just take over. And it's going to make it a lot harder for T1 if they go for too much AP in the composition. But it seems pretty clear to me that T1's lessons from the previous game is, hey, our bot lane needs more powerful options. Yeah, Lulu, a solid champion in the context of the draft, but it's not the carry champion you want to see. Rakan, a very different story.
Yeah, that's definitely a carry champion you do want to see right there. That bot lane priority for T1 has resulted in some very, very powerful picks for them. I'm very interested to see where KT go from this super tanky front line, though. You know, Mundo has been such a funny story at this Worlds, and all of the success that that champion has had. We'll see about possible counters for jungle later on, and you get Doran with the Renekton that you talk about. This is also a very good takeaway from Perfect.
Well, I was kind of wondering whether they wanted to give Perfect the Ornn, which is one of the counter picks we've seen into Renekton, where obviously early lane you don't really have a lot to say, but with Grasp you can actually trade pretty reliably, and you obviously outscale by a pretty insane degree. This is a prio pick for the Corki, so we're really playing for lane dominance. Level 1, obviously, in Ali Alistair lane is going to be very lackluster, but the laning pressure should be good. I also like getting Dokdam something with safety. I think that he has been, out of anyone, the member that's seemingly struggling the most with Nurse thus far, given his performance in tournament prior to finals, where he looked nigh untouchable, versus in the finals thus far, Ezreal, you know, a couple of those ults not quite calibrated. So I think Corki is one of those champions where you have a lot of power and you have a lot of safety.
Yeah, and Corki not the most contested AD, but the one that we see the most often in the context of this tournament, and it is a really night and day difference between the great Corkis and the fine Corkis. How you use that first Trinity Force power spike can really define the game. And as we enter the second ban phase, we see the Lilia taken away from Owner. Obviously a champion who can really just kind of dance around the Mundo. If you don't hit a cleaver, she's just going to run you down.
It's also that Renekton Lilia combo, we're really now getting towards the, not just the OP picks, we're getting towards
No one is allowed to go to sleep. Everyone has to be awake.
It's getting personal. We're really going into the target bans here.
Yeah, some of the BDD specialties there. Interesting too with the Lilia ban. Are we going to see more since Yone is still up and available? You know, okay, never mind. Yone was one of the first bans, so they can't do any more of those AP options.
I do like the Galio ban here for Faker, because that Rakan-Galio combo, even if you're Corki, that's going to be hard to play into.
Also the Galio early to mid, right, the semi-global presence, but just the taunt is so much value for protecting an AD carry. It means any potential dive option that KT want to go to, even if the Yone is taken away, really just struggles against a champion like the Galio. Now the Cassio as well. You highlighted the target bans. BDD, you said it, it's getting personal.
And it makes sense as well with Rakan, Renekton already both locked in, even though the mid-jungle 2v2 of Mundo Cassio doesn't necessarily inspire that much confidence. It is something that can be quite devastating if you can get through the early game, which thus far KT have definitely been solid on.
That's perfect. Looking for another tank. And BDD is going to need some serious damage because I know late game Mundo can be a damage threat, but early on you're going to be really reliant on Duck Dom and whatever BDD will end up picking.
Taking his time. Luxury of red side, of course, you might lose out on some of these early prio picks like the Yunara, but you ensure that last pick, counter pick. Faker in the previous game didn't opt for the Victor. This time around, seems like he just wants something safe, something solid in the mid lane. Knows that this is kind of set up to really be the Guma show. When you have a champion like Yunara, even though Guma all-time is 1 and 2 on it, there's a reason it's so high priority. It really can take over games.
Is it BDD Akali? We've seen that as a counter pick into the Victor. The mid to late game gets nigh unplayable in the side lane. Another champ I'd be looking towards by virtue of T1 outside of the Victor being short range. Is that Anivia, which has been kind of slowly coming up as a pick this tournament.
Yeah, T1 kind of rounding out a lot of damage on their team.
Okay.
And they add even more damage on top of it.
Oh, please.
The Syndra potentially to come through. Now, of course, the Viego, normally we see it paired with champions with a ton of burst damage, like the Syndra that is being hovered, a champion that can find resets in these fights and really take over against something like an Alistar or a Cassante, obviously. The possession can do a lot of work.
And there's layers to this because Cuz is one of the best Viegos we've had in the LCK. BDD earlier this year had the best Syndra play that I've ever seen, hit a 4-man scatter, and he will be locking it in here.
BDD Syndra. Now, this is also, a scaling champion nowadays, stacking up the splinters, so Mundo will be scaling, Syndra will be scaling as well. This one is going to be such an impressive clash of team fights.
These two team comps are explosive as well. Both the burst of the Syndra, the Viego resets with that Renekton. It's going to be fireworks.
Absolutely is. T1 and KT 1-1. Match point on the line for both sides, and a lot of new champions being brought into the fold, courtesy of the Fearless Draft. The Viego, I'm looking at the Mundo, the Syndra. So much to keep our eyes on in this game 3.
And there was a lot of content around Owner's first Mundo pick, but remember that the Mundo that Cuz played in this tournament was also his first professional game of it as well. All of the junglers really being forced to pick up that champion. And now we'll get to see it in the grand finals.
For both teams, this is the reset. A best of 3, all that stands in front of you. KT, both early games have taken control. Dominating the map, finding advantages, punishing where T1 have overstepped. But in the mid to late game, it has always felt like T1 might just find the angle to fight it back, regardless of what happened in the early game. Will this finally be the game to buck the trend? Will T1 pull ahead for the first time this series, or KT set to run away with yet another early game?
It feels like this is the draft to do it for T1. There's Renekton, there's Viego, and there is that Rakan. Victor and Yunara might need normally a little bit of time, but this is basically the opposite of last game. That was 2 carries. This time they basically have 4, especially when it comes to those early game fights. And we're going to have to see how KT deal with, I think, having the weaker early game comp.
And one of those carries is Yunara, super power pick on the patch that has not been given over very frequently. Faker on the run from the early move here from KT, though.
Backing away. And as we have a moment to reset, right, a moment to breathe before I'm sure inevitably fist fightings happens, I want to remind people that both of these lineups have made swaps this year. Despite the fact that they are in the World Finals, it has not been smooth sailing for either team. Guma, of course, subbed out. Doran coming in for Zeus this year. And when you look at this lineup for KT, players swapped in and out. Peter multiple times, perfect on the top side, doubted. And it's such a testament to the tenacity of these players that they have come all the way to the World Finals.
Because there was a lot of hype behind Wei coming in after basically doing the Challengers equivalent of Golden Roading. And it, in the end, ends up being Peter that is here at the World's Finals. And I already talked about it in game number 2. It has to be said, because this man was the most often talked about weak point on this roster. And thus far, he's had a, frankly, incredible tournament, particularly those isolated deaths. I can't really overstate how big of an improvement that is and how reliable he's become. And KT have clearly been leaning on him.
And even in the game that they lost, his Rumble very good as well. So perfect, really showing up here for KT as the entire team has. Guma pushing up on the Yunara with the Q charged, looking to use that priority.
Heal coming in for Keria, of course. Level 1 for Peter on this Alistar, notoriously very weak. For Keria and Guma, also the access to the Gleaming Quill on the Rakan means they'll be able to keep their health relatively topped up. See how long they're able to secure pressure as we take a look at the entire map. Doran push on the top side. Mid lane relatively even. BDD, of course, can do a lot of damage in those short trades. Very easy to land those Dark Spheres when no one has boots, but has to be careful about taking return damage.
Yeah, multiple pushing lanes here for T1 with top side and bottom side. And then Owner has Viego into Mundo at the moment. So definitely looking to see if he can actually make use of these pushing lanes and go try and punish. Because probably going to bounce back to the other side and go for the safer Scuttle Crab trade.
Faker's actually been doing a really good job in lane is Peter. There's going to be a trade.
Initial knockup, but potentially a bit over-eager from Peter. Again, Alistar passive a decent amount of healing, and they are up a sum, but have to be careful about trading his life like that.
Still have the heal. Owner does look for a dive. We'll see. Ward should spot him out if he actually makes the play, but I think he's just going to go for Crab.
Yep, hug the side, and then the play here from Cuz, where he recalled immediately after his clear, is going to pay off. We'll get back for that Scuttle Crab trade that you're looking for on Mundo. And Owner down here will be known, so they're going to surmise that it's just normal clears for both.
And I want to draw attention to actually the early laning phase for Faker has been really, really solid. Actually able to dodge most of these spheres. BDD with the phase rush. Still able to CS well, but has been pushed in for most of it.
And T1, since Owner got bottom side Scuttle Crab, communicating, all right, Doran, go in, get your ward timing here for the respawn of these Krugs, the second clear.
BDD also at some point forced to burn Flash. Didn't catch it at the time, but that is a massive cooldown to lose out on. Again, Syndra, one of the biggest weaknesses of this champion across countless times we've seen her in Pro is that yeah, it's easy to stay ahead. It's easy to stay at arm's length. But once you lose that flash, you're incredibly vulnerable to these early ganks.
In the Viego versus Mundo matchup, something we also should talk about is that as Mundo, you always want to try and activate your ult as low as possible, right? That's when you get the most value. But that is something that's very scary. There's obviously also the percentage health damage that Viego does, but just the threat of that execute with the setup that's there from the Rakan, from the Renekton, it means that Cuz is going to have to play very respectful as we do have both mid laners now TPing back to lane and BDD again. If they can keep track of Owner, should be feeling fine, but otherwise, needs to be very careful.
Yeah, Mundo oftentimes looking for farms, and sometimes that can be hard if you have multiple lanes getting pushed in, but on the reset here from supports, both junglers will meet up with their supports and combining for some mid lane push.
And for now in the early game, T1 holding on to a relatively small gold lead. Again, it's mostly Doran on the top side. Although some of that can be mitigated as that wave is caught, and Gumayushi with a small lead over Dokdom on top of skidding the coal. Again, Corki, that first item, always quite terrifying. So slowing that down, big for T1 in the context of these early game plays. Owner with the bot lane prio will be starting the Drake.
And this is a big upgrade for T1. They were able to get early Drakes last game, but it's about the lanes, right? Because even though they got those Drakes, it did feel like KT was able to, again, settle these early gold leads as Cuz maybe doing some poking, but I don't think an actual contest is in the works here.
As long as he has his passive up,
is.
He's not too worried. Hex Drake down. BDD waiting in the darkness. Multi-man. The CC layering is there. Dokdom on the way in, but he's only level 4. Owner now running for his life. Forced to flash away. Ulti comes out from Faker. He doesn't have a lot of mana left. The Dark Sphere hitting, slowing Faker down. The chase coming through, but they really don't have what they need. Ulti there. His power unleashed. The weak scattered. And first blood for KT.
BDD Syndra finds it, and they do get the first blood. Dokdom does take the actual kill and gets the money into the Corki to fund his Trinity Force.
And the Syndra is a BDD classic for a reason. He's been known for mastery on this champion for a very long time. And I'm kind of shocked. I really did not think that KT necessarily had the angle there, but it's the confidence they've shown so far. Now T1 not going to be too bothered by this. We do have Doran immediately trying to apply pressure. They were able to get the Drake as well, so trade for a kill. Not the end of the world.
Yeah. BDD walks him down, waits for his E to come back up, puts all the balls down with the ultimate, and does find the kill. As you say, though, Dragon over to T1 so they can look to keep stacking.
Dokdom, it feels like caught shopping. Panic barrier in that moment.
No, I think he tried to cancel the base cancel with barrier.
Ah, but
so
of course,
if you don't take damage, but he was a little bit too late.
Well, also the Fury from Renekton eats the shield. So Awkward situation for Dr. Will be down the barrier. Of course, not the most important summoner spell, but does mean he needs to be a bit more careful when he does reset to this top side. Guma and Keria starting to poke, looking to get control of this lane. Recall for Dr. only getting him that Phage. Not ideal as Faker and BDD continue to trade. The Siphon power from Faker is such a strong early game trading tool, just to make sure that BDD really can't run away with this mid lane.
And Doran,
what's that Crocodile doing?
Going for the proxy here. You want to get your extra 30 seconds? Well, move up and catch the wave before it joins up with the opponents. Is going to mean Cuz has an inside route and access to the alligator, though.
That's a Mundo with red buff.
Doran.
Doran.
Yeah, Syndra's coming.
Doran.
He's just dead.
You only have one piece of CC.
Cornered.
Yeah, that doesn't work on him. He's going where he pleases. Doran, I think this might not have been what you wanted. BDD on the way, hoping to get this donated. Doran, I think...
Well, he's stalling.
Barnot might be in the game, but this is certainly a magical journey for Doran as... I don't...
Trying for the execute. It's all he can do, but not going to happen.
Well...
It's important to choose your timings when you go to proxy.
And also a reminder that no matter what you see in a World Final, it's not always going to work in solo queue.
Hey, they got grubs.
I take it back. It was a
made
genius
the
play.
Mundo
Yes.
ult for
Yes.
move speed. Eh?
Hey.
He got free grubs for his team. You know, they're still up in gold. He's buying time. He got his waves.
I'm going to ask you as the LCK expert, are you giving him credit for that as a calculated play? It's up to you. You can decide. We'll go with you.
I mean, normally I feel very confident to make a judgment call like that, but Doran has often missed the fight, both in a very positive sense and sometimes in a more questionable sense. So, but we joke, obviously, the Mundo getting ahead is not great, but he did actually get a lot for this, right? With the grubs going over, it did feel like it was just unnecessary, because I think the first proxy was great, but the second one...
Perfect.
Oh?
Top laners versus junglers. Who comes out on top? Perfect, not quite able to pull Owner out over the wall. W coming in there from the Yunara. Perfect waiting for a bit more time, cuz they don't want to fully commit here. Dr. and BDD, Scatter the Weak is good. Will at least be some more poke damage back onto Faker as Peter TPing in bot lane. Headbutts back Guma.
Ooh, dodges the Slurkle, and we will be seeing Perfect make his way towards the top lane.
Or the slowing circle,
yeah.
I assume. Okay, got it.
Max lives on.
He does.
I don't love it, but, you know. We're an LCK versus LCK match.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's good.
As, oh, Perfect actually going for the 4-0 first. There is a lot of healing on the enemy team. We'll get a decent amount of value of that.
Yeah, and we just saw Perfect had to respect the possibility of an Owner execute play, you know, down there on the bottom side, trying to get an extra summoner spell or something out of the skirmish, but because of the arrival of Guma, had to respect it and back off from the extra possible damage there. So we remain very calm here. And you can kind of look at it as T1 have paid for each objective with 1 kill worth of gold for their dragon and for their 3 grubs to get to this point.
Pathmaker, Q3, but of course Perfect already used his own ulti. Dominus meets ult advantage for the side of Doran. Forces the flash out, happy to have that small advantage. You highlighted it well, Kobe. They did concede 2 kills, but when you have the gold lead in both objectives, I don't think you're too bothered. BDD taking a bit of damage, but it looks like T1 are just here to help Faker get that push out, likely completing a major item.
Ooh, that is the ultimate gone for Faker. So we'll see if BD is able to catch the wave and then TP his way over, because there's not prio in either lane. It feels like T1 should have this on lockdown because it's there, and Mundo
That's a hard
to
steal.
be unbothered.
Continuing to do
That's
decent
a lot of
damage.
damage.
Infernal, good damage as well. Lock up there, but Owner going is unstoppable. Peter caught out for a brief moment, immediately going to be forced to ult. That's the unbreakable. The flash, it doesn't connect. The Q doing absolutely nothing means T1 are able to walk away. A bit of a fumble from Peter, but it doesn't cost KT much yet. Guma Yushi standing on the backside, ready to transcend if he needs to. Doctem going all in to try to stop him from getting his fight. Owner on the way in, looking for the reset to keep the fights going. BDD going over, wants to kill Owner, but Owner lives for an extra second. The stun to turn it back. Owner taking over BDD, but the stun does not connect, and Peter's now running. Cuz locked down in the meantime. Perfect is finally here, but it might not matter. Reset on the ulti from Owner means he gets to back away, but the health bars are low across all of T1 KT. This is an insane gamble. Objective lower and lower, and Cuz is taking unstoppable for Perfect. Gets a bit more space. Keria still living. Doctum on the way in, and Guma set the fall. Down goes the 80 carry. Doctum on the way out. The TP in. Fish in a barrel, and it's time for KT to start free firing. T1 thought they had the edge, but in the end, it's KT who take the Drake and the play.
And it's because Mundo! He steals the objective, he chases down the kill.
kills, the hero that KT needed. At first, this play looks dire for KT. They waste a lot. BDD there tries to get the execute, but just doesn't have the damage. Syndra's down, Flash is gone. And then, as Peter goes down, I want you to watch what Dokdom is able to do here, because he keeps hovering over, firing these rockets. The poke just keeps connecting, and then Perfect goes in, and all he needs to do is buy time and buy space for his Corki to Gatling gun his way through T1.
Huge, huge moment there. Corki doing work. Cuz hits the cleaver, flashes in to finish off the kill as well, and BDD comes back in time to claim the kill on Faker himself.
In the back for KT, erupting with joy. It looks like T1 had taken it. The steal started to feel like it was going to balance out, but in the overall extended fight, KT just keep on doubling down. And folks, I'm starting to think the Mundo might be a problem.
Yeah, that's almost 10 times as much damage. That's a little silly.
This is Cuz's second professional Mundo game.
Yeah, on track, looking good. And I gotta say, Owner, he gets the Kraken Slayer. Uh-oh, Gumayushi has not decided to ult. Dokdom might be in trouble here. Knockup does not connect. Peter trying to get a bit more space, and Cuz is on the way in. All of T1 forced to retreat. Maximum dosage popped just to get him in range as BDD then is now collapsing on the side lane. Multiple pieces of CC stun. Initial lockup into Owner is decent. BDD trying to turn back. Sidestep does not work. Owner taking the kill.
One of the hardest parts about these control mage changes is, or trades, is when you try and play the side lanes, who are very vulnerable here. And so T1 able to pounce on the flashless Syndra.
Really nice play there from T1. Also no, right? Cuz shows mid. Ult obviously felt like it wasn't going to do too much, just wanted to get to the fight as soon as possible. And I think shouldn't line up too poorly when it comes to timing. Level 2 of that almost available. But knowing that there is no one and that BDD doesn't have flash, Doran and Owner can fully commit onto the Syndra and take down BDD.
And it's going to be BDD and Dokdom who have these targets on their back. Cuz very far ahead, incredibly difficult to kill. But BDD who's flashless, Dokdom who's flashless, really vulnerable to the potential engage threat that can come out from Owner or Keria if T1 can find these angles. For now, a battle of vision. We're looking ahead to the next objective. 20 seconds till that Rift Herald spawns. Both teams gold, nearly neck and neck, but a completed item for Faker is going to make a big difference.
T1, if they can get backline access with Owner, Keria, or Doran, the fight is going to be really hard to play out for KT. BDD's position is going to be paramount in these fights. As in the last fight, he flashed forward, didn't find the kill, and it was the rest of the team that kind of bailed him out. Then got picked there as Cuz walks forward with no fear.
Yeah, he has to let his front line do the work that they are built to do. Peter, Cuz, and Perfect. Let's see if they can actually bring it together. The teleport is ready for Perfect as well, and he is now proxying Doran, but he knows that there's nobody else that's going to come and gank him.
There's no Mundo on the enemy team. Scryer's Bloom used as well just to confirm that fact. Pressure in the mid lane in favor of KT means that they're going to get first setup on the Herald. Now, there is still vision here from T1 if they do opt to contest.
Oh, there's the TP, there's the flank!
TP from behind, flashing forward. Carry's going to find the knock on the Doctor, but Peter beautifully stopping the initial engage. Doran from behind, though, more than enough to knock down that 80 carry. KT running.
Huge TP flank. What? It turns into more.
Peter, flash out, reset from Owner. Unstoppable for a moment. Owner setting up for the angle, but he's not going to overcommit. Reset on the ulti, taking him out as T1 start the objective.
And a big mistake there from the KT support. Dokdom getting caught. That's just a good play. Nice flank there from T1, but then Peter stepping forward and Cousin BDD trying to look for a kill on the opposite end. But with any of these Viego compositions, if you get the first kill, they just feel so good as Keria sets up the play here, and Dokdom has nowhere to go.
And man, that deep ward value that allows Doran to teleport in for the flank, incredible. And Peter, that cow is in the wrong area.
Definitely was. You could see how he had a bit of hope, a glimmer of hope. He peeled 2 people, but when the third comes in, when it's Doran on that flank, to seal the deal on the kill, to make sure that they get more out of that play. And gentlemen, Gumayushi, the one who's getting so much of this money, he's the one who's starting to get scary. And unlike the Sivir, this is a champion that I think has the mobility, the tools to really start taking over. You can see he's already getting the confidence to just step right up into Dokdom's face, even in the face of that Trinity Force.
And Dragon is going to be picked up here by KT. Camtech definitely high value, but you do give up the topside turret. This gold lead for T1. Getting larger and larger as Keria not sitting on
Peter,
Smite.
Hex Flash, Pulverize, knocks Keria back over the wall, and here comes Doc Dom. Down goes Keria. A little bonus kill on top of the Drake, certainly nice to have.
I don't know what he was thinking. He doesn't have Smite. His team is playing the cross map. Not really a reason to try and fish there.
Doran spotted. Eyes on the scatter of the week. QE not going to work. The Cleaver certainly hitting like a truck. Doran very likely to just have to concede this tower. So KT get the Drake, they get a kill. The Redemption now used as well, and it's on Doran to instantly delete this wave. It's working out well so far, but can he keep his life? TP's coming in from the side of T1, but it's just Faker and Guma off to the side. They don't have the tools to keep the fight going. KT going to respond. All of T1 now retreating. KT still winning out, still coming out on top, but in the mid lane, it's the Herald that's been used. T1 going to try to transition into breaking down that mid lane tier 1, and it's yet another TP in the sequence of play. BDD wants to deny it. Scatter to clear out the rest of the wave. It'll be a chunk of damage, but the tier 1 will not drop.
Nicely done by KT to parlay that pick into an extra kill. They've got Cuz, they've got Mundo. He can tank up that tower. They go for the dive. They make the play very nicely and very quickly.
And we do see the gold lead has now evaporated. Basically reduced to nothing. Was 2K just a little bit ago, and I don't want to see a Mundo and Cassante with Chemtech Soul. That's too much, man.
That truly will be too tanky to take down. Honestly, though, Keria, like you were talking about, sniffing around the dragon, and KT actually turned that pick onto him into a lot of value here. A nice little bit of ballooning of the gold. See if they can actually push it forward, though. Faker in the side lane, trying to keep the pressure up.
And it's really interesting me looking at scaling in this game, because I think the Yunara, the Victor obviously scale great, but when you look at the raw 5v5 power of particularly that Mundo, that Syndra, that Alistar combo, I think we're seeing T1 really hard force plays because they don't necessarily feel confident. I think this comp can always win fights, right?
Sure.
If you ever get the pick, if you can ever start, particularly with this build from Owner, get that early execute, because he has so much damage available. But you're front to back, trying to get past these big, beefy targets down the line might become a problem, especially if they keep stacking dragons.
I mean, definitely could be, right? You're waiting for Guma to get more damage under his belt. You're waiting for Owner and Guma to be able to do work with these double Kraken Slayers, but they're so reliant on these major cooldowns. And if Perfect and Cuz are still standing when those ultimates are gone, that team fight is not going to go in your favor. It's 6 seconds now to the Otacon. We're looking at the bottom side of the map. The push in bot lane for now is in favor of KT. T1 holding on, doing well. 2 items on their carry. Guma holding on to a small lead despite the catastrophic earlier fight. But it's KT looking to potentially start the major objective.
Keria, to me, has to be the difference maker. He's the one that is the initiation tool. This time there is no flank ward, so Doran can't quite find an angle as easily as he did in the last one. So Keria has to do a lot of heavy lifting. Has the sums available, but so do the carries of KT.
Look at the lane allocation here, because BDD, no teleport up in top wave, was actually catching it. So T1 trying to take advantage of that information, knowing it's going to take BDD a while to walk to this area. Owner, though, is taking a significant amount of damage from the Otacon as well as getting shredded from it here. So KT feel like they are fine.
KT will have to respect Doran. You highlighted it well. Perfect needs a bit more time for his TP to come back off cooldown. So KT might just try to draw this out, just try to delay T1 a bit, threaten the objective to give themselves the time they need. And I think the good news for KT is Peter, Cuz, these frontliners really hard to catch out. The passive from Mundo makes it so impossible for T1 to land a single piece of CC. And the Unbreakable from Peter also means that even if they see one of these isolated members, it might not be the right choice to go in as Perfect and Doran continue to fistfight. Perfect, of course, doesn't have TP and wants to make sure that Doran can't get out of here. Going all out in the middle, Pathmaker hitting the Q3 does not connect, crucially, so Doran will walk away, but he walks away ultless.
He actually got the W there on the Renekton Ruthless Predator, I'm pretty sure, so didn't get stunned. Wins that trade handily, also presses tab most likely, and it's like, I have a Thornmail and a Jack Shows. Good luck, buddy. Starrick's now done for Doran, though. That is a big cooldown that will give this Renekton a lot of power, but not having the ultimate, that dominance available, might prove for T1 to not be too big of a hindrance. We'll have to see as Keria, again, trying to set up some vision here.
Keria has made countless plays to bring T1 to this point. Rakan, a champion with so much agency, but again, it's hard in the face of a Mundo, a champion who gets to ignore that first piece of CC, who has so much healing. KT zoning away T1 while BDD pushes the wave.
Critical team fight here. Everybody on 2 items, basically. Looking
Flashes
for the
available.
setup.
Now T1 continue to poke their head in, but they really don't have control of the waves. They're waiting for Guma to push out mid lane, but they really need to respect the engaged threat range of BDD. The Dark Sphere Scatter the Weak combo can be devastating. Gumayushi without a cleanse effect to his name.
The rewards for this team fight are so huge because Otacon and the Dragon both on this side.
Faker continuing to poke.
If you win this fight, you might not just get Dragon, you might get Otacon as well. We'll see, T1 might give up the Drake and then play for the objective instead. Perfect.
Owner lurking in the darkness. Perfect unstoppable for a brief moment. T1 happy to have the poke chipping away at that health bar.
Oh, they're pincering them.
KT losing control of that Tri-Brush is big. Scatter going wide, also massive. It's a huge cooldown at this point in the game. Perfect over the wall with the Blast Cone. Knocks back Guma. Redemption going down. Cuz holding onto the maximum dosage as long as he can, but it's Faker off to the side. Not too isolated. 5K on the Drake. Getting lower. Eyes on Peter. The Alistair to make the play as Faker tries to zone away. KT, it's Peter in the clutch. Scatter to fall, but the fall of damage is not there. Exhausted is Faker. And Carrier tries to turn it back, but he's all by his lonesome. Doran cannot get into the back line. KT managed to find the initial kill. It's perfect start to pop off. Guma missing completely. They get the Drake, but it might cost T1 everything.
He flashes into the wall, and that might be the Otacon going over to KT.
Cuz continuing to go where he damn well pleases. T1 forced back. The tier 1 tower starting to fall. Otacon already getting started by the remaining members of T1. Peter waiting as well.
A critical team fight for KT. They don't care about losing that Dragon because they get the gold and they get the Otacon in the aftermath. I think that was critical that T1 made split calls here. Look, they don't have Viego damage with their dive. So Owner finishes the Dragon, but look at Carrier. He goes with Doran. So Carrier and Doran dive the backline, both Doctum and BDD, but they didn't have their burst damage there with them.
As we see Score and the coaching staff, I think they felt necessitated because Faker got engaged on. So you have to pull the trigger. Doran tries to salvage the play. I think in the moment that's the right call, but without Guma or Owner, you just don't have the damage to kill that Corki.
And Perfect comes up huge once again on the Cassante, and he even survives the play.
Feels, again, like a breakout performance. No doubt. The highest level we've ever seen him at. And the big thing is here, by winning that Otacon, you get more XP, you get those flowers, which is so crucial for this Syndra who's crossed the 100 mark threshold on those splinters, getting closer to 120. You get some every time you level up, so that level advantage for BDD just pays double.
For T1 though, look at the cooldowns that you got. I'm looking at Doctom's Flash. Any fight that T1 can start with the amount of burst that they have, if they can single out any target that isn't perfect, I think you have a good opportunity. And okay, let's be real, Cuz also is about it. He's getting close to level 16, not feeling too good about that one, but Doctom, BDD, even Peter if he's too far forward, you need to start the fight with an early pick, but for that, you need to be the aggressor. And I think, that engage we saw, if it's KT that is calling the shots, the Viego comp just doesn't hold up.
Yeah, I mean, you called it right before it happened, but Peter, the engage, the setup onto Faker, followed by the Scatter the Weak. Nice little opening for them. You have to be on the same page in these team fights. Both of these teams have indexed so heavily and found so much success because of their team fighting.
And I think pressure just continues to be on Guma, right? Had the Sivir game, they couldn't quite get it over the line. On Yunar, the strongest AD on the patch. Doctum again.
He knows.
Learn from the previous game. Will not wander into the fog of war, whether it's Renekton or Sion. The lesson has been learned as Cuz has been caught out. Initial CC is good. Cuz getting bursted through with the flash over the wall keeps him standing. Peter trying to zone away. Ulti from Guma means they want to keep this fight going. Good scatter, but doesn't quite connect on Gumayushi critically. He's able to just free fire. KT forced backwards, but Faker now half HP.
And Peter, what a psychopath. He went in instead. A lot of damage to come down, and KT, they're looking for the chase.
Cuz connecting the cleaver, still has access to the maximum dosage, zoning all of T1 away. Faker just barely able to make it out. TP is his. He can get back to this fight if KT try to force the Baron.
Flip it. Faker can TP back in. A lot of cooldowns are gone, though. Look at the ultimates that aren't available for T1.
They have to be careful of moving into the choke, and they know what Owner trying to approach from another side. The potential for BDD to line up a multi-man scatter for it to end the fight in a blink of an eye is massive, but once again, it's the flank that they're looking for. But it's Doran caught out! BDD unleashing his power. Cuz using the maximum dosage as KT start to push into Gumayushi. He's ultless, he's helpless, there's nothing he can do! Mundo pushing further and further into T1's back line.
KT are doing doing it! The stun from BDD right onto Renekton as he's trying to go through the wall. BDD stuns him as he dashes, and the reward might be Baron.
There is still the opportunity for steal. Owners there. He doesn't have his ultimate though. Flash about to come up. If they don't steal this, KT might set up for a soul point as well.
Teleport.
Coming in from BDD, well called. Potential 50-50. The Mundo damage. The auto carrier trying to zone. Peter on the way and wants to knock them out of the fight. The objective getting lower and lower, but off T1! Deleted! In the blink of an eye, KT take everything!
And the scatter from BDD will not let them pass. Dugdom lives, and that's Baron.
Listen to that crowd. Listen to that crowd. They are riding the roller coaster. KT with the advantage.
And when we look back at this fight again, Doran caught out the scatter to deny his path over the wall.
And it's Peter even there on a really deep flank angle, and Faker on this Victor trying to make the flank work as they just don't have the tools to deal with this Mundo. He's just not taking any damage.
And then they know to start up the Baron, draw T1 to them. The desperate play from T1. They flash in, they try and burst down Doctam, but the peel is there. Doctam does not fall. And KT, they've got Baron, they've got a 4,000 gold lead. They also have the Otacon buff still in their favor.
And almost the entire year, T1 have dominated this KT lineup. But for what feels like the first time in countless years, it is KT who have T1 on the back foot. KT who once again have a gold lead. This time not from snowballing early, but fighting incredibly in the mid to late game.
And for this roster, with Doctam, Peter, and Perfect all being subbed out at various different times of the year, for them to work back to this point, inspirational stuff. KT, can they do it?
We saw it in the previous game. T1 was almost able to find their way back. Kuma doesn't have a third on him yet, though. That execution is not quite there. And trying to play a pick comp from behind is known to be an exercise in futility. Look at Perfect, he's not afraid.
T1 have to be careful. A single scatter connects, and it all could fall apart.
Cuz is almost level 16 here on the Mundo as well. Ooh. That rank 3 ultimate is big.
Splinter's almost maxed out as well. That AP steroid, an additional 15%, as if BDD wasn't doing enough already. Only 3 away now. It's level 16 for both mid laners. Carrier with a good combo, Faker with a good ulti. You can see the path to T1 turning it, but it's just so hard to imagine Cuz dying to anything at this point in the game.
And the BDD, 3 items done. 10 stack Dark Seal, slow and steady. As this bot lane inhib certain to fall, you see T1 as well. They're accepting it. Doran maybe trying to trade an inner in top. Cuz just getting a crab for his efforts, as now the 3 item spikes have been hit for Faker, for Owner, and for Guma.
Peter. KT waiting off to the side. T1 see an opportunity. Doran continuing to push in the top lane. T1 want to just keep KT around, deny these resets. But there's no real major example. Faker caught out by Peter. Cuz on the way in, but nothing's going to come from it. Ulti goes from Faker, and Peter's just going to walk away. Again, no major objective, so it's not a big deal, but T1 have to be careful.
Heal used there by Peter. Doesn't want to go down, and T1, if they had a flank ward, if they had the bot lane turret taken down, maybe there's an opportunity, but that one is still standing 31 minutes in.
And during their defense, T1 are able to get the top side secondary tower for Doran in addition to the red buff, plus this outer tower as well. So a little bit of gold back in their favor, but KT, they stand just 2 minutes away from a Dragon Soul arrival. That fight will be critical.
Yeah, that's Cuz level 16, and that's a Cassante. That's
You didn't want to add anything?
too much
You didn't want to
power.
add anything? Just Cassante?
No. I didn't need to add more. You guys both know.
Yeah, refer to Showmaker.
Yeah.
For the rest of the description of that champion. And honestly, that is the immense tanky front line that KT have to their advantage. Those 2 champions that you mentioned, plus Peter's possible engages here with the Alistar that KT are going to try and use once they draw T1 over to the Dragon Soul fight.
And we keep repeating it because I think it's the only way, barring a colossal mistake from KT, that they win. They need to find a pick on BDD or Dokdom. These are your two main targets. BDD's flash will almost be up. BDD and his team also have the benefit of getting to choose. They can just play for Baron. They don't have to care about the Dragon, because it'll just be Soul Point. But with Guma approaching his 4th item, maybe this Yunara can do some magic. T1 have found themselves in deficits in a game like this. It was the 3 of us. JDG looked like they had them on the ropes, and they found the comeback as the TP comes in.
TP from behind, they want to catch out Perfect. Perfect can try and use Doran as an escape route. Keria has to be careful, but Pathmaker already used means that Perfect is in trouble. Q3 back through, using Keria now to escape. Perfect on his way out. It's not the Rek'Sai, but once again, it feels like he's going to escape. All of KT looking to collapse. Eyes on Faker and Doran as Perfect flashes out to safety. That's the ulti used by Guma. KT pulling back, keeping Perfect alive. Doran wants to make the difference. Cuz goes in! T1! Making it happen! Guma fails the flash. It stops the fight from going through. Doran getting whittled down. And in the end, it's Cuz again who refuses to drop. Peter with the CC. I cannot believe it. KT holding on as T1 in the end might finally get to the moon. No!
Who comes out ahead? The scrap Faker trying to chase down the extra kill, but so is Cuz.
I think the time has worked out better for KT here. Look, the jungler for KT is up because he is unbothered. He's about to secure them that Chemtech soul.
7-0 and 6. A back and forth fight. It felt like that T1 magic was coming through.
All right. So they get the flash stun to get the burst damage on it, Chronicler. But this fight gets so scrappy as you see the carries that are still left up. Dokdom finishes off of Doran, but then Faker is able to get the shutdown.
But it's the deficit that they're in that makes that close. In a normal situation, that catch just ends it. BDD will get caught as the Baron is surely in the eyes of KT on the precipice of match point.
If those fights are coming down to that low of health bars, now with a Chemtech Soul, so difficult here for T1 to finish off kills this time around. Let's see the setup though. BDD throws the Scuttle Crab away. He knows it's a little bit dangerous at the moment.
Not a single flash available on the Rift. Any misstep could cost T1 the game. KT on the precipice of match point, but we've seen T1 not out of this yet, no matter how strong Cuz looks. All of T1, though, forced to retreat. Again, the power of this Chemtech with a Cassante and a Mundo is a terrifying prospect for T1 to contend with.
T1, I think they need the Infinity Edge on Gumayusi. It's going to be really difficult for them to buy the time for him to actually get that because KT can just threaten this Baron. You keep the map dark, you threaten T1 constantly, don't allow Gumayusi any time to farm, to catch up.
They spot it now. Baron getting lower. T1 can't afford to let this get away from them. Peter just using the Hex Flash as all of T1 start to move in. Double Randuins to slow the approach of T1 if they need. It might come down to the 50-50. Peter trying to spot Owner to force him out of the pit. No smite for either support, even with the Spellbook, as T1 getting forced backwards. Maximum dosage still there for Cuz, crucially. Picks up the canister. Guma really starting to hurt, but it's not enough damage.
Sterix is there. T1 taking a little bit too much poke. We'll see if KT actually want to pull the trigger on this or set up a bait. Eventually, T1's going to run out of the resources, but they do know with that ward.
Bot wave pushing in the favor of KT. Crucially, if T1 take a fight and lose, KT will immediately end the game. T1, the pressure point is on them. KT have baited them into the trap. Peter from the darkness, finding Doran, but not the ideal carry as Guma and Faker are still untouched for now. Gravity field to lock them up. Maximum dosage. Cuz getting lower, but still living. The Mundo refusing to die, and Gumayusi drops. KT taking it across the finish line. Faker forced back. The bot lane open. The TP there for BDD. KT moving to match point.
The KT roller coaster keeps going up and up.
We're still not done. KT about to go up match point in the telecom war in the world's final.
A story at this tournament of dominance when it started, and people doubted the quality of their opposition, and then they beat Gen G And now they're taking T1 to match point. KT monstrous in Worlds 2025. Let's see what the AD has to say about it.
KT saying 1 is all you get, just like Gen G. We will take that match point, and they walk past the cup thinking we're gonna be back for it very, very soon. What an incredible game, and what an incredible roller coaster, I just have to say it, that we are on.
I mean, it's just incredible at Worlds for KT to be the team that's coming up big in these small moments where it's usually T1 that are always rising to the occasion. To me, this game came down to a couple of small moments, mistakes and outplays, and it was KT making the big ones.
The magic of the World Championship is it gives the opportunity for players to shine. And for KT to perform like they are today is what we love to see at the World Championship. What a phenomenal performance. And I really want to dive into talking about these players.
I want to listen to Emily first. How are you doing?
I think the most, how am I doing? We'll leave that for later.
Okay.
I think the most important thing to me, though, is that it's not like KT have been flawless, right? They have made mistakes. It's more about how they then deal with it. How, like, especially like Peter makes a mistake on the Owlstar, then he ends up being super clutch in a later fight. I feel like every single person on KT has kind of taken turns really stepping up in a lot of places, and that has made a difference.
Yeah, their early games have been great overall, and we got to talk about this
swag.
Mundo. We have to talk about it, right? I think it's become one of the most contentious and important picks in all of the World Championship.
I absolutely agree. I think it was a great pick in this game. Cuz played it excellently. You could see in the later stages, they just had no answer for it.
Yeah, they had no answer for it. And one thing I did want to point out, despite the fact that T1 did have the early lead in this specific game, we'd previously covered KT's early games, KT has been scrapping a lot early. That was the 100% warfare stat was the feat of warfare. And I love to see this coming out of KT, just that kind of aggression.
I do as well. And Azale, we were talking about it before, but this is the World Championship final. This is when people make the mistakes they usually wouldn't. And this is where people step up where you usually wouldn't expect it. And I gotta say, this last fight we're going to see, where T1 could turn the game. Guma fails to flash. Maybe it looks different.
Yeah, no, it absolutely can be a series-deciding thing. I think it was a game-deciding play as we can watch this. Eyes on Gumayushi in this play. Faker got such a good chunk onto Dokdom, and they've committed a lot onto Perfect. Dorian decides, you know what, we're going to go for it. He flashes over the wall. They get this great engage. They do get the shutdown, but look at Guma here. Steps back, then tries the flash over the wall, doesn't get over, and as a result, he is out of the fight for such a long time. The ulti is expiring. Imagine if he is there with all these low health bars. T1 probably get that kill, probably take the dragon, and delay the soul.
The beauty of this fight is it showcases not only the resilience of T1, the fact that in these environments, they still constantly look for opportunities, constantly look for ways to flip the games, but the fact that KT weathers that pressure, and while it is in conjunction with key mistakes that we're seeing from T1, the fact that KT is able to find these opportunities and punish the mistakes is a testament to how well they've been playing.
It absolutely is, and teams haven't been able to do it for 3 years. How is it KT that's doing it, Emily?
I don't know. I mean, they haven't won yet. I'll just say KT's MO is to kind of bring you up to the point where you're like, okay, maybe they can do it, and then they just, you know.
That's what you told me for the semis. That's what you told me for the quarters.
And it's what I'm telling you right now.
And they are getting closer and closer. You have to give them the credit. They're playing incredible.
I believe there's a lot of stats so that we have to look at, because Emily is saying that because there is such a long history of it not going the way of KT in those telecom wars specifically, right? And not just losses, often like a reverse sweep or pushing you out of Worlds contention. They all hurt so much.
Yeah, and speaking of resiliency, I don't think there is a team that's more resilient than SK Telecom. Now T1 over the years as we kind of see the Telecom War finals history, because it's only the 4th time
they look rattled. I'm just going to say it. Some of them look rattled. It doesn't feel the way it did last year.
I mean, well, this is the thing, because I just can never count T1 out in these positions. Because, as you rightly said, they've been in this position many times before. Even at this World Championship against AL, they've been pushed to the brink, but T1 are 6-1 when down 1-2 at Worlds.
But Mundo was up.
I mean,
Mundo is
no
gone.
secret Mundo for Ona this time around. But for me, like, Cuz has been such a superstar in this series, and I can't do anything more than sing his praises for how spectacular he's been.
I mean, no one can argue the history obviously is is in T1's favor. They have won so many times in Telecom Wars. They've showed up in these big moments so many times, but it just feels different because KT does feel like they have the magic on their side this time around. It only has to happen once. The history doesn't matter.
No, you take them all. You don't care if you win the World Championship here, specifically for these players, right, Emily? And that's how I want to kind of go into this break and go into the next match for a player like Perfect, who everybody counted out, a player like Peter, who had a bad start and then completely turned it around. They are rising to the occasion.
Yeah, I think the tag of like Band of Misfits is very appropriate for this team, right? Like, no one expected them to do particularly well at Worlds. Like, I didn't think they were going to be incredibly bad, but I also definitely did not expect them to make it this far. And a lot of that was because of so many players we did not expect to be performing as well as they are. Perfect. I want to shout out Peter as well. Those two stepping up in this game. Also to get here has been fantastic.
They have it in the palm of their hand, but we saw someone on screen a second ago who's heard that phrase before uttered about his enemies, his nemesis on the other side. It is 1 and 2 down for T1, but you can never, ever count Faker out. I hope we're going to a game 5, but maybe KT just do it.
They'll have to earn it.
Play as Faker tries to zone away. KT, it's Peter in the clutch. Scatter the fall, but the fall damage is not there. Exhausted is Faker, and Carrier tries to turn it back, but he's all by his lonesome. Doran cannot get into the back line. KT managed to find the initial kill as Perfect starts to pop off. Guma missing completely. They get the Drake, but it might cost T1 everything.
He flashes into the wall, and that might be the Otacon going over to KT.
Cuz continuing to go where he damn well pleases. T1 forced back.
Hey players, you know a lot of you have been asking about the winter map and why we haven't been able to do it, and I'll tell you, it's really difficult. Our tech and tools need some work. Hand painting everything in the map itself is a lot of effort, and not to mention there's gameplay clarity. And can we just talk about how even though it's winter in the northern hemisphere, in the southern hemisphere it's summer, and isn't that where Medler's from? He's from New Zealand, right? So I don't know if we're gonna be able to pull it off. But you know what? Because you really asked for it, we're just gonna do it anyways. Winter map is coming back, everyone. Winter 2025 and summer 2025 somewhere else. It's winter everywhere on Summoner's Rift.
Players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, forward by 9.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Gen G, they are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen G, the EWC winners. Drake is now Doran, decent position, double
break down my walls, but I won't rise again, cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in, Bishop flashes in, and down goes Light.
It's more than a game. It's a world shaped by you, the fans. And our mission is to elevate that world by building technology that creates moments that last forever. That's why we're joining forces with League of Legends Esports to transform how fans experience live events on the global stage.
All right, guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Gas, no one can stop me but me. Too bad, on fire, rewired, go higher, go harder. You wanna? I got it all, you'll see it. Stars across the night of a shoulder. Ain't no more time to be it. I'll take anything you throw. You can't take me down. I'll go higher. Our future is now. World's on fire. Set it up all night over, singing me on the shore. You can't take me down. I'll go higher. No one can even come close, nah. Counting up money, collecting bodies like Tata. Picture you trying to catch it to me like, ha ha. Better stop playing with your one life you got, I got it all, you'll see it. Stars across the night of a shoulder. Ain't no more time to be it. I'll take anything you throw. You can't take me down. I'll go higher. Our future is now. World's on fire. Set it up all night over, singing me on the shore. You can't take me down. I'll go higher.
Welcome back to Worlds 2025. We're here, you see the League of Legends Carnival taking place here in Chengdu, where 1.8 million fans have passed through over the course of the weekend and are watching now as KT, against a lot of expectations, almost all of them, I think it's safe to say, take us into match point.
They have been playing so incredibly well this tournament. They have still only lost 2 games the entire tournament. 1 to Genji and 1 to T1. KT playing so well, it's inspiring.
But we have seen teams be in this 2-1 position before and not be able to close it out. T1 themselves have found themselves 1-2 down and bounced back. in the most pressure situations, but after that game number 3 in particular, it does really feel like KT, their meta read seems so on point, and the level of gameplay in particular is, again, having watched this team just go through a rotating door of, we had Potter come in, we had Wei at the beginning of the year, we had casting, and yet here we are, 2-1 up against the greatest League of Legends organization of all time.
And I have so much respect for players that are able to work their way through difficult times, complete an arduous journey, and make it back to the very top. So with this roster, can KT actually eliminate T1? As you said, T1 are notoriously hard to eliminate from Worlds. They have been there before with their backs against the wall in must-win games. And now into the draft, T1 once again on blue side here for game number 4 of Fearless Draft.
Pantheon Ziggs taken off the table. As you said, T1 on blue side, mid lane prio picks also off the board alongside Carius Bard.
So Galio, Nocturne combinations, maybe a Camille in there as well. Some of these T1 champions that you have seen them use create dive comps. That could be a tool that they use very aggressively. Okay, they're gonna start out with bot lane.
And now we have, for the second game in a row, despite the struggles on Yunara in the previous game, T1 doubling down, tripling down on Gumayushi, being the center of their early draft strategy. Yunara did not work out for them. It was not enough. The Kalista, an incredibly oppressive champion at early stages of the game, set up for an explosive bot lane matchup, but the Trundle is there for Cuz.
Huge.
I'm known Trundle blind. I don't want to say hater because that's too much, but I don't love it. We'll see though, Cuz thus far has earned the confidence in this tournament and is really good into Kalista, being able to slow her down and make sure that she doesn't get the space that she so desperately needs in fights. This is also, again, there's a layer to this, right? There is the fact that Dom had a great Kalista game against Gen G, but he might now be picking up the Caitlyn here to try and fight for that bot lane prio.
And this is a very powerful siege combination. Trundle pillars with Caitlyn pushing early, assuming that Peter is actually going to play a bully support. Sometimes they have actually, for KT, they did like Caitlyn Braum. They didn't necessarily fully index into a Caitlyn Lux or Morgana or Karma type lane. And so they definitely have some options still open to them. But I do really like siege comps and an extra range there with Trundle because you can make use of that pillar. But here is the Nocturne that we were talking about earlier, does get locked in for T1. And I really do think those combination comps are going to come through for them with the heavy dive. You get Carius Renata here, he's going to have a big one.
And for lane, that feels good. But Renata, blind can get punished. Obviously, the 2v2 is absolutely devastating. And that's why T1, I think, have really struggled in this series. It feels like KT's early game has been better. Almost all of the times is BDD going to be blinding Cassio or playing Cassio into what is already such a short-range composition. Is going to be feeling impeccable. And it was this pick that got KT over the line against Gen G.
It was, and now against an immobile support like the Renata, luckily has the Kalista to bail her out, but the pillar is a massive threat to any immobile champion, something that has to be respected. With the Caitlyn, with the Cassio, getting grounded by that miasma, having a pillar placed behind you means there is no chance for escape, but T1 bringing out a lot of comfort, bringing out a lot of power here in the first phase.
And you can protection ban the Galio because you third pick this Cassio on red side. There you go, and you can whittle down on even the few options that Faker does have left. Those combinations that we're talking about for the Camille, Galio, Nocturne just will not be there. I like the Ornn though, as far as the ban, because you know that KT have very strong scaling and are building towards that big team fight.
And it feels kind of awkward, because normally what you'd want to do into Cassio is outrange her, right? Go for something like the Hui, which we've seen a decent amount of. And I think it's okay, but it doesn't really synergize that well with the Nocturne, right? You'd rather play something that can actually dive deep, that can go in aggressively, but trying to play any dive into Cassio, into Trundle, into Caitlyn just doesn't feel great. And there you go. KT, they say, we're not even going to take that gamble. We don't care about the comp mismatch. We want to protect BDD with 2 bans towards Fake. 4 in total here, setting BDD up for success.
And we knew in a world of Fearless, depth of champion pool was going to be incredibly important. Cuz getting that wind on Mundo. Owner not able to find that wind on his Viego. Now we're seeing 2 more conventional meta picks get taken off the board. KT feels so set up for success here. Faker's champion pool so heavily diminished.
I gotta say, I like what I'm seeing from Score. He is a legacy player for KT. The organization really has relied on him over years and years as player, as coach, and he's setting them up again. Oh my goodness, is it gonna be the crank?
The Blitz, I don't like the Nautilus matchup into Renata. Feels nigh unplayable, but Blitz is a different story altogether, Peter.
Tom Kench. Okay, an answer into the power that this Nocturne can bring. Denies a lot of the dive.
Yeah, exactly. He knows that they're going to round out the rest of this comp with more dive, so preemptively grabbing the Tom Kench.
First Kench that we've seen this tournament as well, and it's perfect that he's going to get the counter pick. What is Doran going to go towards? That is a Doran Classic certified. Was
Banger.
one of the pivotal points as I was thinking about this.
Yanivia locked in. Obviously a champion against champions like Trundle and the Tom Kench. The power of that ulti to really slow you down the walls against a Cassio can be devastating.
What is it going to be for Doran? Ornn is on, Yorick gone. Often we see these blind picked.
And gentlemen, it feels a bit scattered from T1.
Yeah, it's still got to be the Gragas. They round it out. Okay, it is a bit versatile. Honestly, though, I'm favoring the KT side at the moment, and they get counter.
Okay, let's all take a breath.
No, we're not going to get baited by offers.
No room for breathing.
No.
Mordekaiser.
What is he going to lock in here? Perfect. What's the R5?
It is interesting because Mordekaiser is a champion that can still split push even when faced with Nocturne comps.
True.
So I do like it even when T1 have ways to attack side lanes. With Nocturne and other people joining, it is something that can still always have threat there due to the Mordekaiser ultimate.
I will also just say, in terms of ease of execution, there's almost no reliable hard CC on the entirety of this KT lineup. They're really going to need to have full map control, be better on the setup, because on the opposite side, you have these walls that can catch people out that matches the one piece of CC that feels like could do something for KT, which is the pillar. You've got the stuns, you've got the Renata, the Gragas to potentially set up these plays. Huge, I think, burden on Doran to be the guy who can make this happen.
And it was 2023 Spring Finals where Doran had a truly majestic performance on the Gragas. That was back then into T1, to which this day in the LCK, there is a discussion as to whether or not he was robbed from MVP for how good his Gragas was, and that is with match point for KT, what T1 decides to trust him with.
KT on the cusp of winning their first trophy in their first finals after their first semi-finals. An unprecedented run, but they are going up against T1, the greatest to ever do it. A team hungry to find redemption for Faker. 2015, 2016, denied in 2017. This roster wants to be the first to make the three-peat happen.
The ever-elusive three-peat. And as you say it, Keria flashes the Faker emotes. See if they can actually do it this time. T1, of course, they have to approach this as one game at a time. Every single game must win for them to extend the series. Every play critical, including the level ones.
Faker trying to move away. Good damage going down on Owner, forcing that early flash out. You have to be terrified now because Cuz is going to start to take over in the jungle.
Yeah, Trundle definitely can go for invades and look to punish flashes.
Yeah, PJ Trundle with a flashless Nocturne, definitely big, as we can see. A little bit of a trip down memory lane. It's T1, as we keep saying, in case maybe you just tune in. Maybe you're like, what's all the ruckus about? Have had so many ups and downs, and in this modern era, it's been the four-man core of Owner, Faker, Guma, and Keria. We've had Kana originally in 2021. We've had Zeus in 22, 23, and 24. And now Doran, as they find their backs against the wall.
And how fitting is it that it's KT Rolster that stands in front of T1 now, when it was T1 in 2013 that went over them to go get their first Worlds title. See if they can do it. Okay, Owner, no flash, but it doesn't matter. He can still clear as Nocturne. You want a full clear at least 2 times.
He can beat the jungle camps.
Yeah, and then
he doesn't need flash.
Yeah, just clear in peace, and then your flash will be up in no time. That's how you look at it.
Definitely a good luck is BDD is going to be the first to get to level 2. Neither one wants to be too aggressive with their cooldowns. Obviously, if a single Noxious Blast connects, the potential for BDD to just run Faker down is very real. Nice handshake coming in. Immediate barrier coming out from Docdom. Gumayusi using a barrier of his own just in case the tower shot does come through. So super dominant 2v2 here already from the side of T1.
And I do think you kind of know that when the Kench gets locked in, you're just not going to have the laning pressure. This is really a pick that is expected to have pressure as you go deeper into the series, right? Or rather into the game, when the dive will inevitably follow. I gotta say though, Kench into Anivia and Gragas really doesn't feel quite as good. I think the Nocturne and the all-in from Guma and Keria feels good to play into, but Anivia really makes it hard for you to actually reliably protect your carry, get W's off, and Gragas kind of self-explanatory. His ability to create space. Keria!
Flash away. Keria tries to get him with the Q flash. Docdom quick on the reactions, crucially, but that is a flash down in the laning phase. And again, while Owner is flashless, may still be in a position come level 6 to really force this dive before Peter has access to that ultimate.
Big for this T1 bottom lane that T1 want to play through their bottom lane here with this comp, this Kalista, Renata, Nocturne trifecta that they've been able to get for themselves. And it is going to mean guaranteed bot side Scuttle Crab with the early push there, and the ward as well from Doran, who took his time from top lane to go ward the second one. So they'll know that this time around, Cuz has done the same thing he did last time, where he did the clear into recall and then look for the crab.
I do like, though, you see, even though Nocturne isn't necessarily like the #1 dive champion, all the precautions are being taken. Cuz actually hovers there to see if they go for the crash, or for the dive on the first crash. Docdom's still going to be substantially behind, though. Force the base, and the early game going the way of T1 here in this 4th game.
Kind of double value when you're able to shut down that Caitlyn early game that so often is incredibly impressive. Now, though, on the top side, Doran may have to be careful. Good awareness, though.
They should
and
know.
See the potential gank coming, knowing that there's really no play on the bottom side to be had for KT.
Early stages of Mordekaiser versus Gragas, not too big. Plenty of sustain on the Gragas, no problem. So just a farm fest up there, as both junglers will go into their second re-clears. It's going to be a little bit quicker, of course, for Owner because of Cuz's little altered path where he goes for the quick recall there. And we'll see once again when the Nocturne does end up towards the bottom side of the map. Currently, though, Keria and Guma at least hovering into the fog of war, then going for pretty deep recalls.
Are seeing Faker taking not the best of trades, but not really botted. Has his egg still available. We'll see if Cuz can make something happen. Might look here. Has his Raptors just now done. Making his way over. Even getting a summoner or getting the egg would be big.
Faker grounded. Cuz on the way in. Good wall to force the disengage. But BDD full committing even though he has no mana. They do manage to get the passive out of Faker. Cuz full committing. Peter on the way. The tongue lash there. They want to give the kill to BDD, but it'll go to Cuz in the end.
And what could be the deciding game, KT, they send all resources again towards mid lane to BDD to make it happen.
But it's Cuz that gets the kill again. Now we saw how that benefited them. As T1 wanting to look for the punish here.
Keria and Guma are powerful. They move in with the heal. A pillar to immediately block them out. The 50-50 goes to Owner. Flash away from the handshake. Is Peter barely able to make it out alive. Good recovery from T1.
And he flashes for that. He's like, no, trust me. I got this. Takes the wheel and finds the 50-50 steal.
Sometimes you need inspiration. When your team are backs against the walls and you just lost out first blood mid, you have to come up with some really big plays. And throwing it there, throwing the flash for the flip, getting it for Owner.
T1 get the objective, and now they've set up Docdom in the mid lane, but Peter a little bit late. You can see how, while BDD was comfortable in that 1v1, it's so difficult for Docdom. If a wall had appeared just a little bit more behind him, he very likely would have died like the one we're seeing here. Luckily, Peter is there to cover. Knockup will not connect. Nice initial stun from Faker. Procs the phase rush, will back away. Doesn't have any damage under his belt yet, or that could have been a lot more concerning for the side of KT.
It's nice, you know, you get a little indicator for where you need to throw your stun. As Cuz will be able to maintain this lead thanks to the kill that he got. Owner about to hit 6 though, and that is going to be when he comes online is perfect.
Perfect, flash away. Doesn't want to risk going into the Death Realm just to come out a few seconds later on the wrong side of a wall from Faker. And I do really love when people play goofy skins in very high stakes matchups.
The Gragas burp, a classic. All right, so much tension though, so much riding on this game as we get the swaps back out, and KT opting to send Caitlyn up to the top side of the map, whereas Guma and Keria have full priority here, trying to push in on BDD's Cassio.
And looking at how the early game setups are going to go, it feels like who gets to the objective first, right? If you're able to use the priority in your lanes, use the priority of this Guma Keria lane, with the Kalista Renata, you're able to turn that into vision, and you're able to pick off members from KT as they rotate over. Because the pick potential is amazing. Turn off the lights, displace them either with the wall or with the Gragas. And there's a lot of damage available early on to take down these targets for KT. Again, it feels like it's going to come down to what can we find in the team fight.
Yeah, an excellent lane assignment from T1. Again, Faker easily able to wave clear, even in the face of the Caitlyn, Tom, Kench. Good lane, mid lane control from Keria and Gumayushi, and now Owner walks his way up top side. Immediate 3 grubs secure.
T1 continuing to stack the objectives that they need in this game. Using Guma and Keria, their priority nicely. They rotate over from mid lane to the grubs, up to top lane, and want to keep that pressure on.
Hey, they got the first dragon as well. You know, the way in which they did it was high risk, but ended up working out. All planned. Oh, I mean, Owner knew, you know, otherwise you're a Nocturne that uses his flash for no reason, but he trusted his smite button.
And they know that they are going to need to continue to stack those objectives. So we'll see if the emphasis on the earlier Dragon Soul for them does come to fruition. Kalista, of course, looking to be a snowball.
Ooh, and I do love that it's Doctom playing that Caitlyn skin from DRX. The last time that T1 lost in the finals, it was against that team. As Faker should be fine here, but his prio is continuously maintained. And look at the top side. T1 keeping these waves shoved in, and plates will be their rewards.
And this feels like the first game where T1 are able to build such a clear advantage in the early stages. Yes, BDD has a small gold lead, but Gumayushi, essentially, no one can stop this man from pushing in, from building a greater advantage. And you already talked about Drake stacking, right? Kalista, a champion who very effortlessly can contest the big smites of the game, and when Owner and Guma are working together, it feels pretty impossible for KT to stop an objective that T1 have started.
Guma, on a lot of champions, is pretty good at contesting dragons as well.
Has been known for that,
Yeah, he has stolen, even at this tournament, multiple dragons on different AD carry champions. This time around, though, we continue the Farm Fest, my friends.
Nice. Love it. You know, it's
bringing
game
the LCK to the world
It wouldn't be your final cast
finals.
if we didn't get a little, the appropriate pace for an
Obviously,
LCK matchup.
the main issue is that normally we go completely off topic.
Sure.
We're not going to do that here.
No. Professionalism.
Yeah, obviously. There's a hex plate now done here for Owner. We'll have that available going into the first fight. Looks like double Roa to come through here for T1 as well. Obviously,
20 seconds.
Ooh, BDD close to his.
At this stage, however, it feels like T1 just ahead in terms of overall prio. Yes, BDD has mid lane push, but really has to be careful about wandering into Fog of War when Owner has access to that ultimate. Cuz has finished the Sundered Sky, not opting for a Trinity Force, knowing he might need a bit more sustain. Carry a bit of poke onto Peter, and T1 with this bot lane push, very likely set up to be first to the Drake.
Owner's there, trying to, I think, scout out, and this time T1, if they can set up again, trying to regain control into Renata, into Anivia, kind of a nightmare. We haven't really talked about it too much, but the engage from KT, just not the best. It's really looking like a full commit or bust.
Cuz ready for the 50-50. Faker off to the side. Decent damage onto BDD. Owner going all in. Flashback coming out from Cuz. Wall there as well as BDD just barely able to skirt around the edge. But the objective set up now. for the side of T1. Double TPs. KT want to claim it for a bit more. Ulti coming out from the side of Carrier. Drake down. The backline of KT berserk as they look if they can turn it back. But again, they don't have the tools to keep the fight going. Unless Peter wants to flash Tongue Lash. But that's all their CC. Perfect fighting off to the side, dragging Faker into the death realm. In the meantime, BDD starting to walk forward. Doran potentially caught out. The 4-man! BDD! Showing he can be clutch in the moments to count. Turning it again. KT were losing the fight as they lost the objective. Gumayusi will not be able to make the bailout work. The Drake to T1. The fight to KT.
Oh, Doran's going to want that one back. The big whiff on the Gragas engage there.
Peter, knock up a bit too far. The thick skin, yeah, it's not going to save you. Caught up in the hype, caught up in the moment. Faker going to get one back.
Yeah, getting a little bit ahead of themselves there. The roller coaster, sometimes a bit of a bumpy ride. But as we highlighted, it's BDD that takes this fight into his own hands. You see KT, they at first very respectful of the amount of disengage available on T1. And it's not until this pillar comes through that they're really ready to commit.
Yeah, and they try and pincer them against. Then Doran goes for the big play, but he's left in the middle, and BDD hits the ultimate, peeling all the rest of the DPS, getting those stuns. And T1 get chased out.
And Perfect, while that was happening, took out one of the big DPS sources for T1. Even though he doesn't actually take out Faker, we can see there, the BDD topping those damage charts, and Faker, he was just hitting a Mordekaiser.
Nothing you could do, Guma. BDD, the points of pressure that we look at for both teams. Gumayusi does go down in the end, giving a lot of that gold back to Docdom, crucially for this KT lineup. And BDD now with the Roa fully stacked, even as Faker struggles to complete his, is in an excellent position in the fights to come. Again, 1 minute and 30 seconds now until that Herald is available. Top side still close, mid lane still very much dominated by Guma. But T1 would really like to have that prio advantage ahead of this next objective.
Yeah. They made the call. Just try and go for Docdom. You know, Doran getting in there for the knockback, but they didn't have the damage to follow it back up. And so the extra kills here for KT, but T1 preemptively got the Dragon. So that plan of stacking the Drakes is still there.
Ooh, and this is a game where I think Ocean's are actually going to get a ton of value. It makes your side laning so oppressive. There are a ton of champions on either side that have a good amount of sustain. Going to become even more annoying when you become basically an immovable object in that side. And a lot of champions that, even with the Roas, even with the Seraphs, are going to chew through a ton of mana. As right now, KT feeling like, despite everything that's happened, game basically that even, right? If anything, it's in favor of T1, given that we've seen the Grubs go their way, given that they're currently up a whole whopping 2 plants as well.
And remember the context of all of KT's kills. It is a lot of flashes, it is a lot of full committals with very long cooldown sums and abilities. T1 still have a much easier time setting up fights, setting up picks, and because they've secured those 2 Drakes, they will inevitably be allowed to force at least one fight on their own terms, even now as we see both teams setting up for the Herald.
And I think that will be necessary for T1, because KT, they have used this Caitlyn so effectively from the very beginning of the tournament, and they've constantly looked towards the late game with this champion for Docdom, and the siege power, the extra range. KT right now, speaking of siege, with the 4-1, but T1 are able to take control of it. They've got control and access to the Rift Herald as well, so they can continue to stack these neutral objectives. And that's the way that they're going to apply this pressure to KT and not allow them a lot of extra time in the game.
Early objective stacking going the way of T1 convincingly and fully. As a possible play onto Doran here, a dive with about 50 seconds left on the clock would be big.
Owner on the way. Access to the ulti. TP available. Full commit now going down. Owner turning off the lights. All of KT immediately pulling back. Peter isolated, caught out. Trying to stay standing with the thick skin. Will Abyssal dive away as Faker takes down the top lane tier 1. And again, this is the struggle of the KT composition. It's so hard to force anything, and T1 continue to trade up.
And T1 read them like a book. The 5-man rotation gets punished heavily. They're ready to keep Doran safe. This time around, that Gragas will not be taken down. And then on the cross map, the top side turret falls.
And now they're in a perfect position to contest this next Drake. The good news for the side of KT is at least Dokdom finally has that Collector, is able to chip away at Gumayushi's health bar, but with the Blade of the Rune King and a red buff, Guma forced to be reckoned with. KT poking their heads, and they don't really have the vision, but they do have a ward on the flank if Perfect can find his way in. We'll just take the more conventional path through the mid lane, however.
And look at the flank from Doran here, trying to hide there on the Ocean Rift, looking for a big displacement.
Herald summoned in the mid lane. 5v5 at the pit. Flash ulti available for BDD if he wants to try and find it. Perfect isolated off to the side. Hostile takeover stops Peter from going any further. Dokdam completely isolated. Cooking the barrel for just a little bit longer, and now the Drake is going to go down. Owner taking it. Dokdam isolated. And Perfect trying to force a fight with Faker, but he gets nothing as the wall comes in to interrupt. Flash over the wall. The ulti from BDD. He might get a couple more kills, but again, the objective belongs to KT. Even as T1 begin to fall, Faker and Carry are ready to turn it. But have they overcommitted the wall there, trying to disengage Carry? Faker running into the pinch, Obliterate connecting for full damage. Cuz on the chase, waiting a few seconds for the pillar, but the stun clutch to disengage for the side of T1.
T1, they get the dragon, but at what cost, guys? The gold here going over to KT, some of these kills. Ooh, it is tense. I mean, T1, I think it's still good because they can still keep up their timeline for Dragon Soul.
I think you take it because of the double steal that comes through, right? Because they're unable to get this dragon. Owner gets to secure again. And I want to look at the amount of flashes that are blown here for KT. As Dokdom gets taken down, completely focused by Guma, who stays alive until BDD gets on top of him. But the stalling here is a big deal, and the trades aren't that bad when it comes to kills here for T1. And with that objective going their way, so many summoners were blown there for KT.
And I think the big thing that I'm looking at is the effectiveness of this Tahm Kench. This is a moment where across this series it's felt like Peter, Dokdom have been doing well even when Dokdom's been getting caught out. But you saw there the disconnect. Peter flashes in to try to devour Dokdom. Dokdom flashes over the wall. They can't get the angle. And those moments of miscoordination are effortless for T1 to punish. And this is something they cannot afford because they're already falling behind in terms of map pressure. Even if they have a kill advantage, they're behind in gold. Single mistakes like that could cost them everything.
And I'm looking at Owner's smite button.
Oh yeah.
Inspect that thing. This guy is cold as hell, man. Keeps on getting these dragons. Started out the game with a flash to go steal it. Can he do one more? Does he have one more in him?
And started off the game without a flash to speak of. When it comes off cooldown, he flashes to steal it. And again, this is the member that we've heralded on this T1 lineup as the most consistent point. Being clutch around these objectives is crucial because now you see the runway, you see the path to victory. The Otacon, the Soul, stand in front of T1.
In 2013, OGN Summer, those telecom wars going the distance. Will we go the distance here on the World Final stage?
If we start a Twitter poll, can we ask for Game 5 blind pick?
I'm down.
It's a throwback.
Let's get double Zeds, double Shens back in there.
Fearless Game 5 blind pick.
Run it back.
We could do that, right? It's fine.
We have that authority, I'm sure.
Yeah, certainly.
Absolutely not, for anyone concerned.
5 flashes have been blown by KT, and that does mean that I expect T1 to maintain prio in these lanes, because not having flash means that you're much more susceptible to a Nocturne showing up and taking your lunch money as Owner. We've seen him and Gumayushi often be the deciding factor together. As KT, they might just full send in on Otacon, at least to get the TP out of Doran.
Understand the gamble that KT are in because T1 are collapsing, and in the meantime, waves are being deleted. It's costing KT hundreds of gold just to be here. And if T1 take the fight, it might just cost them the game.
Perfect has
sticking around, ready to get them away. The ulti not stacked up. Perfect going forward just a little bit longer. The Death Realm to come out. Owner going to respond with an ulti of his own, turning off the lights on this team fight between both lineups. Gumayushi and Perfect in the Death Realm, and Guma takes those. T1 focusing on the objective. Cleanse used from Carrier. Heal on the way. Faker finding a bit more damage. BDD isolated. Hostile takeover going to connect onto BDD. It won't have much effect as Cuz tries to chase Faker out. But Dokdam, he might take Carrier. But it's T1 taking the Otacon. Guma securing the objective.
And there it is. The second smite for T1 strikes again as Otacon goes their way.
Oh man, that was a tense one. You can tell the call from KT, I think at the beginning, is have Mordekaiser just run at Owner and try and ult Owner. But look at Perfect getting kited. The Anivia does so much work keeping him at bay. Carrier as well, trying to help, trying to delay. And then as the ult goes down there, they kite it back out, Otacon resetting. They put so many spears into this Otacon.
And I cannot think of a worse champion to pull into Death Round 1v1 than a Kalista that has been accelerated. Unfortunate from the side of KT. Yeah. You see that they have the damage, that they have the items. They just cannot put it where it counts. And ultimately, that just means that T1 are even further ahead. 23-9 the score in terms of the petals. 1,000 gold advantage and 20 seconds until T1 are set up to take the soul.
It's going to have to be a miraculous team fight here from KT, as they are second to the objective. And if this soul goes over, barring an Elder flip, T1's got to be feeling real good.
Doran isolated for a moment, the miasma just a little bit late as Faker's off to the side. Good damage onto Perfect to kick things off. Cuz still eating a bit of damage. The poke from T1, a bit tough to deal with. You can see the pierce that lands onto Dokdom, taking that chunk of health. Flash in, full committal to the fight. Pillar to isolate Owner, redemption to heal Faker right back up. That's almost every single cooldown burn. It's on BDD to try to turn it back, but it's a split fight. T1 coming from multiple sides, collapsing as Owner moves in on top of Perfect. Dorn has been isolated in the death round, but he'll manage to make it over. Flashback, absolutely jukes him. And now it's Perfect caught in a 1v1 with Faker right as he comes out. He is stunned, but he won't be taken down. All of T1 in the pit. The spears stacked, smites available.
Faker's gonna teleport back. They're recalling Mordekaiser and the Anivia.
The fight just continues to go. 6K getting lower. Dokdom trying to get a bit of poke. Hops will take over connecting. They don't have a cleanse. Devour from Peter is good, but it might not matter. Cuz continuing to move in. BDD waiting over the wall. The ulti is there, but they don't need to face him yet. The turn on to Faker isn't enough. 3K. Cuz in the pit. At the end of the day, it does not matter because it is Doran to get the soul. KT might be able to get the fight, but there's too many members of T1 standing. Ocean Soul to T1 as everybody on KT falls.
And I am starting to hear some silver scrapes in my telecom war.
Oh my God, T1 stand up, get the Ocean Soul, and they have made every person in this stadium stand up as well. Dokdom gets hit with the carrier ultimate immediately. Peter trying to bail him out. They're both so low, they get pushed out. Then Doran blocking the Caitlyn ultimate, protecting Owner here as they try and kite back into the pit. Meanwhile, on the top side, BDD was running straight at them. Immediately gets deleted there by Carrier and Faker on the other side.
And it's Guma skirting alongside the fight. And the fact that Faker, even though BDD got his ultimate off, hit him with the stun. So he didn't actually get to do the damage that he needed to, as the double fake out from Doran. And the MasterCard prize at the moment of the game, Ocean Soul secured for T1.
Plus in the lead up to that fight, Faker was kiting so well with the Anivia, and there was a moment where the Mordekaiser was trying to pull him in, but the Trundle Pillar also bumped him out as well. I mean, the annoyance of the late game Anivia, the kiting here that he's able to pull off, really created so much space.
And T1 seemed to perfectly understand their strengths in comparison to KT's weaknesses. We've mentioned it countless times. We saw it in draft, and we've seen it be the bane of KT this entire game. They do not have good tools to force picks. So T1 get to stay in these fights at 20% health, 30% health, because once they see that pillar go down, they know there's no way anyone else is getting on top of them in the back line. Now, Soul in their favor, Flowers in their favor, 5K gold lead, and they're set up to take the first Baron of the game.
And it's again costly when it comes to summoners for KT. And T1, call the T1 Baron. Gold lead's there, Ocean Soul is theirs. And KT, we'll see if they can make something happen.
Owner and T1 have secured every single objective this game. Cuz moving in, but zoned away by the Storm from the side of the team. Berserk now onto Cuz, has to ulti. Owner using an ulti of his own just to try and disengage. Dorn, meanwhile, in the mid lane, happy to just continue fighting. Perfect going into the back line, looking to get taken down by Faker. He's in the death realm, but Faker's happy with the 1v1. Just in time, he gets out, and Dorn is there to seal the deal on the kill. KT desperate to get anything. They've already lost their top laner. The game rapidly slipping away.
They're trying their best to not let this game go to 5 as Doran still searching.
No flash for BDD, that crucial piece of CC and exhaust there. But Faker just waiting in the darkness. Guma stacking up the spears, the wall to zone KT away. Flash not there for Cuz either. BDD off on the side is going to use the ultimate. W in from Peter does absolutely nothing. T1, they see a vulnerable opponent. They know what they can do as they start to rip them to shreds. KT is not going to take a Baron. T1 reminding us why they are here, what they can do in a world final.
And T1 ensure that we are going the distance. We are getting our full value out of this series as KT just cannot close the gap to T1's backline.
The turn off of Baron to grab the kills, and now they will secure the objective. Here's another look at it. So Duran had just body slammed at BDD, and BDD used Cassiopeia ultimate. The rest of them can then chase through the river here. As you see, even with the Tahm Kench trying to eat him up, Doctam still has nowhere to go.
The KT feel forced into trying to contest, know that if Baron goes down, game is as good as lost. And Peter, it's not an enviable job. You're trying to play engage Kench, and I've seen a single man do that well, and he's on the opposite side of the rift. We knew it was a gamble, and that plus the blind Cassio, I think, really getting punished so nicely by T1 in this game.
Yeah, and the top lane difference as well. The Mordekaiser has not found a lot of value. He's getting kited a lot, and hasn't had very high value ultimates either. So we'll see as we progress in this series, if we progress, because T1 still have not done it yet. They've got the Dragon Soul and a 9,000 gold lead, though, so they definitely should be able to.
20 pedal lead, they have Grubs. We haven't taken a turret yet, Kobe.
They got more items, they got more money. Yeah. It's looking like a hard road for the side of KT. And now,
but it's good news for us.
When a comeback happens, if KT can make it happen, then it's something to be considered. Maybe a miracle flash, but it will take that miracle. And for KT, it's so important not to lose sight of the bigger picture. This is a game you could afford to lose because of what you won earlier. It might come down to a best of one, but you need to be at your best form for that matchup because this game is looking done and dusted. Owner pushing in the mid lane. KT can't really afford to split as that tower falls. The threat of T1 diving into their backline, a very real threat.
BDD found a big play on his Yone in game 1 against Gen G to find a miraculous comeback, but this game feels so much more dire. About 35 seconds till we see that Elder come up. I don't even know if T1 really wants to wait for it. With 2 inhibitors, they can just decide to back off. No pressure on them.
Owner waiting, hoping to catch out a member of KT, over-eager, knowing how important it is for them to stop the Soul from going down. 20 seconds, a TP into the mid lane. Maybe going to catch out Gumayusi here. But it's perfect. Again, this is the problem. No matter who TP's in, it's so effortless for T1 to just walk away.
Yeah, perfect. Guma is 2 levels up on the top laner.
Cuz caught out, isolated, immediate subjugate to try and stay standing, forced to flash back. BDD in the darkness! 3-man! But it's Doran to try to turn it right back! The ulti is decent, Carry wants to turn it back with the hostile takeover. The gold deficit is just too massive. Even a miracle, even an incredible angle was not enough in the face of this T1 lineup. The triple, the quadra, T1 bringing us to silver scrapes.
Guma lives the engage, and T1's hopes live in the grand finals.
And the telecom war has never been this insane. World's Finals, Game 5.
A back and forth, absolute dominance in Game 4, though. The story for T1 as we get ready for Game 5. Let's send it back over to the analyst desk.
They're on it again, Dracos. That's what's happening. I cannot believe what's happening in front of my eyes. The fact that at every single objective, they look like they could lose the game, but somehow they secure it and somehow they stay ahead despite everything KT threw at them.
I can absolutely believe it because I've seen this happen at Worlds several times and I've seen it happen to my team so many times back in the LCK and in OGN Champions. I don't think it was louder in this building than when Faker absolutely popped off on Anivia and they showed the damage numbers at 8,568. This entire place was cheering just for that graphic alone.
We see Koma there. He's deep in thought. He, of course, has said before that 2017 is something I regret, right? Let's look at this.
I mean, the players have got to stay locked in. We see them reviewing in that moment, and here is one of those critical plays. Carrier pops out of the brush, catches Doctam, and even with Peter there to save him initially, that is kind of the fight, it felt like, decided in a lot of ways.
It was so many tense fights that T1 just kept getting the better of KT in. So many of these moments, if they just swung slightly the way of KT, maybe things could have been different, but under this situation, to be down against KT, who's at match point, T1 are just too good.
It's crazy.
At playing from this pressure.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for me that happened in this early game is that whenever T1 looked like they were in a bad spot, even when KT was coming out ahead in the fight, T1 had all of the objectives.
Yeah.
They were chilling until their Nivea just comes online and destroys absolutely everyone. And again, I cannot understate how strong of a pick Nivea was for Faker in this draft against what KT had drafted.
It was very, very good. I asked for like a supercut of all the objectives just because we talked so much about Guma making kind of those mistakes in the game before that, right? And how at this level that does happen. But how does this happen every single time? Is that plot armor?
I mean, it's kind of crazy. It just feels like they're able to step up in these big moments. I think Cuz maybe just barely didn't have his smite or didn't quite get it off. It was at 619. Owner flashes in, auto smite, steals it away. They had so many opportunities where you think, okay, they're finally going to get it. Owner gets in again and steals it. The soul fight was actually Doran securing it, where Doran went off in this next fight, Vetty.
It was really important for certain players to step up, and given that this series has been the Cuz show, Owner couldn't have picked a better time to show up in this series. Fantastic play around the objectives, and Doran, as you were saying, Azel, his scoreline was not impressive, but the impact that he had in so many of these team fights, like, it was truly phenomenal.
It was, and I have to shout out BDD as well, right? Because he gets, just like on the Syndra, right? He gets a lot of four-man stuns. He gets in there with the Casio. He can turn the fight, but you just see at some point that with all the objectives that T1 had and the fact that they were up on the forefront, right? And they have the confidence makes that they just run this one home.
Absolutely, and I mean, I think they're going to be regretting giving that man a Nivea.
Yeah.
Because Faker, it seemed like he played way better than he did last time on the pick, but also, we were talking about it in draft, Eddie and I were talking through, hey, if you're going to blind Casio, you really do need to ban the Anivia. Instead, they elected to take away the Galio and the Hwei, which are comfort picks for Faker. With Faker, there's always going to be something up, but man, Anivia was crazy in this game.
And while we look at the faces of T1, focused, calm, getting ready for the next game, we know that this is a situation where they've been in multiple times before, even just last year against BLG. For KT, I can't imagine the pressure that they must feel, the stress, given that you could be a single game away from lifting a World's Trophy, or it could be done and dusted just like that.
I mean, it's basically going to be the best moment of your life or the worst moment of your life, right? And it's coming in 30 minutes. And we heard interviews from both of the bot laners from T1 where they're talking about the advantage that they have is the experience. They have been here before. Keria said, I wanted it too much. I was dying to get it. And I think KT is going to be as well.
Yes, they are absolutely dying to get it. We'll get some time to talk on the other end of the break about this man, Emily, but also about the chances of KT. We'll be right back before Game 5.
The fight just continues to go. 6K getting lower. Doctum trying to get a bit of poke. Hostile takeover connecting. They don't have a cleanse. Devour from Peter is good, but it might not matter. Cuz continuing to move in. BDD waiting over the wall. The ulti is there, but they don't need to face him yet. The turn on to Faker. Is it enough? 3K. Cuz in the pit. At the end of the day, it does not matter because it is Doran to get the soul. KT might be able to get the fight, but there's too many members of T1 standing. Ocean Soul to T1 as everybody on KT falls.
could it end any other way than a Game 5 in this telecom war for the ages between KT and T1 with their eyes set on the Summoners Cup? We have been blessed with the series so far, but now comes, Azael, the most important game of KT's career.
Absolutely. I mean, you can really say for a lot of these players, their entire life has built to this one moment. There's so much pressure on being able to perform in this moment. This is one of those things where you are going to be thinking about this as I said before, the best moment of your life or the worst moment of your life. And it all comes down to how you perform in this next game.
And that's why I really did like what BDD said to Cuz, right? Where he was like, it's just one more match. That's what it has to be for them. They have to be able to shrug off the pressure and play like it's just one more match, as we see their friendship going back all the way to 2017 Longzhu Gaming when they first started playing together. And the other person who's been here is Score. I don't know if that was necessarily the worst day of his life. Maybe it was the 2 HP Baron fiasco against Rox Tigers. But as the coach of this KT roster, I think they should also be looking to him, who was on the 2018 team.
I mean, he's quoted this moment personally versus IG, who would go on to win the cup, as where they left it all on the Rift and they didn't do enough. And that's what we saw that he tried to instill into this roster. But again, this is when all the floodlights are on, right? This is when you've had time to think about it. And you know it's only one game. Only the best survive that.
And if you want to look at some history, across the 9 full 5 games that these two organizations have had, it's 6 to T1 in Game 5s and 3 to KT. The odds favor T1, as has been their history. But again, every time we have to mention that it is the magic of Worlds that we love to watch. And on this day, history will be made, whether it is the 3-peat for T1 or whether it is KT who is able to upset the dominant giants.
And BDD, who was in our featured matchup today versus Faker, how could he not be? And we started off the show by talking about the eras from Faker, right? And we have here his rookie era. I also want to say we have the actual final. But the two that are most important currently are these two, Azael and Fetty. Why?
Yeah, I mean, it's the question of, is it that heartbreaking moment for Faker, being distraught after having lost the finals, he thought he was going to be able to take down. To me, this defined him because it showed how much of a competitor he is. Even though he had won so many world championships, you still got this kind of a reaction from him when he finally fell.
But the beauty of modern day Faker is that not only has he found a way to, people will argue that back in 2015, 2016, this was his prime. But this feels like T1's prime, the era of T1. And today we could witness him doing what he couldn't do in the past with these players, marking his mark on history once again.
Do you see it? The little Easter egg, it has 6 stars on the bottom for if it does come true. And let's just stand still with this for a second, right? When you talk about KT being almost at the top of the mountain and just needing to bring it home, Faker is on the other side. And often when we talk about Faker, we're not mentioning all the rest, but it's also so important for them, and they've done it 2 times before. But who hasn't, Azael?
Doran has not done it. He is not a world champion. As I said at the start of the day, I feel like his legacy is the most impacted out of anyone on T1 by far. If he wins here, he can push aside all this narratives about him being an international choker, about him not being able to rise to the moment. And if he loses, I think people are still going to be casting aspersions on just how good he has been.
Yeah, because he has been fantastic in this series. We talked about it in the Gragas game. We've talked about it in this series, how much of an impact that he has consistently tried to have. And I think he deserves such a massive shout out.
Oh my God. Imagine walking back on stage and seeing this, Emily, KT, looking at the cup thinking it's now or never.
Yeah, as we see everyone walking back on stage, both teams look pretty relaxed. That's good, right? Good sign. But that man, Doran, I think encapsulates what has made both of these teams, has brought them here, right? Because it's not that they haven't made mistakes. Doran, I feel like, has even made mistakes in this series, but then has overcome them to have fantastic plays, helping bring this to a Game 5.
And I mean, we talked so much about T1 and rising to the occasion, but we also have to give that credit to KT in this series, because I think so many teams would fall apart with the amount of pressure that has been put on them when things have gone wrong. But KT has consistently played towards their range conditions, played confidently, even down 12K in a soul. You see BDD flashing over the wall on Cassio, looking for that moment. and they have not shied away from the bright lights of the World Finals. I think we're going to be in for an incredible Game 5.
KT are the almost men of the LCK. They've almost had their dynasties. They've almost been the best team in the world, but they've never been able to prove it. Today, they've demonstrated that they, at the very least, stand shoulder to shoulder with the greatest that we have in our esport, but they can do what KT have never been able to do before. And to do it against T1 would be incredible.
Would be incredible, and is also the most difficult task that can be laid upon your shoulders if you are KT. Not just for the fans that maybe have become a fan of them during this tournament because of what they've shown, but so many, like the one here next to me and the one I can see there, Lore, who have followed this team for so long, for so many years, for so many heartbreaks, for reverse sweeps. You can undo it all for all of those fans. But on the other side stands T1 and stands Faker. This isn't their first rodeo. They've done this a couple of times already. And in Game 5s, they know exactly what it takes to win that Summoners Cup. Will it be BDD with his first after a life of longing for the Summoners Cup? Or will it be Faker's 6th trophy? Back to you.
A damn good question, and it's important to remember that this World Final is unique. It is the first World Final with Fearless Draft. This might be the hardest Game 5 we've ever seen. There's never been a World Final with more emphasis on diverse champion pools, on mastery, on adaptability. You cannot fall back on meta staples or comfort picks. This is where you have to put everything on the table as we get ready for Game 5 pick and bans.
This is also where you could maybe see teams take big gambles. We've seen teams try to throw off with KT picking blue side despite being in Game 5 of Fearless. Maybe this is the game where we leave open things like the Azir, which have basically been turned.
Do not.
Well, I mean, I think KT should. They're on blue side.
You got too excited about Game 5 blind pick. No, certain things still have to be banned as we enter picks and bans, powered by Omen and HyperX. Draven banned away, the Bard banned away, Azir, no surprise to follow. 40 champions off the board, 6 more in this first phase.
But I love the discussion, the topic of Fearless, because we have seen people, owner, literally first-timing champions on stage here, asking their coach, asking Faker, what is the clear? What do the abilities do on the champion? So Game 5 here, World Grand Finals, elimination obviously on the line for each.
And so often in domestic leagues, Game 5 of Fearless has meant scaling. Champions like Ornn rising to the forefront, knowing that it can come down to that backline hyper carry, making all the difference. So KT wisely eliminated a 3rd ban targeted at BDD. He's not allowed to play a single one of these champions, but what else does he have left in the pool?
Akali, Aurora, LeBlanc. Okay, Ziggs is flexible. That could be a flex pick, but we assume it's Doc Dumps.
Most likely going to Duck Dom here. Makes me wonder whether we're going to see some Maokai 80 or Ivern 80 mid shenanigans here from KT. Because normally what I'd be thinking about is BDD's Zoe. Has been one of his most iconic picks. Again, he almost dragged his team to a World Finals 4 years ago. Couldn't make it then. And now finds himself on the precipice of winning it all.
And pairing it with the Ziggs, the classic for them, the sleepy bomb bubble.
It's not fun to play into as the Pantheon gonna get picked up here for owner. We're looking at things like what, like Nefiri, because I do think if you go Ziggs, you need a big AD threat. Kiana could be another.
Zed even?
Yeah. I mean,
a telecom more Zed?
Oh.
The Galio, of course.
Faker's Galio!
Paired alongside the Pantheon. The potential, the global map mobility, a single member of KT. If they find themselves not up to snuff, if they overstay for one wave, they will be dismantled by T1. Now though, the option on the opposite side, KT taking their time. The Yorick, a powerful blind, dropped in prio a lot this tournament compared to his regional playoff dominance, but here in Game 5, it gives an angle for Perfect to really make the story about him.
Turrets tremble at the side of Ziggs and Yorick picked up together. And there is a fave being put in Cuz and BDD, their champion pool, as most likely top and bot lane are secured. Cuz and BDD keep hitting what they'll be playing.
So he could do the Cho'Gath into the Yorick and chomp the Maiden. or they could drop Doran's pick if they don't feel that invested in that particular counter.
Heavy debate. Every choice could be the one that costs you. But here we go. Game 5 finals. It's the Camille for Doran.
The Camille Galio we were looking for in the previous game finds itself in game number 5. The crazy pick potential that T1 have drafted here.
And I can only imagine that Docdom is like, why did we have Kench for this moment? As the amount of dive that's going to be there, going to be a big issue. And again, I'm looking at Cuz, I'm looking at BDD, I'm looking towards things like Zoe, like Veigar, which is a classic pick. BDD has pulled out many a time. Not in recent times, but there is a lot of short range on T1. They're basically committed. I'm wondering if T1 want to go towards Jinx. That has been something that in Game 5 Fearless we've seen. It's the range and the ability to get excited. Gets banned away.
Despite the skepticism of Gumayusi's ability, KT will ban it because they recognize the potential for that champion to wreak havoc with this incredible dive frontline.
Yeah, full dive comp makes sense here.
Now taking away tanky options in the jungle. Anything that could shut it down.
If they still wanted a tank in the jungle, it would be Sejuani, kind of forcing them in that direction if they wanted it.
I'm still looking at that Neferi or Cuz on something that can have early impact. The Jhin actually going to be the pick away, or the ban rather, not the Jinx. And T1 have had some incredible success on Jhin comps. This comp does really lean itself as, oh, MF! That's a gamble!
Gumayusi taking a back step. Just needs a lane dominant champion. It's not about him on a Jinx or a hyper carry. He's there to follow up on the Wombo combo set up by his teammates.
Exactly. They have a lot of CC to lock someone down for the bullet time. And you can transition them into mid-wave so that you can make use of your split push and your globals here as well. So Misfortune on the Bloodthirster spike. Put her over towards mid, rotate those Camille and Galio side lane pressures out to the other sides, and there's the Sejuani.
And
as I mentioned,
Sejuani, one of Cuz, his all-time favorites. In 2023, KT, a team that had so much dominance. I mean, I love it into Galio especially. So much dominance, and it was on Viego and it wasn't Sejuani as BDD. I want to highlight, Tristana is able to buffer away from the Camille taunt, or from the Galio taunt. You're able to also shoot Camille out. Oh my God!
Okay.
The BDD Smolder, he's bringing it back!
Scaling seems to be the answer for the side of KT in the face of countless dive options for T1. But this is a bold bet. T1, if they pull ahead like they did in Game 4, are set to take over the entire map with this composition. Keria, the final counter pick. The champion pool we know is deep.
Just need more engage. You just need more engage with this dive comp. Grab the ultimate here, and the question is, yeah, Smolder could be a good lane into the Galio, but can you survive later? With all of this T1 dive looking for you, a Game 5 Faker Galio.
I do really like it when, you know, there are two extremely clear game plans here. On one end, we have a comp that can split push, that can endlessly wave clear, and it's playing for the big spikes on Ziggs and Smolder. The pressure coming from Sejuani, from Yorick, from the Nautilus early. And then on the other end, it's a wombo combo comp. You're just pressing your buttons. Everyone goes in. You layer that MF ult on top, and any problem that you have will disappear in seconds.
And remember that the performance also crucial. If a single member on KT or T1 misstep, despite the confidence we've earned in both these teams over T1's countless victories, over KT's performance in dire situations, when they're underestimated, every single player needs to be on point in this Game 5, or either of these crafted game plans could fall apart in the blink of an eye.
It all comes down to one final game of League of Legends in 2025 here in Chengdu. BDD was asked in the interview after they upset Gen G, what would you tell future BDD 1 week from now? And I thought his answer was so eloquent. He said, just do what you normally do. And now he just has to do it for one more game.
Set up in the mid lane matchup, range versus melee. So much time for Smolder to scale for free. Chengdu erupting in cheers in the final game. Level 1 setups, keeping an eye out for any creative options, but both sides just drawing lines of scrimmage, respecting each other's sides of the jungle. Neither side wants to be the team to give up a first blood or offer any early mistakes to the opposition.
One thing I do want to highlight for KT specifically is the value of Mercs. Looking at the CC that's available on T1, Taunts, Leona, even Owner's W, definitely going to get a good amount of value from that, as we do have a little bit of pressure being put out here by Dr. as he makes his way down. Low auto, but nothing too crazy here in the level 1.
And of course, for a lot of this series, it's been about bot priority, and it's been about the junglers. We take a look at how Cuz and Owner have performed. Last game, no doubt, a masterclass from Owner. But here, comfort for Cuz. On Sejuani, a proactive option for Owner. We know what he can do with those semi-globals. Eyes are on them to make these early game plays, even as we see the laning phase begin.
Can we add Smite's hit to that list of stats as well?
I don't know. I think one person might be a little bit more favored, although credit to Cuz and the Mundo Cleaver steal is Perfect and Doran just trading blows.
Camille, one of those champions that I think has a really funny power curve. We're like level 1, level 2, level 3, you're feeling great. First base, not too bad, and then you're basically just praying until you hit your Triforce. As Carrier goes in.
Takes a tower shot. Just trying to zone away, make the most of that level 2 power spike. Dr. and Peter waiting to catch the wave.
And BDD is going to be trying his best to both farm as many stacks as possible and keep this Galio lane locked. If Galio isn't able to make impact in sides, especially in the early game, it's going to make it a lot harder for T1 to find places. Oh, look at Owner. He's diverted his pathing. He's looking for top. That's a classic.
Perfect. Needs to back up. Level 3. Getting lower and lower. Last Right's offering a bit of healing. The tactical sweep there from Doran to slow him down. Owner all but certain to make this one come through. First blood for T1. Doran's Camille takes it.
The 3-camp gank from Owner. The price you pay is usually counter jungle, and since Faker is getting pushed in, since the Smolder has priority, it does allow Cuz to exact that price.
TP back to the lane. Luckily for Perfect, Doran hasn't had a chance to spend that gold yet, so we'll still need to play with a little bit of respect.
And Perfect has had such an incredible tournament, but when the criticism towards him was the heaviest was when he fell behind early. It's been a big test for him to try and not fall deeper down the hole once it started. Many an LCK team in playoffs throughout the last 2 years have made that their goal, and this is his biggest test yet in the final game here at Worlds.
And it's a very worthwhile investment from Owner to do the top side 3-camp into gank, sacrifice his blue buff, because if you look at the comps overall, getting the Camille ahead is essential for this team, for the ability to play your side lanes later, for the ability for Doran to dive in on his Camille, Hextech Ultimatum into Galio Ultimate lockdown. The possibilities here are critical for T1 and Owner. Back on the war path.
Owner recognizes what he needs to do. It's snowball. Backstep good from BDD. Faker tried to go for the angle, the flash, the Justice Punch, hoping it would carry him back just far enough to instantly connect the knockup.
A swing and a miss from the GOAT.
Faker no coward. If you go for the reverse punch, the time to respond is the shortest. But BDD doesn't even have to use flash himself, just walks it off. And this means that Faker is now in an even deeper hole because BDD actually having so much threat here in mid.
Yeah, it's a critical breakpoint because Galio lane does really revolve around, do I have jungle pressure to put threat behind when I move up in lane and try and taunt you? And now you don't have that pressure at all.
Q forward, sidestep, the taunt, Faker turning it back, BDD one more auto, the 1-for-1!
And BDD, no hesitation, must have known that that was going to kill him.
Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Doran locked down with the Pandas, Cuz on the way up.
Oh, just barely.
With the flail. Doran barely able to walk away.
They didn't want to use the flash knowing that Doran's still at his. But we are getting explosive here. No slow early game in this game 5.
And BDD, he goes for that dive. You know, he does invest his flash. So that is something critical to look at. Owner is back and ganking again.
Perfect needs to get out. Has the flash available, but Doran just going to immediately flash follow. The adaptive defensive, the hook shot still there. The Q back for a bit of healing, but it's not enough.
Beautifully played, no hesitation. Owner flashes in so that Doran can then also close the distance, flash into melee range, and save the hook shot for the answer flash from Perfect, securing the kill.
And this is something that, again, we've seen KT struggle with, we've seen Perfect struggle with. Yorick, he just goes for the call, and his team at least will be able to find on the cross map the ability to get this dragon, but he needs to stem the bleeding, because if Doran gets out of control, this game becomes nigh unplayable for KT.
That it does, especially for BDD, the strongest point on the team currently, even as we see gold leads get bigger for Owner and Doran. The Camille start to take over. Perfect needs to stem the bleeding. You highlighted it so well. It's one of the few things that we haven't seen from him yet this tournament is now the hookshot wall dive is there. Doctom flashing away, but Owner's on the way as well. Ulti there, that's the Hextech ultimatum. Doctom likely to escape, but it looks like Peter will be sacrificed in return. The hookshot, making it out, send his play back to the tower, but it might cost Carrier his life. It's a 1-for-1, no! The minion flicking out! Carrier walks away!
Out of the lane swap, T1 find the trailing play here. Doctom and Peter could not fully push the wave in, and so T1 pounce.
And that's the
the comments! I had tea in my mouth, but that was incredible, the arcade comment!
He snipes him, and that salvages the play.
From downtown, Doctom on the Ziggs finds the play to salvage it for KT in the final game. As T1 were building a gold lead, he chops it back down a little bit.
And it's again the power of Pantheon, Leona, Camille. If you're slightly too far up in the lane, you will just get 100 to 0.
Area. Baseball this out, Owner waiting off to the side. Cuz level 6. Critically, Spike comes through. Cuz immediately going to retreat. Red buff steal, a nice little advantage for the side of KT.
And they have to be careful there because there is obviously the possibility of Faker going for an ultimate there, so he can't really commit to the fight. BDD can damage him, but he cannot stop that ult. Doesn't have the tools available. And we do see the gold lead for Doran still there. Gold lead for Owner as well, and the resilience of KT. As we have seen these early games swing in the last 2 games. First couple of games it was in their favor. This time around it's T1.
Yeah, Owner has been on a mission, creating so much with this Pantheon. Cuz though, has level 6 on the Sejuani, so the possibilities of your plays become that much greater. He starts out the grubs with the confidence. BDD does have priority of mid, and it's just going to be the one for now.
KT have to be so respectful of the sheer quantity of CC on the side of T1. Also, all of their burst damage so heavily telegraphed makes it very easy for Doran with the ultimate, for Owner with the Aegis Assault, to just mitigate all of that burst and turn a fight right back around.
There's no mercs yet for KT. What I do love is that often in a Game 5 in Fearless, we end up with comps that don't have engage. This is kind of the opposite. Both teams have amazing hard engage. We have Nautilus on one side, with Sejuani to back it up. Then the Camille Galio,
Baker.
Leona combo is
moving down. That's the combo. Locks him in the ultimatum. Finds the damage. The taunt is there, and Doran takes another.
Baker Galio in Game 5 World Finals here does make the move for the guaranteed play. These 2 ultimates, when they are available, you know T1 can look for it. It does allow, of course, the push in. You see the mini-map, BDD shoved in the wave, but they're not going to get much out of it.
It's just not going to compare, right? Look at Perfect State. I wouldn't be surprised if Doran with that is going to be at least close to his Triforce, sitting on a 1K gold lead, and that is such an insane spike, particularly when you're playing in like a Triforce versus Triforce matchup, right? Doesn't quite have it yet. But Perfect, he needs to find a way to make an impact because he is currently just fodder for T1.
That he is. Luckily for him, the Trinity Force completion does not come through for Doran because very rapidly Doran is going to be a problem not just for Perfect in the isolated 1v1, but for BDD, for Doctom as we get ready for these bigger fights, and that is really going to be the break point that KT are terrified of.
Yeah, the game looks so hard to play for those KT carries that you mentioned. So many forms of dive from T1 will be looking to take them out.
And it's the entirety of T1 also playing, right? This isn't Perfect getting 1v1, it's 1 gank from Owner, 2 gank from Owner, gank from Faker as well. And you see Perfect, this lane state just kind of disastrous. Not really going to be able to make anything happen there, and instead just paths top. But that means that this gold lead is going to remain the way it is, and there it is for Doran. Triforce in the pocket, TP used.
Sundered Sky as well. 2 incredible power spikes for the coming objectives. 30 seconds. until Chemtech Drake spawns. It won't be a soul of Mountain or Chemtech. Very likely to be critical for either team to deny this soul. And at this point, getting harder and harder for KT to find angles. They have to give up a little bit of space, but at least they have their first items completed. Heartsteel for Cuz, the Essence Reaver, the Luden's Companion.
Trinity Force for Doran, though. That is very painful. The Q2 is really going to hurt. Let's see if they can make a play, though. Away from the top lane is not that bad for KT.
Peter, ready to input buffer on the hook.
Look at Doran, though. He's moving down. If Doran comes, that's the over 1,000 gold lead coming over.
Shutdowns on Doran and Owner, just showing us where all of the money is for the side of T1. 1,000 individual gold lead over Perfect. BDD zoning, poking while he can, dodges out on the tactical sweep, but uses the flap, so needs to be careful for at least a few more seconds.
That's Drake just gone.
Yeah, KT.
Got the first one, not the second one, as T1 picks this one up. And the one-item spike for T1 is frankly disgusting. Also want to highlight, Faker is one of the few Gallios that we've seen, at least in the SK, consistently do this. He just builds full damage, right? We've seen him both go for like a more hybrid build where you go for Zhonya's and remaining utility, but he is not afraid to just full send it, and it does make the itemization harder, right? If he goes for tank, then you can stack a lot of armor, can make actually finding the angles onto this KT backline a little bit more tough, as it's Cloud Soul, which feels apt for a LCK final Game 5. I don't think we've gotten one yet this series.
Doran again, finding these angles. The good news for Perfect is Yorick's power in the 1v1 means he can at least survive a little bit here in what should be a very one-sided matchup. But obviously with Owner poking his head around on the top side of the map, he's still very vulnerable.
Yeah, you have to be cognizant of this Pantheon ultimate at all times. Thankfully for KT, they still have their tower standing for now. But for how much longer will that be true? T1 make a pretty heavy movement into the jungle. Look at the river pings. Nobody actually goes for the engage, though, and the crab will be secured by KT.
Yep, good shadow from Owner, looking for a potential angle of attack there on the top side, looking to put Perfect even further behind, but Doc Dom, of course, with access to that Mega Inferno Bomb, can immediately clear the wave and make that a lot more of a tricky proposition. T1 don't need to take any risks. They've got a gold lead, they've got a dive comp that's already accelerated.
And for Perfect, like you can't fix your wave. There's a Camille, you know there's a Leona nearby, and there's Pantheon with ult as well. So unless KT sends someone up, and Cuz thus far hasn't found impact in this game, not a Heartsteel stack to be found. There is obviously the promised land, right, where KT is going to try and get to the point where BDD is his stacks, Doc Dom is at his third item, and Yorick is one of those champions that I think always will get value if you get a little bit of time alone inside, but T1, I don't think they're going to just let them get to that point. You're going to have to fight tooth and nail.
And I foresee a future where the value of Yorick gets given over in gold to T1 if he's out there in the side lane.
Yep.
They very well could just pick it up. Again, the real interesting thing is going to see when these side lane turrets do end up going down, if they can still remain safe then, if they can actually still play the map then. Because currently, we have plenty of defenses to work with, so we can continue to farm here, trading farm back and forth, and it's going to be about the engage. But as you open up the map, that's when the true plays begin.
Looking. Cuz looking for the ultimate. Gumayushi forced to backstab, flashing away from Peter's hook. Small advantage to the side of KT. But ultimately, KT doing what they can with the Ziggs to hold control of the mid lane. Do not want to concede that priority as Carrier just continues to lay down vision for Doran on the top side.
BDD currently at 116 stacks. Want to get to that breakpoint of 225 as soon as humanly possible. Currently looking to be slightly behind the curve as
Doc Dom caught out, Zenith Blade there, the ulti just out of range, crucially.
And the cancel there as well. Peter has his buddies back, gets the ult onto Guma, but this might still be this Herald. Oh, perfect.
Doran on the way up, the Maiden summoned. Doran, though, he's got backup. Owner on the way in, locked once again in the ultimate of Doran. But Perfect living for an extra second. The Q2 coming through just in time. KT want to punish, but they're a little bit too late.
Again, the Yorick is just food for T1. Guma's got to get out of there, though. He has his strut. Even though he doesn't have his flash, he can walk away. Again, it is just so hard to play side lanes, even with towers there, T1 can still force it and still find a pick. KT, the consolation prize will be the Rift Herald, though.
No one can really catch this wave, though. They don't want to use the Ziggs ult. It looks like BDD is going to make his way over now.
Plus, you're losing bottom side power there with Galio just up at the turret. Faker pushing on that bottom side tower with the power of the extra 2 Void Grubs. A little bit of extra damage, a few more minions.
The saving grace for KT is that they have gotten a dragon. That is often what can be the decider between Smolder hitting the 225, which thus far, Split 3 in Worlds has been at 22 minutes, 34 seconds on average.
Yep, well ahead of schedule. BDD still comfortably farming despite kind of the struggles of the team overall. Will be a major concern as we get later. As powerful as Smolder is, it's not really Smolder. You still need to be able to survive Doran's initial engage, survive Owner's initial engage, not get caught in those big taunts or wombo combos from Guma.
Yeah, the dream for this KT squad is to be able to poke with your Ziggs as well as your Smolder once you get to your rapid fire. But what counters poke? It is hard engage. Peter, though.
Aegis Assault still there. Flashback into the Blast Cone, going to keep Owner standing, but likely means KT will be able to secure the second objective here. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, though, it's push in favor of T1, and we talked about Ziggs destroying towers, but Doran, with this Trendy Force, also will just eat through that objective. KT splitting their focus. Is it going to cost them? Faker.
Second Drake is big.
Access to the ulti. T1 might just be a little bit late here. Cuz desperately needs to smite. Doesn't quite connect. Crucially, Doctum able to get out for a brief moment. BDD now trying to turn and fire back, but Faker is on the way. Ulti going in. Doran is down. BDD still standing. The exhaust managing to take him a little bit lower, but Gumayushi sits on the back line completely untouched. BDD finally able to start opening up. His Owner gets one back in return. Perfect is here to keep his mid laner alive. And there you go. KT find an angle to keep it close.
That's 2 shutdowns for BDD. And they get the second dragon as well.
This dragon could get huge. The Rift Herald goes down mid immediately. That was just after a 2-for-2 trade. And the dragon already went to KT.
1.5K individual lead. KT do not want to stick around any longer.
And we want to highlight again, this is not the Smolder Revolt where you hit your stacks, that's it. You actually need your items. As we take another look, the attempted engage onto Doctom doesn't quite pan out. Guma pulls the trigger too early, and look at that ult from Cuz. CC's the MF, and the damage isn't quite there.
And then, when the Galio ultimate finally does come in, BDD and Doctum, they kite back here by the red buff. It's just that Owner goes in, he sees the angle to stun up Doctum, and go for another 1-for-1 trade.
Herald also dropped over the wall, I believe, just to give a safe exit if needed. KT, again, the gold lead was starting to feel insurmountable, but they brought it closer. PDD, unfortunately for him, the reality after that fight is as well as he played, there is now a target on his head.
But, yeah, I mean, fortunately for him, now he's also going to be way richer. So there's a target on your head. There's a wanted poster up for you. But you are rich. 2 items, and that rapid fire is what we were looking for. The poke breakpoint here for KT, they actually hit it fairly early. Being able to poke now with rapid fire, with the Ziggs, it puts even more pressure on T1 to engage. Normally, the counter to poke damage is hard engage, but you can't mess it up.
There's also Ziggs, who, as disengage goes, really are even able to, I think that's what Doctum tried to go for. You can interrupt the Pantheon like mid-jump, right? If you get the timing right. No defensive or no offensive satchels, I do hope, from Doctum, because both him and BDD are going to be prime targets. Perfect. Just going to have try his best to just have an impact in any way he can. As we do see, KT desperately want to hold on. With Otacon spawning, you want to hold on to his bot lane turret. Don't want to give that one up. And with the wave clear of BDD and Doctum, they should be good to go.
Galio's roaming. Be careful. This is 2-item Camille, 2-item Doran.
Guma as well.
Tension builds on both sides. The Otacon, the crucial objective. T1 hold on to a 2,500 gold lead, but an Otacon surely would push it over the top. TP into bottom lane from Doctum. Has access to the ultimate. The flash is up for everybody on the side of KT except for Cuz.
Are they going to send it? I feel like you kind of have to with the teleport being invested from Doctum there. We'll see if they actually do want to make a real commitment. Could get some summoners out of T1, but it doesn't look like they want to take the gamble.
Perfect also about to be taunted up, has to be careful. They have so much damage here. Doran, of course, just reset the tower aggro, but he is locked down for a damn long time. Doran, untouchable for a brief moment, but they managed to kill him. T1 fumble the play in the mid lane, and Perfect redemption as he survives the dive. Mom called, but she will not connect.
The dark procession from Perfect, it got them so much, and now they're opening to get the tower, the extra gold as well. KT, they're striking back.
And it keeps the gold lead within touching distance. It further accelerates BDD. And this game 5 just keeps on delivering. Have to try their best, T1 does, to maintain this momentum, but they're not even close to a break point on the Dragons, as Kuma is just taking matters into his own hands.
Docdom, no ulti available, decent poke. Owner Faker here, the TP's used. T1 making the fast play happen. KT caught reeling, too far behind on tempo. Doran might have fallen in the previous play, but he is still damn powerful. Docdom here. T1 pushing them back. It'll take a miracle for them to get this one out. Owner, Peter coming in for the lockup, but Owner manages to get the objective, the fight coming out. Fire rained over the wall by Gumayushi, and down goes Peter. BDD finally arrived. That's the ulti coming in the meantime. He needs a little bit more space. Docdom, BDD untouched, but the front line has fallen. BDD, CC'd, knocked into the sky, and right back into the grave. T1, get Otacon, and ace KT.
A triple kill for Guma and T1. Do it. They take over.
And that could very well be the nail in the coffin for the roller coaster. As Otacon goes the way of T1. KT overplay their hand. And the Dragon is going to follow suit.
Ultimately, you look back at this. An excellent window of opportunity recognized by T1, a team notorious for forcing early objectives. And it all falls apart for KT. The backline lives for far longer than expected, but T1 are just more powerful.
They kite back so effectively and then call for the re-engage after they already have the advantage. Owner ulting behind to make sure there's no escape for Docdom.
And there, it's the call from KT is to try their best and force a fight, because the resistances for T1 are shredded. But Peter just overextends, right? Just walks to his death. Then Cuz tries to hard force. And that desperation now feels apt. Because for KT, this is a almost 6K goal deficit, and you can hit the 225 on BDD, but that alone is not going to be enough anymore.
And good stuff from Guma, it has to be said. The Unara game was not good, but the bounce back here in this game 5, the bounce back in the Kalista game to really take over. This man, again, unfazed by the pressure placed upon him. 3,000 individual gold lead. He conceded his pick early. He was willing to see the Ziggs on the other side, and now the MF that he picked so late in the draft is doing so much work.
There's a bottom side play at the moment. Cuz was kind of pinging and looking for a possible play onto Faker, but Faker backs off. He has the sense. He's not going to become a liability. And it's T1 who start up the Otacon and try and draw KT into that fight. They kite back through the Tribush very nicely. It's in these moments, these big moments, Game 5, all the pressure on, the entire world watching. And T1 claim a huge advantage in the game, but it's not over yet.
No, it's certainly not. No flash on Guma after the previous fight, no flash on Faker. Doran has access to his as well as the Hextech ultimatum. BDD completing that third item. 4 stacks away from that crucial 225 threshold. Behind schedule now from the tournament most impressive moments as he was delayed by T1.
And KT, the luxury is that they have dragons, so they don't need to be forced into a fight. The unfortunate reality, though, is that in 20 seconds, T1 is going to start Baron. We all know it is inevitable at this point, and Shadow Flame's done for Docdom. Third item for BDD plus the breakpoint, but they're going to have to find a miracle fight to stay in this game, because if they lose, this one's over.
And the reason you start that Baron is to draw KT out in the open, so they can actually find the engage onto BDD. The hope there, he has no flash on Smolder. He may be the one with a gold lead. He may be the one with 3 items on KT, but T1 have so many weapons looking to kill that Smolder.
Feels so difficult now for KT. Feels like they're forced on the back foot. If T1 don't overplay their hand, KT always forced to respond. For T1 in touching distance. Once again, 2015, 2016, 2017, they were denying the 3-peat from Faker. But now this lineup, with Doran subbing in this year, on the cusp of making history. And it's Doran again who has been the center of attention in this crucial game on the Camille. 3.5K individual lead, 7,000 gold for T1. The Baron started as expected. KT in dire straits as Faker brings it back. Wants to turn with the taunt. Initial lockup from Keria is good. Doctum laying down a bit of poke, and he's going to be able to satchel out, but an immediate flash follow coming in from Owner. T1 don't even need the objective. They're happy to keep pushing for a bit more. On the top side of the fight, they've isolated BDD. He's continuing to fight. He wants to turn it back. He gets the kill on Doran. Crucially, Faker falls. KT hold.
BDD, the heart of KT, is alive! The smolder lives under the tower, but T1 are still pinging towards the objective.
There's no way with smolder alive. I don't think you can get away with it. And yes, they get Doctum, but all that KT want to do is stall. Keria's engaged, doesn't hit the mark immediately, and Doctum stalls for a good amount of time. Owner's able to take him down, but it's an overextension on the flip side.
Yeah, T1 are just too split. They go under tower here. Doran just barely cannot finish off BDD.
KT needed a miracle. T1 split their focus, split their attention, and it cost them dearly. It is, again, all eyes on BDD because who else could it be? 3,000 individual gold lead, has crossed the stack threshold. He is the threat that T1 must reckon with in the fights to come, even with the massive lead they still hold.
And now he has Flash to play with, the ability to outplay. See if he can do it.
I don't want to be disingenuous. It has not been the story of this Worlds, but it has been the story of this year for KT. This gold graph right here is something that any KT fan has watched throughout, and when all is on the line, it might have to be BDD that carries them over again. I'm looking at Doran, he doesn't have Flash, but if he can get a node onto BDD, that could be enough to win the game. KT could choose not to fight here, but it looks like they're going to do so anyway.
T1. They need to have focus this time around. Last fight, they went for 2 angles at once, and they paid the price.
Flanks coming in. T1, entire topside missing Flash, that crucial cooldown, but their ultis will be there. 3 seconds on Doran. Gumayushi, the other player to keep your eye on as well. The ulti can do a lot of work. Doran going in, doesn't connect hookshot wall dive, immediately CC'd. Exhaust coming in as well. Combo over the top from Guma! Finds 2! Exhaust as Keria moves his way to the backline. Faker rains down from the sky. Locks up BDD! And obliterates the hope for KT roster!
The bullet time will end the time of KT here at Worlds as T1 will chase down Cuz and look for the Baron.
And BDD, on his shoulders, and that is too much weight for one man to bear. They find him with the engage. They take out the only important member on KT as it's...
Oh, look at the setup there. The Leona ultimate nailing its target.
And then BDD gets found by Keria, locks him down, and that's Dragon. That's actually, they ran straight to Baron. I'm sure they got Dragon with that. They're not wasting any time here.
9,000 gold. See what they can do with the Red Bull Baron power play. KT. They dug deep on the top side, punished T1 for splitting their focus, but in that last fight you can see that even if the top side fumbles for a moment, Guma still demands that respect.
Gumayushi. What a game. What a series it has been, and T1 will clean up that Dragon as well, the leftovers.
Tasty snack for T1. For KT, the item finishes. Few and far between, a couple of components for Doctum. But we get into the point where I don't even know if they have the damage, even if they're able to absorb that initial engage. I think BDD might be able to get his IE. T1 though, they're looking to secure their 3rd World Finals win in a row.
They don't want to give BDD the time to get that Infinity Edge. KT don't have the luxury of defensive items either for their key carries. Redemption, really all they have to protect Doctum. And BDD, Faker solo pushing in the mid lane. The tier 2 will fall. Bot lane inhibitor likely next. This Doran really cannot be contested by anything more than the entire force of KT.
And T1 just have so many forms of engage. Even with Doran getting stuffed in the last one, Keria finding those KT carries and allowing T1 to take them down. There are just too many weapons and the map is too open now. KT are boxed into their own territory.
A comeback at this stage in Game 5 of a World Finals would likely be the greatest we have ever seen in the history of the sport. 10,000 gold advantage for T1. They are on Soul Point. They are so far ahead in every measurable metric. But the execution from KT, the potential, the tiniest glimmer of hope still lives on as long as their Nexus stands.
And all's on the line. T1, they can smell the weakness. 11k gold now. The Baron siege continues. And they will not be denied unless KT pull out an absolute miracle. I think we're seeing Owner looking for an ult angle, sitting in that jungle, but even with the wave clear of Ziggs and Smolder, it's tough to hold on.
Doran looking to get things kicked off. Hookshot wall that brings him over. He's taking the tower already. Flash back to get away from Cuz's ultimate. And the ulti manages to connect from Docdom. A big fumble. Not enough to get T1 back into full control of the game because there are no objectives on the map, but it will slow down the onslaught of T1. It will give KT a bigger glimmer of hope.
There is a light at the end of the tunnel. KT, they buy some more time.
Will be the end for now of the push, but it doesn't make a dent. If they can get a team fight off that, bag themselves a bunch of shutdowns, it could have been something. At least they only lost a single inhib. That's something. And Cloud Soul going over makes the game very hard to play out, but that could have been, it could have been worse. You know, we're really, I'm really stretching it here, guys. I'm normally great at finding angles.
Doran's going on some fun journeys.
Yeah, you know, normally we talk about not getting excited for KT. We're way past that. They're in finals. But Doran might have to chill a little bit.
He's a player, though, that you have to love in these moments.
You do.
The Krug Lord. You have to embrace it. You have to laugh with him.
It's very true.
And at him.
And despite the fumbles, all of the fights that have gone well from the side of T1 have involved Doran in some way or another. Guma also the backup point. That MF ult, 4.5 items for Guma means it's still a terrifying threat. And KT will need to make a stand.
It's so hard, though, because, like, who do you actually focus? There's Faker, who has stopwatch. Galio is just naturally tanky, level 18 as well. It is just Guma, right? Like, that's the only one, but he has not been in a position for you to engage on.
You could engage on Doran, maybe.
Well, okay, in a scenario where Doran is with the rest of the team, I feel like you shouldn't be able to. Camille with hookshot and ult. I know what we've been witnessing.
100%
okay, but I mean,
value.
In a theoretical world where that doesn't happen.
True.
It's a TP ward there.
Push mid lane, well highlighted by our observers. Potential for a flank. Perfect and BDD as well as Docdom do have access to that TP, although I imagine only Perfect will be looking to make the flank.
And I do seem to recall, I was in I cast a Ziggs game, I think this was Hanwha, and that one did go to 60 minutes. I'm just saying, we might only be halfway there. You know, we don't know. Is it likely? No. But it could happen again. But no, 2 times in a row.
Let's start the countdown now, shall we?
All right, 25 minutes away, 26 minutes away from a 60-minute game.
All they need is to get a, I actually see the lines. So you steal with Docdom's ult, the Baron. That gives you the stall. And then you flip Elder and you win.
Got it.
Yeah.
Well, the good news for KT is, aside from that pipe dream, they do have Seekers on
Just
BDD.
optimistic.
Aside from that blinding optimism. But now they have to face check into the darkness. They see Doran in the mid lane at the very least. They see Faker. But again, if they overcommit to this play, double TPs are there. Owner semi-global is there. They could just look to end. So Perfect has been called back as T1 looks set to get the soul.
And T1 also have the luxury. They could just look for the fight if they wanted to.
Owner takes the soul. Cuz stuck around a little bit too long, and now T1 empowered. Going to be that much faster, have that much more access to their ultimates. And I don't think there's any getting away from Faker, Doran, or Owner now that they have a Cloud Soul empowering them.
We're about to know whether this series will continue, whether the 60-minute dream stays alive, because GA's there for Owner. Guma has his sums available. We're gonna need to see a beautiful engage as Docdom just now hit his third item. It's BDD with a stopwatch and a dream, wanting to keep that goal of making the World's Finals win a reality, but I think you guys are justifiably calling me out. It still doesn't really feel that likely.
And yet it didn't feel likely before when T1 split their attention.
That's true.
BDD was able to find the kill. So it's not over till it's over. But now with the Baron spawning, relatively even setup, but again, it's the waves in favor of T1 that make this so hard, as immediately they're going to kick things off by going in on Cuz, taking away the Frost Armor passive. Lockdown from Keria is there. TP in from Doran as well. Ulti's going across the board. BDD caught off the side. A good flash to take him out, and Guma has to be careful, but he's so damn fast. Owner, lock up BDD. He goes gold in an extra 2.5 seconds to consider what went wrong as T1 looks set to end it all.
They're going to finish the job. It is Doran and Peter left alone in the mid lane, and T1 will ace them.
T1 earning their legacy again and again and again. There can be no doubting it. 4 players on the Rift today, making the impossible possible. Owner, Faker, Gumayusi, Keria, and now Doran as well are world champions.
And the disbelief on his face. A teammate that so many have praised over the long years. Domestically, he's always been able to show it. As T1 find the free-peat.
An unrivaled dynasty here has just been made. The three-peat is real.
A team that when they found despair in 2022 against DRX, took it to heart and have come every single world back to the finals, back to this trophy. KT had an incredible run, but against T1, it just feels impossible. A team that even in the face of bad games, even in the face of match point after game 3, did not falter for even a moment. It's KT's run, it has to be respected. Hearts out now to the players on stage.
Huge respect. What a run this roster has had.
And here now we check out the trophy ceremony presented by Mercedes-Benz. For these players in front of this, and again, this is T1 to its core, right? There is no arena, there is no stadium where they do not feel at home.
Doran, you can see still, barely believes it. Faker keeps giving him the shoulder taps. As T1 shows us again and again and again, as you highlighted, Dracos, why this is the greatest team in the world.
Chengdu erupts. T1 wait a moment to lift the trophy together as 5. Doran, the latest addition to win his first title. The remaining 4, their 3rd consecutive. T1 world champions once again.
And they did it as the 4th seed. Again, they had to play in the play-ins, the newly created play-ins. Elimination right at the beginning of the tournament was faced.
Oh man, Doran lifting that trophy after all was said and done. As Doran is Owner rather is flexing. One-handed lift as the GOAT in the 2nd prime of his career. Does it again.
T1 seemingly making a science out of performing when it matters most. Regardless of the story of the LCK, of the regular seasons or playoffs, at Worlds, T1 always find their peak, always find their form, and now are embraced by the staff that has supported them for the entire year.
Coma, Tom, Mata, all coming in, hugging their players. And Coma, he's been there for so many, but you can see they still hit real good as he runs up to his team.
Wow, how long will this version last? How far can this core of players go?
And I mean, again, the series, the context of being at match point of one of the most dominant game fours we've seen into the game 5, where even when there were small fumbles, they got right back on course. T1 indomitable. And a reminder that this was the year where people started to doubt a little. 2 losses, a close best of 5 against AL. And T1 always find a way, always find their form. Let's send it down to the stage for an interview.
成都今夜我们共同见证2025全球总决赛冠军 T1。首先，我们请到的是教练高马来到我的身边。在今天 T1 完成了英雄联盟历史上可以说是空前的壮举，也就是全球总决赛3连冠。他们时隔8年，谢谢所有的召唤师。 时隔8年之后 ，T1 再度挑战成功。作为带领队伍一路走到这里的人，他现在的心情应该也是感慨万千的。我们来问一下，此时此刻感受又是如何的呢？对，먼저 꼬마 감독님 우승 축하드립니다.
네, 감사합니다.
Congratulations.
感谢各位。那我们来问一下他这个问题。 오늘을 통해서 T1이 거의 전무후무한 성취를 달성하셨죠.
T1
바로 롤드컵 우승.
with this victory has achieved the world's three-peat. Congratulations one more time.
T1과 같이 뛰면서 여기까지 올라왔는데요. 기분이 어떻게 되실지.
How are you feeling right now?
네. 일단 여기까지 오게 된 건 너무나 좋은 선수들과 스태프들 때문에 여기까지 왔다고 생각하고 있고요. 또 이런 인터뷰 자리까지 또 선수들과 코칭 스태프들이 만들어줘서 일단 선수들과 스태프들에게 너무 감사하고 고맙다는 마음이 가장 큰 것 같습니다. 그리고 정말 힘든 순간도 많았는데 마지막까지 선수들과 스태프들이 포기하지 않고 이렇게 최선을 다해줘서 너무 고맙습니다. 그리고 또 그렇게 될 수 있던 계기는 팬분들이 마지막까지 끝까지 저희 T1을 믿고 응원해 주셔서 이런 결과가 나왔다고 생각합니다. 다시 한번 저희 선수들, 스태프들, 팬분들에게 진심으로 감사드립니다.
好，首先是
I am
他觉得
very,
说
very
我们能够
grateful
走到
right
这里，
now.
站到这一方舞台，
It's
完完全
all
全是我
thanks
们有个最
to
棒的
our
选手、最棒的
excellent
教练团队、
players,
最好
our
的工作人
coaching
员。
staff,
所以
the
在这里
staff
非常
member
的
that
感
works
谢他
for
们
the
能够
team.
让我站在这里
I'm
作为
able
其
to
中
do
一
this
员
interview
来
with
接受
them
采访。
because of their
其
hard
次也
work.
非
There
常
were a lot
感
of
谢
hard
在
moments
这一
throughout
路
the
并
year, but
不
we have
容
never
易并
given
不
up
顺
a
利的旅
single
程当中，一
moment
直都不
because
靠
we
不放
all
弃的所有的选
tried
手
our
们，
best
他
until
们
the
是能
very
够
end.
我
We
们
were
走到
able
今
to
天
make it
最重要的
happen.
原
Thank you
因，
so much
以
for
及
working so hard
还
for
有
this
最重要
moment,
的
and I want to add that it was possible because our
一
fans
定是一
believed
直以
in us
来
until
都
the
相
very
信我
last
们、支
moment.
持我
So
们的粉丝
for
们。
one more
你们
time,
的支
I
持
would
给
like
了
to
我
send
们
my
莫大的
gratitude
动力
over
与
to the
鼓励。
players,
所
the
以
staff
在这里
members, and to the
给我们
fans.
的选
Thank
手，
you
给我们
very
的教练
much.
组以及所有的 T1 的粉丝们，再次表达衷心的谢意，谢谢。当然，每年其实到了世界赛，好像大家都会开始讨论一个问题：为什么世界赛的 T1 就是这么不一样？那在教练的眼中，是否真的存在这样的一个小小契机，让每年 T1 的世界赛就是这么的强势呢？ 저희가 항상 이런 토론을 듣는 것 같습니다.
We have this debate every year.
T1이 완전히
World's
달라진다.
T1 is a complete different team. In your perspective as a head coach, do you also believe that T1 tends to change when they're at Worlds?
오면은 선수단 전체가 조금 더 집중력이 더 올라간다는 거를 좀 저도 느끼는 것 같긴 해요.
确实啊，确有
So
其事，
when
感觉好像
we're
到了
at
世界
Worlds,
赛的
I
时
can
候，
feel and
大
tell
家的一个
that
集中
every
力
player,
更加提
their
高了。这一
focus
点好像是
level
我每次到
goes even
世界赛的时
higher
候
and
明
up
显能够感觉
at
到的一点
Worlds.
那
The
现在马上
concentration
我们
is
在
even
舞台的
stronger.
另一侧也有现在跟选手们站在了一起，来看看他有什么样的问题想跟大家一起来分享。
好的，感谢熙然。全场让我们再次的呼喊 T1。 所有的人都在高声呼喊着你们的名字，而在我们场馆所有的星光当中，我们的多兰选手也终于摘得了那一颗属于自己的星星。其实我觉得你们一路走来，真的是一步一步在书写着属于自己的故事，属于自己的传奇。我相信此刻的你应该是思绪万千。想问一下，这一次的全球总决赛胜利对你来讲意味着什么？而在此刻又有哪些思绪想和所有的朋友们分享呢？도란 선수 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations, Doran.
진짜 한 걸음 한 걸음 자기만의 이야기를
Step
쓰고 계시네요.
by step, you have been writing your own story.
자기의 소중한 별을
And
따오고
now
이렇게
you have added a precious star to the T1 jersey, to the T1 logo. What does this victory mean to you, and how are you feeling right now?
네, 일단 네, 데뷔 6년 만에 이렇게 꿈을 이루게 돼서 너무 행복하고 또 되게 좋은 기회 잘 잡은 것 같아서 너무 행복하고요.
让我再给他一点掌声，好不好？네, 괜찮아요. 천천히.
이번 우승이 끝이 아닌 제 도란이란 드라마의 시작점이 되길 원하면서 승리를 만끽하겠습니다.
其实作为职业选手的我，在6年所有的职业生涯当中，对于我来说，我觉得真的太幸福了。
I am very happy that I managed to grab the opportunity that was given to me. But I want to say, I hope this championship, this title, is not the end of my story. With this championship, I hope the story of Doran, the Doran's own drama, starts now. And with that thing in mind, I hope I can enjoy every moment of this victory.
和对我们一起，你们创造着属于自己的奇迹。那么与此同时，当然了，对于 T1 的队员们，他们一定有更多的话想和大家分享。接下来把时间交还给熙然。谢谢夏安。那现在来到我身边的是 T1 的中单选手 Faker。当然少不了，还是让他跟大家打个招呼。对。
Congratulations on the win. How do you feel? Would you like to say hi to the fans?
欢迎 Faker。其实，在决赛之前，很多人都在讨论本届全球总决赛对于 Faker 选手的价值与意义。 是连续4年进军到全球总决赛的决赛，也是本人的第6座冠军的挑战机会，同时也是队伍可能完成全球总决赛3连冠的这样的一个契机。但这些都是我们的眼里所看到的一些数据。那想问问，在 Faker 选手眼里，他本人对于这一次的全球总决赛决赛是怎样看待的呢？ 결승 전에 사실 이번 결승은 여러 기록이 결리고 있는 것 같습니다.
This finals had so many records on the line.
진출이자
4 times back-to-back Worlds Finals for you, and 6th Summoner's Trophy for you, Faker, and 3-peat for T1. Well, this is only based on our perspective. What was on the line for you?
경기가 너무 재밌어서 그런 부분에서 만족하고요. 그리고 KT가 워낙 또 오늘 잘하는 모습을 많이 보여줘가지고 좋은 경기를 했다는 게 중요하고 뭐 우승을 저희가 하기는 했지만 같이 경기해준 KT한테 저는 더 좀 감사함을 보내고 싶습니다.
因为其实比起所有的这些成就或者说记录的话，
numbers were not on the line for me. I am very happy and satisfied with the fact that I was able to have a blast in the games today. And today, KT was able to put up a great performance, and together we were able to make such a great game, and that's what matters to me. We did win the title in the end, but I want to send my gratitude over to KT roster for making such a great games together.
저희가 함성 소리를 다시 한번 느낄 수 있는 기회인 것 같습니다. 现在6冠加身，他也是 依旧英雄联盟最高的山，他依旧屹立不倒；他也是英雄联盟最长的河，他依旧奔流不息。所以最后，我也想让他代替 T1 的所有选手们跟所有的粉丝们来说一句话吧。 네, 다시 한번 우승 축하드리고요. 혹시 마지막으로 저희가
one more time on the win, on the title. Before we go, anything would you like to say to the fans who has been supporting you?
오늘 또 이렇게 큰 무대에서 여러분들 앞에서 경기할 수 있어서 너무 좋았고요. 앞으로도 파이팅 하겠습니다.
非常感谢粉丝们一路以来的支持，能够在全世界
I thank every single one of you, and I was really happy and grateful that I was able to deliver this game on such a big stage in front of every one of you guys. I will keep working hard.
接下来我们把时间交给夏安。
是的，与此同时，我们真的觉得 T1 的每一位选手都在今夜铸造了属于自己的传奇。现场的朋友们，再次的欢呼声好吗？当然了，在此刻，我们也要把所有的聚光灯聚焦于一位选手之上，因为他创造了整个夺冠之路上的璀璨时刻，而他也将荣获 OPPO 2025年全球总决赛 FMVP。 与此同时，也让我荣幸地为大家有请英雄联盟史上的传奇选手，入选2025年英雄联盟名人堂的 UZI 选手来为 FMVP 颁奖。让我们欢迎 Uzi。 好的，欢迎 UZI。那其实也确实是非常非常精彩并且焦灼的一场 BO5，一场精彩绝伦的决赛。而且 UZI 其实也在我们中文流的评论席也陪伴大家一同观赛了嘛。看完之后有什么想说的？
真的，今天真的打出了一场非常非常精彩的比赛，然后恭喜你们，恭喜 T1 夺冠。
是的，那接下来 UZI 也要为我们揭晓本届 OPPO FMVP 的归属，而这位选手也是由全球的专家评审团共同投票选出。UZI， 接下来把时间交给你，为我们大声的宣布本届2025年全球总决赛 OPPO FMVP 的人选。
OK， 구마요시。
구마요시 선수， 다시 한번 선수 축하드립니다. 축하드립니다.
Congratulations, Gumayushi. Please give it up for the OPPO Finals MVP, Gumayushi.
那接下来我们也和我们的 FMVP 选手来进行一个简单的采访。恭喜你获得了 OPPO FMVP。其实每一场比赛，我们都觉得 Gumayushi 总是那个能够 carry 队伍的永远稳定的射手路，而且我们觉得 Gumayushi 选手之前的时候也有说过。 其实比起胜负，好像去享受游戏，做好自己才是最重要的。那现在获得了 OPPO FMVP， 有什么样的心情？今天在舞台上打得开心吗 ？MVP 받는 거 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on winning the finals MVP as well. Gumayushi, in the previous interview, you mentioned that instead of the victory, instead of the competition, you said you were just very grateful to be able to play on stage. How do you feel about the win today, and how do you feel about winning the finals MVP?
일단은 너무 꿈만 같고요. 오늘 이렇게 파임 받을 수 있을 거라고 생각 못했는데 파임에 선정해 주셔서 너무 감사드리고 사실 올해는 저에게 되게 힘든 해였습니다. 항상 이제 증명의 아이콘으로 매 해마다 증명을 했었는데 이번에 증명이 좀 다른 점이 있다면은 제 자신에게 저를 증명하는 한 해였다고 생각을 하거든요. 그래가지고 지금은 저에게 증명해냈고 제가 세계 최고 원딜이라고 생각합니다.
确实，对于我来讲，现在就好像在做
It
梦
feels
一样。
like a dream.
我都没有想到
I
我能够
did
获
not
得这个
expect this
OPPO
at all.
MVP 的奖项。但是我
Thank
现
you
在
so
能够
much
得
for
到它，我
voting
真
me
的
for
非
the
常非
OPPO
常的开
Finals
心。
MVP.
其实我
This
觉得
year
今年对于我来
was
讲
very
也是有非
difficult
常多
for
的
me.
坎坷和波折。
Every year
但是我能把所有的一切都
was
克
full of
服。我
challenges
觉
and
得
I always
我
had
每一
to
次来到
prove
这里的时候，
myself.
我都是想要
You know, I
去
have
证
been
明
the
些什么。
icon
每一
of
年我都在证明
being
自己的
someone who
过
always
程当
has
中度
has
过。
to
那
prove,
我觉
but
得可能
this
对于
year was
今
a
年来
bit
讲，这个
different
证
because
明题对我来讲有
finally
一
I
点不太
feel like
一
I
样的
have
地方，可
proven
能是
myself
我希
to
望能够
myself.
展现出非常有自信的
And
样貌，
I am
然后
really
在比赛
happy
当中展
that I
现
was
自己。
able to
我觉
prove
得现在这个证明题
who
好
I
像
am
也已
to
经出了结
myself,
果。
and
我觉得我现在
I
可以
can say
说，
for
我
sure
就
that I
是
have the
世上
best
最
AD
好的
carry in the world.
ADC。大家同不同意？当然了，现在这个瞬间，你的队友们也在你的身边，一起见证着这个时刻。而所有的粉丝们，他们刚才也是高声呼喊着你的名字，为你应援。你有非常多的家人朋友都在一路见证着你的成长。在此时此刻，有没有什么話想要對一直支持你的所有人說的呢？ 사실 지금 함께 있는 팀원도 앞에 있어서 또 바로
In
이렇게
fact,
많은 팬분들이
you are surrounded by your teammates and fans who have supported you all along.
친구들과 함께 그리고
Is there
가족,
anything
그리고
you would like to
팬분들께
say to
하고
those
싶은
who
말씀
have shown you so
있으신지
much love?
궁금합니다.
To your family, to your friends, to your fans?
일단 아까 올해가 되게 힘든 한 해라 했었는데 팬분들의 응원이 없었으면은 좀 버티기 힘들었던 그런 한 해였던 것 같고 저를 끝까지 응원해 주시는 모든 팬분들 그리고 지인들, 가족들 그리고 함께 해준 팀원들에게 너무 감사한 마음 전하고 싶고 또 마지막으로는 하나님께 감사와 영광 돌리고 싶습니다.
其实就像我刚才提到的，我觉得今年对于我来讲有着非常多无比艰难的时刻。
I have mentioned that this year was very difficult to me, and had I not had the support coming from my fans, I believe I would not have been able to make it all the way to here. So I am very, very grateful for your support. Thank you to all my fans who have been showing so much love and support until the very end, and also my friends and family and my teammates. I am very, very thankful. And lastly, I would like to say I am very grateful to God for this opportunity.
이렇게 소원사탕 다시 한번 네 트로피를 다시 한번 들어 올리세요. 再次的恭喜他们。与此同时，也让我们再一次的感谢本次全球总决赛所有的参赛战队，所有台前幕后的工作人员，当然也要感谢所有线上线下热爱英雄联盟的每一个你。成都的朋友们，最后一次，让我们汇聚所有的能量与热情，让我们把所有的掌声和欢呼声送给2025年全球总决赛冠军战队 T1。
It is absolutely incredible, but they have done it again. The three-peat has been completed, and Faker has lifted his 6th World Championship trophy. The Summoners Cup, as we see it there, the design returned to the one he knows and loves so much from the first time he wanted to go for the three-peat. But now, finally getting that honor for him, Emily, and the rest of T1.
Yeah, I think you can tell how much it means to all of these T1 members, right? We talked about their struggles domestically. We've talked about how impressive it is that Faker keeps reinventing himself to end up right here, lifting the Summoners Cup. And I don't think anything encapsulates this as much as Doran's emotion as he was lifting that trophy, Azale.
I mean, it's just incredible to see, you know, Doran has had this career that has been defined by some of these missteps. I think he had a fantastic series here today overall, really earned that world championship. And for everyone else, yeah, they were already world champions, but now they have done the three-peat. No one had done that in the history of League of Legends. To me, it is point blank period, the greatest roster we have seen in League's history.
Absolutely, and you could also tell how much that MVP trophy meant to Gumayusi, right? He cited his struggles this year in the first part of the year, substituted out for Smash, came back, wins like MVP of Worlds Finals and his third Summoners Cup. Are you kidding me?
It's
That's
crazy.
amazing.
It's even crazier because I think we saw the arc within this series. He was struggling with himself just a little. Those moments where he's usually so on point, it didn't quite work out. But Game 5 is all that matters.
I mean, he showed up when it mattered most, and I loved what he said, that this is the year he finally proved himself to himself.
Yeah.
And to me, I think there's nothing better than that. And what a special moment. Not only does he win the Finals MVP, but to have a legendary AD carry being the one presenting that to you,
Look at Paul.
I think just makes it even cooler. Uzi the one up there on stage to give it to him.
Oh, he's clapping. I have also a special note if you're still watching. We will, hopefully, we gotta ask, we'll get Faker to come to the desk to give a goodbye, and we'll give him a congratulations, of course, from the English feed as well, which should be absolutely amazing. But, I mean, let's talk about him for just a second, because I'm not going to do that exactly in the same way if he does come, but he is so inspirational. It really is unbelievable. A lot of careers fall flat when they hit the first hurdle. A lot of careers fall flat when they have even a percentage of the disappointment that he has lived in some of the points in his career. Notably, right here in China in 2017, where we saw him just being completely downtrodden about that. Again, in 2022, when he was trying to get back on the docket and win a world championship again, knocked down, but he always gets back up, right? It's crazy, Emily, and it's just, I'm in awe whenever I watch him play, and whenever I hear him speak. He's just, I'm so happy that Faker is the one that we can hang all of our hopes and dreams and aspirations to when it comes to League of Legends Esports.
Yeah, we're really fortunate. I don't know how many times I've said that, either in private to friends or publicly on this broadcast, how lucky we are to have Faker as the face of our sport. It means so much, and I'm so glad you brought out, because I feel like people really underestimate Faker's resiliency and overall this T1 team's resiliency, right? Because, oh, they just keep winning worlds. It must be so easy for them. But I think it's made so much greater by the fact that they've all struggled. Faker with so many, we covered the eras, so many ups and downs throughout his career, constantly reinventing himself, constantly having the resiliency to push forward just because he loves the game. That's amazing. It's inspiring. It's something I want to bring to like my presence on a broadcast, like just ultimately having fun with my friends. Oh! That's the game I love.
Faker silencing us once again. I mean, to me,
like he already do, Emily. That's he heard it.
The thing that has always blown me away about Faker, because of all my time as a pro gamer, I always respected consistency above all else, because I saw how much it took to ever even reach that peak one time, to have like a glimpse of what Faker has achieved. You know, to get there once takes your entire life for most of these pros. To be able to do it year after year after year after year for so long, to maintain that level of dominance in a game that is so competitive, that has so many people that are gunning for you year after year, I just think it's unreal to be able to just watch that greatness every single time.
It's crazy. He helped them get back up after that 2022 loss. Famously, he's looking at Keria saying, I'm not going to let this happen again. And Keria also talked so much about how that was a formative event for what we see now. And I just want to remind people of what we said back then. This is the best roster to never win Worlds. They might never after that. And they just said, nope, we're about to win 3 in a row. And I think that's crazy for the entire roster, because like no other roster in the world, the pressure that they are under is absolutely huge.
I mean, one of the things that people like to talk about when it comes to, you know, GOAT conversations, obviously Faker is the undisputed GOAT of League of Legends. That's not even a question. But it's about international accolades. You know, people talk about jungle, and there's people who are on the Canyon side for individual dominance. There's people who are on the Bengi side for all the trophies that he had won. All of these players, even though to me, though they still feel new, when you think of like Owner and Guma and Keria, you think, wow, they haven't been around for that long. Now they have 3 world championships, 4 world finals appearances.
In a row.
Even if you just want to talk about accolades, they have to be in the conversation for the greatest ever in their role.
It's insane. And to follow that journey, and every year for them to come in and to just peak at Worlds. We talked a lot about it, Emily, at the beginning of the show, but the fact that, yes, domestically, we hold them to signature pose. We hold them to an insane standard, right? Because like, oh, you're not going to win the LCK, you really should, but it was always Gen G. But somehow that is what makes them different from teams like Gen G. They have the clutch factor. They peak when it matters. The bright lights, they don't affect them as much as other teams, right, Em?
I mean, I wouldn't say it even doesn't affect them, but I like how they almost thrive under it, right? Like, they take that pressure and they use it, and that's why I really like that you pointed out, coming out of that 2022 loss to DRX, Keria saying, I wanted it too much, you know? Like, now I just want to have a good game. You heard Faker in his interview being like, thank you, KT. I think we put out a really great performance today, and ultimately, sometimes it's just about having fun with your friends playing League of Legends.
And I mean, obviously the players are deserving of so much credit, but you also have to look at T1 as an organization, right? Because it has not just been, oh, you fluked into a great roster and you won a couple times. They have been at the top of League of Legends for so long, through so many different iterations, through so many different rosters, even through times where Faker wasn't always playing and he was getting subbed out at times, right? They still are able to find that success. And to me, that really does speak to the foundation of T1 as an organization. We heard in the coach's interview giving so much credit to the support staff, to the coaching staff, to everyone that is there to help enable that success.
Definitely so. Faker's still on stage, who's not joining us yet, as you may have noticed. The only one we haven't talked about, and it happens often, even though he's so important for the team, it's Owner, and I think specifically in this series, right, where Cuz was kind of getting the better, not just of him, but of the series overall, I feel like. And then to come in, to have that game where together with Guma, they secure every objective, they're still in the fight, they push it to Game 5. I mean, the guy is incredible.
Well, and also, yeah, the Game 5 Pantheon I thought was really great, right? Like, he was getting these ults off on priority targets like Gokdam, pushing BDD back, so BDD was always constant under pressure as this primary threat of the KT composition. And yeah, Owner is another one of those players I feel really, really seems to thrive under the pressure of Worlds.
I mean, Owner just seems to thrive under every circumstance. This guy is just always so reliable. He's recession-proof. He was my finals MVP vote. You know, I thought he was incredible. Yes, you know, Cuz did get the better of him in some games, but that is not a slight against Owner, because Cuz was playing an incredible series, and this was such a back-and-forth battle. The Nocturne game, the Pantheon game, I felt like he was really dominant, so critical in these high-pressure moments, being able to get those smite secures in. And I just think this guy, to me, is the greatest jungler of all time. The level of consistency that he has shown over these past years is unmatched.
Yeah, we had it already. We couldn't count them out. It was very hard to predict against them in these situations at Worlds, specifically in best of fives, as you know, when you're a team and you work so much together behind the 5 players that are on stage, it takes a lot out of you, I'm sure, right? Because you absorb everything that they get hit with, because you need to help them work through it. And I just think emotionally, that's probably an incredible weight off their shoulders that they really want to celebrate with each other. As look at Keria, that's amazing. I can't believe Owner one-handed that, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, we know he hits the gym, but holy, he really wanted to show.
That's light work. Light work for the GOAT.
That's crazy. Here we see, of course, in that Game 5, I believe, yeah. And also, Doran goes for the Camille, right? He's done it before when it's important, but it's just, it's a vote of confidence from the team and from himself.
And that's what I really love about this T1 roster. Again, we're talking about their resiliency. We're talking about their trust in each other. It shows the trust they have in Doran. Like, obviously, yes, the Camille is a good pick into the Yorick, right? But it is still a risky pick despite fitting with their composition. And I really like that they had the confidence to tell Owner to first-time window. They're like, no, you got this, bro, in the lead up to here. They had the confidence to be behind Doran in some of these picks, right? I think it just really speaks well overall to the team atmosphere and their coaching staff to like facilitate such trust between each other.
Absolutely. I mean, you touched on it, the Mundo pick. I love seeing those comms. Yes, because A, they're funny and it's fun, but also because there's no hesitation for the rest of the team.
Yeah.
He's like, I haven't played it before. They're like, that's no problem. Here's what's good. Here's what's bad. You should lock it in. It's a good pick. And then they do it, right? And it's like that kind of environment fosters confidence in yourself, right? When everyone around you is constantly supporting you and believing in you, you're like, hey, maybe I am that good. Maybe I can pull it off, right? Like, it starts to kind of build you up in a way that I think you can play so much more confidently than you would be able to otherwise.
Another thing we want to emulate as a team.
Yes.
Right? Am I right? Just all these
That's why I'm here with the goats.
Make me better. Let's go. Okay, we see that they're almost done on stage. I don't know, and we wouldn't want to cut it short. I think Faker, like in, I believe it was the semifinals or the quarterfinals, he went to every corner of the stage to personally say thank you to everyone that has supported him, and I think that's going to happen as well. As we fill, though, I think it's time to hit on the other side a little bit, right? I think we'll also hear from the camp of KT at some point. But Emily, as someone who has been here for the good and the bad and the heartbreak, how do you read this defeat on this World Championship final day?
I was wondering when you would come to me with this question now. I mean, obviously, I'm sad as a KT fan, but I also, this roster achieved things that I really did not think was possible, right? Yeah. And even though, obviously, Perfect got a little bullied in that game 5 by Doran and T1, I think he really stepped up to get them here. Peter really stepped up to get them here.
They're throwing T-shirts into the ground, sorry.
And I love that for this KT lineup. I never expected them to be able to make it this far, especially with this lineup.
Oh my God, it's the hats. Sorry, it's so funny. They're trying to...
This wasn't like a KT team that I really expected to ever be in this position in the first place. So I'm honestly like really, really proud of this roster.
Yeah.
I'm crushed as a KT fan. I'm also crushed specifically for like BDD, someone who's been trying to get here for so long. But I'm super, super proud of them.
And I mean, they should be super proud of themselves. I just think as pro gamers, it is so hard to not just be reliving every moment from this series over and over when you think about all the little things you would want to change. It was a 5-game series. You were one Nexus away from being world champions, from stopping T1 from getting that 3-peat, and that is going to be hard for them. But I hope that, you know, whether it's next year, next week, in a few years, 5 years, that they can look back and realize what they accomplished in getting here and taking T1 to 5 was incredible, and that they can really appreciate and be proud of that.
Absolutely. I'm sorry. I was just looking behind me, seeing the T-shirts. I didn't mean to take your moment because it's true. You guys have worded it very, very well in terms of we talk so much about those teams who do it once, right? FPX, EDG, Dom1 even, right? Because it is so difficult to do it again. And if I have one hope, Emily, it is that for this roster that showed so much promise and the fact that this was the first time Peter and Perfect were even at a stage like this, that that can foster a telecom rivalry for the ages, hopefully, but more chances for them in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that this T1 lineup has also proven is that if you are able to stick with a roster and train together, obviously, like, not everyone, this roster is very special, but I do think a lot of times we see orgs pivot away from teams that have developed with each other. This KT roster does seem to have a lot of chemistry together, so I'm actually quite curious to see what the org will do going forward.
I mean, I absolutely agree. You know, rosters get so little time together these days. Before they are, you know, really kind of just saying, all right, that's it. That's all you get. We're going to have to change things up. We're going to have to move on. So I really do hope that they get that time to try to continue building together, working together to try to find something special. I remember this was a couple years ago, but looking into the average length of a career in LoL Esports, and it was like under a year. And so it's like people have so little time, often as a pro, to really get results. This was an incredible result from KT, even though it's not going to feel like that today. So I hope they get that time to keep building.
Yeah, some people get no chances. T1 makes chances for themselves over and over and over as they turn on the big house lights here. That's why we are even brighter than usual. I Zanya'd, guys, sorry. But we are waiting for Faker. As you see that they are kind of done with everything they've done on stage, and then he has to make his way to us. And I really want to show him this, right? Because it's so cool to have all of these eras and to have everything he's been through and the kind of whole journey. And I wonder what he has to say about it, because he said in London, this one's for you guys. I wonder what this one's for. And if there's going to be another
Doran.
For Doran. Yeah, we absolutely have to ask him about Doran as well as we see the celebration. As, you know, we've seen him mature also in front of the camera, really, right? In all of these moments. And it's beautiful to see. Anything to add?
No, I mean, it's kind of crazy, right, to think about, again, I went back as a preparation, and also because I was going to write an article that I actually didn't finish, I went back and watched BDD's debut, and already we were talking about how powerful Faker's debut was, right? Like, what a hotshot mid laner. He had grown into this really, like, well-rounded mid laner, but we still, that wasn't even halfway through the career he's had now almost, right? So that was back in 2016, so almost halfway through where we're at.
This is so cool.
And it's just so cool because his greatest rival is himself. And he just beat himself because he got the 1-3-peat.
I mean, it is absolutely insane, right? There's such different eras that it's really hard to compare because I think the game has also changed and evolved in a way where it's almost impossible to have the level of individual dominance that Faker had, on his debut and in those initial years. But the fact that he has been able to equal the titles, equal the finals, is so insane after, what was a longish drought, right? Where he hadn't been able to win one for quite some time. I really think no one would have believed that a couple years later, if you told them, in 2021, that by 2025, Faker will make 4 finals in a row and win 3, people would be like, you are trolling.
You are crazy. Yeah.
He's on the way as well. We're not just, I know you're all like, oh, they're talking about Faker still. Well, the man deserved it, okay? I think you can all agree with this.
You can't rush the GOAT.
You can't rush the GOAT. He's on his way. It's so cool because something I said when we went into our countdown for the beginning of the first game was like, it's like a river. He permeates through all the stories. Because if you think about one of your favorite players' stories or letdowns, or whatever, he's probably played a role in it, be it as a villain or as a teammate or as, I don't know what, and it's so interesting.
A rival, I would say, as opposed to a villain,
Yeah, sorry, a rival.
I think like a lot of mid laners look up to Faker, right? Like you have so many players, BDD himself included, being like, I was inspired to play mid lane because of this person, and is now a veteran himself, right? And like, mid laners in Korea coming up now, all over the world really, are still looking at Faker and being like, I want to be like that guy.
I mean, he's such an inspiration, and he does transcend the game, because I always love when Worlds time comes around, you see top pros from every esport that I love tweeting about, oh my God, it's Faker.
It's Faker time.
And I'll see people, getting signed to T1 on like Valorant or other games or whatever, and they're like, I'm just hoping I can run into Faker. Like, that's the best part about signing on T1, is like I maybe bump into him in the training facility.
I mean, we feel the same way, don't we?
Yeah, of course. Every time I run into him in an elevator or something, I'm just like, ah!
Oh, I just do the annyeonghaseyo.
Me too. Just hello. And whenever he sees me come with a photographer, he's like, it's the time for this.
He's like, I know what this is.
Oh, there, he brought the trophy. Oh my God. Let's go. Oh, this is so special, guys.
Oh, this is incredible.
I don't know how to do this gracefully, so.
Just probably pass over the headset. You guys can go right in the middle. Here, come on in the middle, Ji-sun. They can both be right here. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Congratulations.
Hello, congratulations. You can take, which headset is it?
Either one should be fine.
Okay.
Here you go, Ji-sun. Come right here. Yep.
We're making it work.
We're doing it live.
We're doing it live. I absolutely love it. Yay.
Yes.
와주셔서 너무 감사해요.
No worries. Thank you.
Oh, so Faker, what was different about this journey, about your players that you played with and how they have leveled up? Because this was once again a very difficult best of 5. But how would you say this title differs from the others you've gotten?
이번 우승도 사실 작년만큼 굉장히 어려운 경기였는데 그래서 그런지 좀 더 극적인 승리였던 것 같고, 그리고 저는 뭐 우승한 무조건 우승한 것도 좋지만 좋은 경기를 했다는 게 굉장히 좋은 것 같습니다.
Yeah, this match was as difficult as the last year's one, but that made this victory even more dramatic again. And I'm really happy with the fact that I managed to win the title one more time, but I'm more happy and grateful that I was able to have such a great game together.
I wanted to congratulate you on being the first ever to 3-peat, 3 world championships in a row. Your previous roster with SKT1 was the closest to do it before, and you fell short in 2017. How would you compare these 2 different eras of T1, the SKT1 dynasty versus the now T1 dynasty?
이제 최초로 월 3핏 달성하셨습니다. 이전에 가장 3핏에 근접했던 팀도 SKT였지만 17년도 때 좌절되었거든요. 이번에 또 T1으로서 3핏을 달성하셨습니다. 그 당시 SKT 왕조와 현재 T1 왕조를 비교하자면 어떻게 보시나요?
솔직히 예전에는 월드 우승하는 게 그렇게 어렵지 않다고 생각을 했었는데 요즘에는 좀 굉장히 좀 어려운 경기들 많이 하기도 했고 또 워낙 강한 팀들도 많기 때문에 이번 우승이 더 뭐랄까 난이도가 높았던 것 같은데 저희가 이뤄냈기 때문에 더 성취감 있는 것 같습니다.
In the previous run, I kind of felt like winning Worlds wasn't that difficult for us, but nowadays, recently, it was like struggles after struggles, and every team we faced, every match we played was so difficult and tough. So I kind of felt like it was like a harder mode, but that also makes us feel even stronger achievements.
Does that feel more rewarding as a result because it felt harder to win?
말씀하신 것처럼 조금 더 우기기 어려웠던 과정이 많았기 때문에 더 성취감이 큰 것이죠.
사실 성취감은 지금이 더 큰 것 같고 예전에는 우승을 하는 게 굉장히 또 즐겁고 그냥 내가 다 이겼다라는 그런 기분이 좋았다면 지금은 어려운 것을 좀 이렇게 성장해서 이뤄냈다는 그런 성취감은 더 큰 것 같습니다.
Yeah, of course, because in the past, it was more like I was happy that I won. I was happy that I beat everyone. But nowadays, it's more like I'm happy and grateful that I was able to step up, evolve together, grow up together. So we were able to overcome all of the hardships. So it's a lot more rewarding.
Okay, two more things I'd like to ask you. First off is, could you say something about your top laner, Doran? Because we have talked a lot this year about, is he going to get his international title? Because he didn't have the best experiences in the past. What do you want to say about your top laner?
우선 가장 먼저 도란 선수에 대해서 좀 여쭤보고 싶은데요. 올해 드디어 도란 선수가 이렇게 국제 무대에서 증명하나 우승하나 많은 분들이 좀 관심을 갖고 지켜봤습니다. 좀 이전에는 국제 대회에서 어떻게 보면 조금 아쉬웠던 그런 순간들도 있었던 만큼 많은 분들이 좀 기대하면서 지켜보셨는데요. 올해 어떻게 생각하세요?
도란 선수가 사실 항상 잘하기만은 하진 않았다고 생각하지만 그래도 저희 팀이 중요할 때 본인의 역할을 잘 해줬다고 생각하고요. 오늘도 사실 5세트 때도 물론 던지긴 했지만 그래도 잘한 부분도 굉장히 많고 또 저희 팀이 이제 또 도란 선수한테 좀 어려운 역할을 시켜도 잘 해내는 선수라고 생각하고 있습니다.
Well, I can also say that he was not always playing perfectly, There were maybe sometimes ups and downs, but when the team needed him to step up, he was always there to play the role that we wanted him to play. And even in Game 5, he was doing a great job. Well, there were some moments where he threw the game, but still he was doing amazing. He did a fantastic job. So also sometimes T1 kind of asked him to execute some of the really difficult roles, and he always managed to pull it off.
Yeah, we've seen that. You've been incredibly flexible. Also, Owner played Mundo for the first time in very important match last week, and you seemed very calm about it. Can you tell me about that moment and the trust that you seem to have in everybody?
또 이제 오너 선수가 저번 경기 매우 중요한 순간에서 첫 문도 경기를 이제 하셨는데 너무 중요했는데 다들 선수분들이 너무 평정심이 있어 보이더라고요. 그 당시에 좀 어땠는지 그리고 또 어느 정도 신뢰를 바탕으로 이런 또 픽을 꺼내들 수 있는 건가요?
사실 문도가 그렇게 어려운 역할을 하는 챔피언은 아니라고 생각을 했고 그때 이제 8강전 5세트에서 저희가 문도가 좀 필요한 조합이라고 생각을 했어가지고 팀적으로 승련도보다는 그래도 픽적으로 좀 중요한 픽을 해야겠다라고 다들 생각이 있었던 것 같고 또 오너 선수도 그 처음 하는 챔피언을 그래도 잘 막 엄청 던지진 않고 플레이해줘서 고맙다고 생각하고 있습니다.
Honestly, when we thought of Mundo, it was not a very difficult role to kind of execute in the game. And in game number 5 in the quarterfinals, if I remember correctly from Faker, our comp needed it. Our comp needed that champion. And so we didn't want to care too much about the mastery and proficiency. We rather wanted to focus on the champion that kind of rounds out our comp in the end.
Okay. You've had a long history against BDD, and you've also, as much as you've won, you've also had defeats in your career. Do you have any words for BDD, who made his first World Finals, but you winning obviously means he is experiencing some of that heartbreak that you have at times as well?
BDD 선수와의 역사가 굉장히 깊으시잖아요. 그런 만큼 페이커 선수도 수없이 많이 BDD 선수를 이겨왔지만 또 동시에 BDD 선수로부터 많은 패배를 경험하시기도 했습니다. 그리고 오늘 이 자리에서는 페이커 선수가 이겼다는 것은 또 BDD 선수가 페이커 선수가 이전에 경험했던 그런 슬픈 패배를 지금 겪고 계신다는 말씀인데 혹시 BDD 선수께 또 이 자리를 빌어서 전하고 싶은 말씀이 있으실까요?
네, 오늘 BDD 선수가 굉장히 잘 플레이했다고 생각하고 그리고 이제 KT라는 팀이 올 한 해 동안 그렇게 좀 좋은 결과를 만들어내지 못했는데 이번에 저희가 KT를 만났을 때 느낀 거는 굉장히 팀적으로 좀 준비가 잘 되어 있고 좀 조직적이라는 생각을 많이 하게 됐고 그게 저는 좀 BDD 선수가 올 한 해 동안 만들었던 그런 플레이들로 인해서 팀원들의 신뢰가 쌓인 거라고 생각하고요. 그런 부분들이 굉장히 저는 대단하다고 생각했고 그리고 BDD 선수 개인적인 퍼포먼스도 최근에 굉장히 좋다고 느꼈어가지고 오늘 되게 좋은 경기 할 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
I think I can say KT this year, they were not always having the best result. You know, they were having some struggles. But today in the match, what I was able to tell is that they're so well organized as a team and their movement as a team was so good. I could see that their preparation was already there and was so good. I think it was able to happen because BDD, his performance has been phenomenal so far. So it was built based on the trust and faith they have in BDD. So I want to say, BDD, I have a mad respect for that. And also his individual performance has been amazing recently. So I want to say I also have a huge respect to BDD.
Okay, lovely. Finally, Faker, we have huge respect for you, of course, on the English broadcast. And we had the idea to take a look at all the eras there have been for Faker. And there's a vinyl that fits with it. And here we have this one, which is when you started out. We also have this. Wonderful memory as well. Then we had the question of is it going to happen once again? The heartbreak, of course, unfortunately, in 2017 and in 2022. And I was wondering if you wanted to have this one, because this is the 6 stars, the fact that you've made it, Faker's version, the three-peat. And if you want to say anything about this huge achievement and what is next.
이제 페이커 선수의 어떤 일대기를 각 단계별로 담은 이런 LP판 같은 앨범을 여러 개 만들어 봤는데요. 신인 시절부터 해서 우승을 많이 했을 때 그리고 좌절을 겪었을 때 그리고 많은 사람들이 의심했을 때 우승할 수 있을까 해서 또 한 번 우승을 하기도 했었고 이제 6번째 별을 달게 된 버전도 여기 있거든요. 이 업적에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시는지 그리고 앞으로 또 어떤 좀 길을 나아가실 것 같나요?
이렇게 또 저의 업적에 대해서 많은 팬분들과 많은 분들이 이제 또 저를 응원해 주셔서 감사하다는 생각이고요. 나중에 또 할아버지가 되면은 이 LP판을 들으면서 잘 살아보도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 또 이거 또 많이 팔릴 것 같아요.
Yeah, I'm very grateful for all the fans who has been supporting all along for this achievement. And when I get old, when I become a grandpa, I will cue this vinyl and have a great life, enjoy my life. And I'm pretty sure that this is going to sell really well.
That is amazing. Interview 감사합니다. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations
감사합니다.
once again, Faker. Amazing job, Jisun, as always.
Killing it.
Yeah, for sure. And we're going to send you off. I wonder how, because you have to take the trophy, of course. So do we just is someone going to help with the trophy, perhaps?
이제 보내드리려고 하는데요. 이거 가지고 가실 수 있겠습니까?
No need.
He's got it.
No
It's
need.
his trophy.
No need.
Thank you. 감사합니다.
Other side, I think. Wow. There you go. Fighting, indeed.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations. Some photos, yes, as we go.
Oh.
Sure, live photos, I love it. Yeah, let's go.
I'm never going to pass up an opportunity to take a photo with the goat.
Whoa. Okay. Is it still live? Yes, we're still live.
Yeah.
We're just, come on.
Yes, of course.
Yay. Awesome. We are still live, so we're going to keep going. I wanted to get some of the people in here, perhaps, maybe.
Thank you, Faker.
Thank you so much, Faker.
Thank you.
For the photo as well and for taking the time. Jisun. Oh, it's so messy. I love it. That's what it's like. It's the end. We got to talk to Faker. Everybody should come in because we might see T1 again in 2026. We definitely will, and maybe they make it for that run at Worlds again. But something we will not have in 2026
Kobe, Dracos.
is Chronicler, as everybody can join.
Oh no.
I think you all have maybe seen already, you know, that this is the last event for Mao. So let's take a look back at our favorite moments and memories.
I'm Atlas, and I'm joined for the first time by the Chronicler. Welcome to the LCK, finally. It only took you, like, what, a few weeks to get here? Extraordinary stuff.
I know, yeah. You know, I was like, LCK, right? Like, how cool was it really?
You kind of looked like he was about to go to his Latin dance class, but then decided that he had to do, like, a drug deal beforehand.
What happened? He flashed over the wall! He did, they knew what the word was! Diablo's in a flash. He just flashed over the wall. He's crazy.
Oh God! Oh God! Up with the Giga Jets. They're gonna make it to playoffs. Gonna be rolled in. Whoa! Feel like DK has a great chance. Are you trying to choke me or what? No! Don't diss me! No! I trust DK! DK! Show your ability! Show your skills! DK, you can do it!
Well, DK
I
will
trust
be able
you!
No! What does it say? What does it say?
Let's go, bro. Give me the microphone, peasant. I came here today to crown Wadid. I had the crown on I was ready to give it to him because he had done so well. But guess what? He's not good enough. Better luck next year.
I want to thank all the fans who've been living for the LCK for the last 5 years. It's been an incredible honor to be an LCK caster. It's been incredible, and I'm very grateful that I've been able to do this. Thank you so much.
Man, I just want to say, Mao, like, you're an incredible caster, but you are such a better person and friend, and I'm really going to miss you, man.
Yeah, we're going to miss you so much.
I'm going to miss you, buddy.
I'm going to miss all of you too. Thank you.
You have the mic for a sec if you want.
Okay, well, I got nothing to say. I've said everything I want to. This was an amazing final. Thank you so much for having me all these wonderful years. I will never forget any of it. And I'm going to miss every single one of you on the desk and every single one still watching from home. Aww. Thank you so much.
Right back at you. We're going to miss you so much you don't even know it, Mao. It's going to be a very weird year without you, but you know, it's our honor to continue what you have started, be it being very warm to everyone, be it inviting everybody to board games to make sure that we hang out.
A brunch!
Yes!
And the brunch!
Brunch! Amazing cast. Like, thank you so much from all of us, of course. And that's it, I guess. Everybody,
that's it.
Thank you so much for joining me.
Incredible
Another
world.
Congratulations to our world champion. Oh, on and off. It's on it again, guys. T1. And on behalf of everybody here that you see on screen, but maybe more importantly, everyone behind the screen that has made this happen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you to you, our viewer, for watching us for one more year. I hope you had an unbelievable Worlds, and we'll see you in 2026.
I think we're all hoping for the same thing. A series that goes the distance and a telecom war to rule them all.
It all comes down to one final game of League of Legends.
It'll take a miracle for them to get this one out. Owner, Peter coming in for the lockup, but Owner manages to get the objective, the fight coming out. Fire rained over the wall by Gumayushi, and down goes Peter. BDD finally arrived. That's the ulti coming in the meantime. He needs a little bit more space. Doctom, BDD untouched, but the front line has fallen. BDD, CC'd, knocked into the sky, and right back into the grave. T1, get Otacon, and ace KT.
A triple kill for Guma and T1! Do it! They take over!
T1 earning their legacy again and again and again. There can be no doubting it. 4 players on the Rift today, making the impossible possible. Owner, Faker, Gumayushi, Keria, and now Doran as well are world champions.